bags, all the other personal property. Federal government says that we have to then protect that property and keep it. There's a cost to that. We don't have storage units over at the police department. So this is a very complex problem. I can promise you one thing, and if you guys read the studies that I sent you from the Police Executive Research Forum and the RAND Corporation about this, one thing rings true throughout the entire, of all the studies you'll see: you cannot arrest your way out of homelessness. I'm not saying that we're not going to make arrests and that we're not going to deal with the crimes that are committed down here, especially downtown. Look, I mean, I live 2 blocks from downtown, and I've experienced every single problem that everybody here has talked about. I've had people asleep in my yard. I've had people sitting on the wall in my house. I've had to clean up alcohol bottles and beer bottles. I've had people steal my chairs off my dock. Okay, it's frustrating. I'm not saying that we're not going to make arrests for that stuff, but if you think we're going to solve homelessness by arresting people and taking them to jail, only to have them to be turned out, I'll give you a perfect example of one of the problems we deal with. We have a particular county court judge here who, in a politically correct and nice way, provides some judicial activism from the bench. When we make arrests on homeless folks for open containers and other issues like that, she appoints a court-appointed attorney at hundreds of dollars an hour to defend the people that we arrested, and the city has to pay for that. Hundreds of dollars an hour for an arrest that we made. Doesn't make sense. Again, the only way this problem is going to be solved is through a comprehensive strategy that involves property owners, churches, civic groups, and the city. I don't know anywhere that exists. When you say, okay, we're going to build this center, we'll talk to the DeLand folks here in just a minute. When you say we're going to build this center and then this is what everybody's going to contribute to. Churches, you don't feed people anymore. You come here to feed people. And civic groups, you don't give away tents and sleeping bags and things like that. You contribute to this center here. If you can get everybody on that one sheet of music and agree to the same strategy, then you have a chance. But if you think that First United Methodist Church or Core Meth or Our Lady Star of the Sea are going to stop the programs that they're doing to contribute to one thing, I hope that happens, but I don't know anywhere in this country where it does happen. Most people say, this is what I do, and this is the way I do it, so this is what we're going to do. It's the same thing downtown. Half the problem downtown is we have Rachel and Ken and some other people that are experiencing these problems down there, but then when we go down there to do something, we hear the other side of it from the businesses that then feed and give things to people that they feel like they're helping down there. So when I go down there and harass Jay, who's downtown, and tell him he can't sit on this particular bench or he can't do this down there, then I've got business owners that come out there and say, why are you bothering him? He's not doing anything. He's not a problem for y'all. So the police department is caught in the middle of this thing. I will tell you that we will do everything legally possible to deal with the problems down there. But we will not go beyond that. We will not violate someone's civil rights just to appease someone who doesn't like them in front of their house or their business. And we will not do things that are going to put the city in jeopardy.
Okay. Thank you. Couple of questions or one thing that's been helpful for me in this, because I started off and I didn't understand a lot of this. I was kind of your average citizen, and I would call chief about, hey, why can't we just, somebody slept on someone's couch on the front porch, like that seems wrong. Like, why can't we just arrest them and then that will never happen again? And then as you learn what we can and can't do, I've heard from citizens, that say, hey, there's these folks that, that they say they're homeless. I don't know if they are or not, but I probably are. Hey, they're in Manatee Park or Riverside Park here, and they hang out on these in the this particular gazebo or whatever all day, and can you go run them off? And I was like, well, equate it to what if it was your family? What if this is not, I'm not saying what I would like to be able to do, I'm saying what we legally can do, and that is, you know, what if the police just rolled up and said, hey, you guys have been here for 3 hours and you don't look like we want you to look, and so you gotta leave. Like, that's, we can't do that. And so it's helpful, and the Chief and I were talking about, you know, just because someone walks on your property, you can't arrest them for walking on your property. Now, if you have trespassed them, you know, that becomes a whole different thing, but there's a step and a process to this. And Carrie, I don't know if you want to, before we just kind of dive in, if you want to give any kind of background on some of the things you've seen, you know, of case law and precedent and things. I mean, maybe explain to the rest of the commission and even the public, you know, things like the public urination. I mean, you explained that to me, and it's kind of, you know, one of those mind-blowing moments about what is, you know, denying the basic human rights and things like that. Again, I'm just trying to set this framework that, as Chief said, this isn't a problem that we're still dealing with because there's just a ineptitude up here, or no one wants to address this, or no one wants to make the hard decision. We're trying to deal with this in a way that doesn't cost us millions of dollars in lawsuits, or that, you know, we have to spend $250 an hour defending, or whatever. And so anyway, Carrie, if you want
to. Sure. I think the first thought that everyone needs to understand is it's not a crime to be homeless. And so, you know, from there, the framework we're working in, it kind of stems from, it started before that, but in the 1989, there was this Pottinger case, and it was a class action lawsuit by homeless people in the city of Miami who had been what they claimed to be arrested, harassed, or otherwise interfered with by members of the city's police department for engaging in what they call ordinary and essential activities of daily living in public due to a lack of other adequate alternatives. And those other adequate alternatives is really what we get from this case. And that, in my opinion, is the first step for the city of New Smyrna Beach, is what is the other adequate alternative? So if people don't have, for example, there's not a shelter in New Smyrna Beach, so there's no place for them to sleep, go to the bathroom. You know, if there's a public restroom open, that's one thing, they can use it, but in the middle of the night, things are closed. You know, these are activities of daily living that, you know, if there's a lack of other adequate alternatives, the police cannot arrest them for doing that. So the Pottinger case went on for probably 30 years, and in the end there was a settlement agreement where the city agreed not to, you know, arrest them for misdemeanors, you know, the things I just mentioned about life-sustaining activities. And they put a lot of programs in place. And one of the things Chief mentioned about, you have to protect their property. You know, if there's, it's crazy. And the amount of storage that requires is just unbelievable, the notice before you can actually take it. So I just would encourage us to really look at adequate alternatives, because we cannot arrest our way out of this problem.
Okay. Speaking of adequate alternatives, one option, one thing that's often pursued, and you touched on the sheltering, and so I think Khaled is, are you ready? Khaled is going to get Mike from DeLand. They've recently got a program that they've stood up, and the name just escaped me. What's the name of that program out there? Mike, do you remember?
I don't remember the name.
Yeah, I don't remember it either. So he's going to talk to us a little bit about that program, what they've done, and then it's going to be a little hard. He's just on the phone here. He's quarantining, so it's going to be a little hard for back and forth discussion, but this will at least start. And then once we get past this, we're going to open it up for Q&A from the commission. So go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I obviously from probably 3-4 years ago, we could see that the homeless population has significantly increased, not just in New Smyrna, but throughout Volusia County. And I see it when I go out, you know, even out of the state. You see them all over the place. I have looked at several programs, and it all depends. It comes back of exactly what are you trying to do in terms of the homeless issue. For example, I think you mentioned the program in Sarasota where they had a camp for the homeless. I mean, if that's what we want to do, I don't think that is going to be to solve the entire issue. And I don't think there's any program out there that you could see that it's going to solve the issue for you. But the program that I saw, and I talked to the city manager from DeLand on a conference call when I was in Quantry. I really like the program because it doesn't only address the issue of taking him from the area, but it does provide the mental health. It does provide the social service. But one thing you will hear him mention, it's a coalition among the cities in West Volusia, and also businesses and churches, and also non-for-profit organizations. Because one thing Mike mentioned, Mike Coffin, that if you're gonna have the churches provide the service, and while you have this program, it's not gonna work. So it has to be a collective effort and a collaborative effort from all these which we hear them now. They've been working on this program for 4 years, and I think they've been open for about 2 months. So they got some help from Volusia County. They don't have, and I contacted Volusia County, they don't have any funding available now, but they are willing to discuss. They are willing to provide the help if it's the right program. The initial cost for them was about, I think, $2.1 million. But the one that really, it's not a concern, but it's something that you have to look into. It's the operating cost. The operating cost is over $400,000 a year. But that is contributing from West Volusia cities as far as businesses and churches. And they committed for 5 years. So with that, I'm gonna have Mike on a speakerphone here, hopefully that you could hear him. He could give you a rundown of their program for about 10 minutes, and then you could ask any questions that you might have. Okay. Mike, are you ready?
I'm ready.
All right, go ahead.
All right. Well, good morning, everyone. How are you doing today?
Good, Mike.
All right. So, looking at the situation in DeLand, we had a situation not that dissimilar from Daytona Beach, about 4 years ago, where you had a number of people in the core of our downtown, as they did in Daytona. And we were participating in the discussions about First Step. But one of the issues that we had is we couldn't really get a lot of our churches on board with a shelter out in the middle of the county. They basically had indicated that they're not going to do their ministries out there, and the concern there is that if they're not, and they continue to do sheltering or showers or haircuts or feeding in the city of DeLand, then it's going to be hard to get some of these homeless individuals to go out into the center of the county when that option is still available in town. When you looked at, the neighborhood center, been in place since the late 60s, they had some crisis shelter units on campus, but, 10 just wasn't enough, but they do have some transitional housing, and, they have some homeless prevention assistance via an emergency solutions grant and some rapid rehousing, but, they certainly, didn't have the capacity to, create additional crisis shelter beds. And one of the things that, we looked at in trying to forge the solution for West Volusia was the recommendations of Ray Salazar, Randy Croy, and Chet Bell. And most notably, their recommendations included developing crisis shelter response for the homeless in East and West Volusia, approximately 100 beds in the East and 40 to 50 in the West. They recommended a comprehensive day program for individuals both on the east and west side. Essentially they asked the Volusia County Council to continue their commitment for capital outlay for homeless shelters. And so, with that, we kind of started looking at, what we could possibly do. One of the things that was most notable in our review was what homeless individuals, said that were important to them. And the commission, or the Coalition on Homelessness, did a survey of 92 homeless people, and 69% indicated that they would go if shelter is available. 95% said that they would stay if shelter day services were available. 68% ranked location as important. 64% ranked close to city as important. So we know that, for the individuals that we'd be serving, location is important. And so looking at Randy and Chet's recommendations, we were looking at constructing a new facility. As Khaled had mentioned, we did get the county support. It cost about $2.1 million in total. DeLand put about $780,000, and the balance came from the county in the form of a grant. It's roughly 6,300 square feet, the facility that we built, and it has 30 crisis shelter and 30 crisis shelter beds available, along with the day center. And when you add that to the number of crisis shelter beds that are already on the neighborhood center's campus, that gets us to that 50, that was included in their recommendations. And the facility includes meeting rooms, kitchen, laundry, showers, and some outdoor pavilions. The facility would actually serve, West Volusia. But our goal is transitional housing within 30 to 90 days. Our goal is not to keep people here. It's to help them successfully navigate their reentry challenges. And that's where the day center comes in. You can't really effectively do one of these programs without a good comprehensive day program that helps them deal with, physical health issues, mental health issues, job counseling, the issues that they face runs the gamut. But at the end of the day, you have to look at them as an individual and say, okay, what are the things that you need to do to transition back, to a normal life? And so, the idea was, started, with a coalition with the churches. It was important for them to be on board. And one of the things we were able to do is we got the churches to agree that all street-level homeless services will be conducted at the bridge. So you will see no church in DeLand, doing feedings or haircuts or, any of the normal homeless ministries that they do, except for, at the bridge. So they're sending all their volunteers over to the bridge and participating in that program. And for us, that was huge, to get them to agree to that. But I think that's also one of the things that'll make it successful. Just in the first couple of months, we've got 5,564 volunteer hours logged at the bridge, and that's just within 2 months of operation. We've already served over 40 residential clients. We've got 7 that have moved into permanent housing. We've got 9 that have found work already. And on average, they're serving 45 lunches a day, 70 dinners a day. And so, so far, just in October, November, things have been going very well for us. I will say that, this solution may not work, everywhere. Some of the critical, things that are, part of the solution is having, obviously, the churches participate, and the business community participated. That's where a lot of our operating costs are coming from, is donations from the churches as well as businesses. But we also do get operating funding from the other cities in West Volusia. So that's obviously critical. The other thing that's critical is having an operating partner. Being in municipal government, we're not really in the business of running homeless shelters. And so that's when the partnership with the neighborhood center, was so critical, is that they were able to bring their expertise to bear, to run the facility. And we have a management agreement with the neighborhood center to do just that. The other thing I will tell you is that I know that for some, being Pottinger compliant, is important so that you have a place to take homeless. We didn't really create the solution, with that in mind. In fact, we probably would have lost the church support, if we did do that. Obviously it is a place for street level homeless to go, but, we are not, forcibly taking people there, as an alternative to jail, in order to get help. And so that was also an important consideration, is that we didn't do this necessarily to be Pottinger compliant. So with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions, anything that I, left out or missed.
Mike, I don't know if he can hear me. Mike, can you hear me decent? Can you hear?
Yes,
Okay.
I can hear.
So Mayor Owen here. So first of all, thank you. We really appreciate you taking the time to do this. And depending on how we move forward, we may pick your brain a little more. I guess my fundamental question would be, and I know it's pretty early for you in this, but do you feel like it's helping? We're hearing complaints from citizens the homeless are feeling more pervasive in their neighborhoods, a little more invasion of their personal space, and even an increase in, or perceived increase at least, in crime. Do you feel like it's helped in any of those ways, or is it too early to tell yet?
Well, in terms of the visibility of the homeless downtown and some of the issues that we're dealing with, probably too early to tell. But in terms of the sheer numbers of people that we're helping, and the 30 people that are currently residing there, I think that it is certainly helping. The numbers certainly prove that to be true. The other thing is I think for the first time, it kind of coalesces all of our community homeless resources at one location. And I think the reason why that is significant is because instead of just dealing with basic needs like feeding or haircuts or showers, when they come to the bridge, we're looking at trying to help them successfully navigate those reentry challenges. And so the problem wasn't created overnight. It won't be solved overnight, but I think that the preliminary numbers show that, it certainly is an effective solution. But I don't think you can go out there and take a look around and say, oh, well, the homeless problem has ended in DeLand.
Right. Any other brief questions? It's hard in this format, but any other questions from Mike today?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
Mike, so your efforts have only helped incrementally. You still suffer from vagrancy and minor crime in the core areas of the city?
Yes. In fact, we had to deal with some of that, this week, where we had some people, bathing in Pioneer Park Fountain, or maybe not bathing, but washing their clothes in the Pioneer Park Fountain. And so we had to go out there and address that. I think, there was actually one person that, had a warrant for their arrest. And so we took care of that. We do get some vandalism, by those, particularly in Chess Park. So those continue to be issues, but it is early on. Those are the harder people to get, though. I will tell you that, given our experience, you may have probably remember a year or so ago an article about Earl, who was probably our most famous homeless person. And one of the things that I think helping Earl taught us is that, with some of these hardcore homeless, the people that, really are the ones that will likely require permanent supportive housing, is that it's a relationship, that they're not just going to go to a place, and get help, that it takes the building of trust with that individual to really help them, recognize that you care and that you're there to help. And that was something that the neighborhood center did with Earl, and it took some extra effort, but Earl has been a permanent resident on the neighborhood center campus for the last year and a half. And that was a huge success story for us because, if you've ever been to downtown DeLand, Earl was the guy with the trash piled up in front of the bench at the Ace Hardware. And everybody wanted us to do something, but, it wasn't until the neighborhood center forged that relationship with Earl and really helped him as an individual, and got him, back on his feet. Now, Earl will never be able to, how do I put this? Earl will probably never be able to survive on his own without help. That's why he's going to probably always be in permanent supportive housing. And I think that a lot of the hardcore homeless that we have, both in New Smyrna Beach and DeLand, meet that category. They probably will require some sort of, permanent support in any housing solution that is presented. So.
Thank you. One more quick question. Did you have difficulty finding a location for the center due to several reasons or any reasons?
Yeah, we did. At first, we had selected a site that, we had gotten through a code enforcement lien, and it was a block south of City Hall. And we got a lot of pushback from the downtown merchants. They felt like that was too close. And in fact, a lot of the downtown merchants said that they were not going to support the bridge if it were located on that site. And so we had the opportunity to buy a property that was on the immediate north side of the neighborhood center campus at 419 Palmetto. And the county was able to give us a home grant, HOME, to purchase that property. And the nice thing about that property was it was big enough to build the 6,300 square foot bridge, but we were also able to keep the house that was on that property, and we retrofitted it and turned it into 5 transitional shelter units that the neighborhood center now manages, on our behalf. So that ended up working out good. And as soon as we presented that as a solution, even though neighborhood center is roughly still in the downtown, that was enough to satisfy the downtown merchants, and many of them are writing checks for the operating costs as supporters of the bridge.
Thank you. I applaud you on your efforts.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Mike? And again, we know how to get a hold of him, so Mike, thank you so much again for agreeing to talk to us today, and hopefully we can pick your brain a little more as we move forward on this journey. And congrats on your success.
Yes, sir. Stand ready to assist you however you need.
Thanks, Mike.
Yes, sir.
Bye-bye.
Okay. So we've heard a few things. I spent some time while we were listening to that call. I went on during public speaking, heard about the Sarasota program. I've spent some time reading. Sarasota sounds like they've been fighting this for a while. They have fought ACLU a few times and lost. Seems like they have landed in a halfway decent spot now. Some of their things were challenged early. Carrie, they do have something where they have an ordinance about sleeping outside, but they're able to have that because the ruling was they were able to have it because they're providing beds. They have beds that are available so they can have an outside sleeping ordinance. We couldn't, your comments I think previously have been, we couldn't pass that here today because we don't have access, we don't have anywhere else to take them except for jail. So we can't give them any other options.
Correct.
If we had a program like this or some other arrangement, whatever that shape that takes, that is Pottinger compliant, then we could, in theory, pass a similar ordinance that would be, you can't just camp anywhere in the city type thing, right?
Right. And you would have to have availability in that particular place. So if
Right.
you were full up,
Right.
then you're going to be stuck.
Yeah,
Okay.
okay. All right, I've talked a lot. Staff has given their thoughts, so I'll open it up to the commission for questions, comments, ideas. Who wants to go first? Go ahead.
Yeah, so this is very informal, and it's important to remember that we're just trying to kick this around. I want to clarify, most important thing is, at least what I believe we're talking about. What I'm talking about is vagrancy. I'm talking about people who have mental health and or drug issues. When we talk about the homeless population or affordable housing, there's a very huge broad spectrum. And if I'm having a conversation with you, Russ, or with you, Jake, what your idea of homelessness is and what Russ's idea of homelessness is could be totally different. So I want to make sure that what discussion that I'm having here today are the people who live on the street. Most have mental health issues, and many of them have additional drug issues. I'm not talking about the family down on their luck. I'm not talking about the family sleeping in the car who needs some help to get started in life again, who fell on hard times. So that's the first thing that I want to clarify when we use the broad word homeless. Now, I think today has been very effective at listening to why we have not been able to do anything. This is important to me as both a resident and a small business owner. I've been dealing with this issue for 25 years. I know Chief well on that personal level, not as a commissioner. And what I see is, and what I argue with people about all the time is, I'm dealing with mentally ill people. So you can't use rational thought to try to fix that problem. So I understand the people out here's problem. I go through it too. And my frustration with my police chief is the same that you're having. But that's why it's important to get educated and understand we can't do it. We can't just move people along. Now, you're either going to do one of three things. You're going to make their lives difficult, you're going to do nothing, or you're going to accommodate them. I've never been a huge fan of accommodating them because all that's gonna do is bring more, at least that's my theory. I don't like when one of my customers buys food for a homeless person on my property. I say, you wanna feed them, take them home. Oh, no, I'm not gonna do that. So don't give them money, don't give them food. I don't wanna accommodate them because that only exacerbates my problem. Be the same thing if I'm coming and going to the Corkscrew and delivering a lunch to homeless people outside of your home. So accommodating them. Historically, I haven't really heard anything that excites me about that. It just brings more and exacerbates a problem. However, I think I'm hearing what the chief is saying and what the city attorney is saying, that it's part of a bigger effort, and it's not just accommodating them. And I think the most important thing that I heard today is who's feeding them and where. And what I think we need to do is have some very lengthy discussions with the various groups, because I know, and the commission, the rest of you guys know, budget time, we get a group of people, hey, give me $2,500. Hey, I need $5,000. Hey, I need a little bit of this money to help in my little neighborhood or in my church or my organization. And we know that doesn't work. In the 1980s, Reagan cut massively the budget for mental illness. The federal government essentially said, it's not our problem. What their response was to what are we going to do with all these homeless people who have mental illnesses? Local faith-based organizations. That was the answer in the 1980s. Well, now we're living it today. How's that working out? It's not working out. So we need to have good, open discussions. We all want to help the homeless. And again, when it comes to the family living out of their car, I don't think there's a single person in this room that wouldn't pull their wallet out and do what they could to help them get started back in life again. But unfortunately, we're dealing with the vagrancy, and that's more complicated. Mental illness. So coming up with a place to take them, where, First Step Shelter in Daytona, that was really their issue, and I'm not sure they really got a whole lot of buy-in for a number of different reasons. So I'm at least open to the idea of developing that. I don't know how a city like us, it's impossible for us to afford to do something like that, but we clearly need to somehow partner and have a place where the police can take people. We need, I think the most important thing that I've heard today is we need to meet with the churches and we need to come up with some kind of strategy and see their willingness to get out of their comfort zone on what they do. And I understand what they're doing, and I have donated food to them. I donate cases of bananas every week to Hum when they would come pick them up. So we all want to help. But the two most important things, I think, is number one, getting a cohesive strategy together. Number two, knowing that we can't just literally solve the problem. The police can't just take them away. And then developing some kind of place where we may be able to take them or feed them with some kind of center location. Because feeding them downtown is only going to create the problem downtown. But then we're going to come into the problem is, well, where do we do it? I mean, I know a guy who rents a lot of houses out in Ellison Acres. And we've got some conservation land out there. And he's calling me up all the time. He's like, for those homeowners in that neighborhood, all those woods around them create a major problem. So, and then if you get too far out, who's going to take them out there? I don't think we wanted to shuffle people all the way out in Daytona near the Volusia jail. So it's a challenge, and I think we need someone to be a point person. How do we move forward? We need someone to be a point person to start meeting with the different organizations in town who feed the homeless to see if we can come up with some kind of cohesive strategy. I think that would be a start, assuming that we're talking about the same homeless population.
No.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think it's a really good clarification, and that's what I was trying to say, but less eloquently earlier, is that the vagrant homeless or the hardcore homeless is very different than the family or single mom or single dad that's fallen on hard times. This community has a heart, and I don't know anybody in this community that wouldn't try to help that person or that family in that situation. And then there's this vagrant element that has all these other issues that it's it's a different bucket for me. And the prior one is more where the affordable housing talk to me kind of starts of, you know, hey, what can we do to help that family get back on their feet and into a situation that's sustainable for them? So other comments or questions from the commission? Commissioner Colodi, yeah, sorry, you had your hand up earlier too. My bad, I missed it. Go ahead.
No problem. Well, we really have, there's 3 areas we got to focus on. One's the homeless people themselves, and their well-being and what we can do to help them out. Second one's the residents, how we can help their quality of life. And the third is the city itself and our budget process and how much we're willing to spend and where we can best apply those funds for it. One thing that got my attention was how DeLand has tried to concentrate their funding in one location. We do spend a relatively significant amount of money donating to the various services that help the homeless. I've never heard anyone say that that wasn't helping the homeless. And I don't know whether it would be in the best interest of the homeless to try to take that away from them. So I'd like to see whoever does keep track of that in this town, some type of report on the effectiveness of it. As for the residents, we hear quite a bit from one certain group who are downtown. It's very evident to see that there's a problem there, but I don't want us to really lose track of the fact that homeless are throughout the entire town. I know in the South Beach area there's a definite problem. Beachside, North Causeway area, there's a problem. The beach parks, there's a problem. So it's not just one area. Everybody sees it out front of their doors and when they just travel through their neighborhood, but we have to come up with a comprehensive plan. Second thing, budget-wise, I've always felt that we are using a lot of valuable sworn officer time in driving people around and responding to some of these complaints. I feel that we should augment them with perhaps non-sworn officers that are trained specifically in social services, that if there was safe conditions, maybe they could handle the transport and keep our officers in town. Perhaps they could pair up with one officer during times when the homeless issues are most visible, if you want to put that in. I would be willing to fund some type of services like that. Second of all, the vagrant issue and the fact that we don't have some in-town place where we could house and provide the temporary safekeeping for them. I would like to see a comparison as to whether we should open up some type of limited capacity or whether we should join in with the First Step program. If we decide to go with the First Step program, a lot of them might not want to go. But then if we had the non-sworn officers to do the transport, it may be viable. These are possible solutions. As with a lot of other things, we talk a lot, but we really don't do too much. I know we increased the funding for the aid to the homeless by the charitable organizations, but that's not going to solve the problem. It might make it easier a little bit for the homeless, but it's obvious the problems go far deeper than that. I'm willing to listen to whatever proposal we can come up with that should help all 3 of those main priority areas. And I would be willing to put some money behind solving it in our next budget, which we didn't in this budget. Thank you.
Okay. Any other comments?
So Chief and I spent a year on a committee that dealt with homelessness 2 years ago. And it's exactly what everybody is saying. It's all of the social groups, the faith-based groups, the nonprofits, they all want to do their own thing because they all want their piece of the pie and they don't want to share it. So the only, and through all those conversations, the only thing that I see that will ever make anything work long-term is that we all have to come together with a plan, and this is our plan, and everybody's going to buy into the plan, including Edgewater and Oak Hill, because we have a lot of homeless people that come from that area to get the free meals, to get the sleeping bags, to get the tents, and then they, slowly head back down to their local areas. So it seems to be our problem, but it is a community problem. And the only way that we're going to solve this is through the community being engaged together and come up with a plan and the commitment that that plan we're going to make that plan work. Because otherwise, we're going to keep on doing the same thing. AME is going to do their thing. Core Meth is going to do their thing. Lady the Star will do their things. But I like the idea what the Bridge did because they still use those volunteers. They still got to do their part, but it was at a central location. They bought into that. So, from kind of everything that we experienced 2 years ago on that committee was, I think that's the only way that this is going to work long term is we've got to first get them engaged, committed, and then have the plan. The next hard thing is going to be to figure out where, because everybody's going to say not in my backyard. So that's going to be the next issue. I like what DeLand did in that they actually polled the homeless people and says, what are your priorities? They want to be close to public transportation. They want to be close to the downtown areas. A couple of those, we actually had a couple of people attend our homeless thing, and they were employed at the local restaurants. Their issue was transportation to and from, shower facilities so that they showed up clean and not dirty, and then, the housing part afterwards. So some of these are actually working people. They're not just out there begging on the corners, but they actually do hold jobs, some, small jobs, menial kind of things. So they're involved in the community. But if we create a place, if we get involved in First Step, nobody's going to want to go there. And it's not going to solve our problem here. So to me, it's we first need to get everybody to buy in. We need to have a plan, and then we need to figure out, how we're going to implement that plan at a location that everybody can agree to. That's my 2 cents on the homeless part. I'd love to talk to you about affordable housing.
All right. You said a lot earlier on it, but do you have anything to add on homelessness?
I want to thank Commissioner Hartman for being very proactive and trying to engage. And I need to make this comment because we are a compassionate city. I see it all the time. Comments from visitors and people that live here alike. We're very convivial to each other, and we try to help each other. But I heard it said in a previous discussion on homelessness, well, you're feeding them, so they're all going to want to come here, and you're not harassing them to move on, so they're going to tell their friends in Daytona who just got booted out of Daytona and started to collect more in our area. That became one part of the problem. And like Commissioner McGurk said, for every homeless person out there, it's like stars in the sky. They're all different stories. We can only help so many. Seeing pictures of Portland, Oregon, traveling to Savannah, Georgia, and seeing the homeless problem. I know they have homeless programs. But at the same time, you look down their streets and there are homeless camps down some of their main streets. And I think we're an awesome city just to try to tackle the problem, to start talking about it. Although we've been talking about it a long time, we don't have the funds to create a large housing area. We just managed to feed them through faith-based ministries. And I think it's a good idea to concentrate all those efforts because, you know, you can provide the food, you can provide a bathhouse, but you can't provide a roof. And then there's the people who are still going to want to live in the woods. Now, I feel very bad for homeless and want to help them. But at the same time, my responsibility, and I'm frustrated that I can't help the people that I serve, the taxpayers here, because they're afraid to walk into the beautiful woods along our house, or they're afraid to go outside their door at the Tabby House to see what they're going to find the next morning. So I know we're probably always going to have a homeless issue of some sort. And our police department, unfortunately, it falls on them all the time. So I think a good start would be, I think we discussed a social worker. Maybe we should have a social worker or two, or different types of ancillary employees to the police department to try to help incrementally in small ways that problem. It's like my dad had said, a homeless person comes into your town, he's your neighbor now. They've even opened their doors to feed them in their homes. I know people are not that callous, but you certainly don't want to walk out your door and smell someone's urine. These are the realities of life. I pray they don't get worse because of COVID and the economy. So, you know, let's try and do something now. And, you know, we don't have tremendous loads of money, but I think you're right. We need to find a place to house them, the ones that want it.
So,
Okay.
I had one more comment on the short-term part of it. You know, Chief mentioned the benches, you know, the picnic tables. If you're only solving one person's problem if you move them. But for 3 different meetings now, that's all I've heard about are these picnic tables. My assumption was they were there for staff when the courthouse was open. If they don't have staff anymore, why are we not moving them or putting them inside the locked fence so they don't have access to it? Yes, it solves one person's problem, but it may cause those individuals to move to a different area or, you know, do something different to where they're not quite visible. I mean, there are some things that we can do short term, just to alleviate some of the easeability for the homeless.
Yeah.
So that maybe, I mean, if it will force them or encourage them to go to look for a longer term, solving their issue long term, as opposed to just hanging out at a park bench all day because that's where all your buddies live. You know, if we can move picnic tables, you know, behind a fence or get rid of them altogether, if they're no longer being used, I mean, that's an easy thing, an easy fix. And, you know, get some of the, I think in the budget the chief had for a couple extra positions for community service kind of people that he was looking at. I mean, that may be the first step is get some people involved or get some people in the community that volunteers and can talk to them people and say, you know, what is your issues? What is it that you truly need? We're going to remove these congregating areas for you to hang out at, but we want to offer you some assistance. I mean, what are you looking for? Mental health assistance, or you just want to live outside and not be a part of society? You know, what is it you know the true issue is and the true problem is? I think that goes a long way as to figuring out what our true issues are and our needs are in our community as to what kind of plan we need to come up with. If in fact all of these are mental health issues, then, maybe we need to partner with some of the healthcare facilities to build a mental health facility instead of a homeless shelter, if we can resolve those problems. So I think, need to identify our problems first, get rid of the easy stuff, the easy congregation, areas where they can congregate, identify truly what the needs are, and then come up with a long-term plan. Because, like I said, Chief and I served on this committee 2 years ago, and it really hasn't gotten much better. Some of the faith groups split from what they were doing to do their own thing, and we end up funding them. That $45,000 that we spend every year, if we put it into a program, that they could partner in, I think would go a long ways, as opposed to just giving somebody funding and having them fill out reports and say, oh yeah, we had so many showers this week, or we provided so many loads of laundry or whatever. So.
Okay, go ahead.
Thanks, sir. So I'm glad you brought that up. I also forgot to mention that about the picnic tables. Part of the three options you have is accommodating them. Yeah, it's a little step, but it's a step. And if you have picnic tables out there under trees in the shade, they're going to come there. You're essentially inviting them to that location. So I agree that we need to do something in the short term, and as small as it may be, picking up some picnic tables or some park benches for a short period of time. And certainly the picnic tables over by the courthouse, which don't seem to have any real use other than now the homeless accumulating there, I'm all for picking those up, picking them up. So you get into mental illness, and it's a huge, huge problem. There's no you can't use logic when trying to deal with the mentally ill. That's the fundamental problem. We all logical want to use logic to help them. They don't do well with policies or procedures. You create a facility. They don't like policies and procedures. Most of them don't acknowledge their mental illness. Most won't take medication. That is why they are on the streets. They can't deal with normal society, and they usually do not recognize or deal with their mental illness. So again, we're trying to use logical reasoning with people who can't think logically. So that's why one of the main reasons so many communities for so many decades have not been able to solve this problem is a simple mental illness issue. You can't forcibly lock them up. You can't forcibly quarantine them or confine them to an area. So the challenge of dealing with the mental illness issue is, you can throw $50 million, build a beautiful facility, and think we're going to take these people there and they're going to get better. Many of them will not get better. Many of them don't recognize they have a problem. The world is the problem. You are the problem. Your structure, your policies are the problem. So I would hate to keep going down that same road that so many people have over the decades on the mental illness issue. Mental illness is not, it's a constant problem where you're dealing with somebody. They're going to leave, they're going to come back. If you're lucky enough to get them on medication, they're going to get better, they're going to move out, and then they're going to get off their meds, they're going to become another problem, they're going to come back in. It's a revolving door. I don't think the answer to our local homeless issue is a pie-in-the-sky mental health facility. We could never afford to do that. That is bigger than local government or even county government. We have two agencies right now, Halifax Health and Stuart Marchman, both desperately underfunded. So when we talk about creating something, no, it's already there. How do we utilize what's already there and fund? And we go back to the budget time, and we have multiple faith-based organizations who want money, and I look at that and I say, I love the fact that they're trying, I love the fact that they're helping, but all these little sections of money need to really be funneled to one place to deal with the issue. and that would be the Stuart Marchman or Halifax Health, most likely Stuart Marchman. The local Stuart Marchman facility here closed up. So if we want to identify how we can maybe do something, how much more of the homeless is from Daytona? How much of the homeless vagrancy we're dealing with is because now the local homeless don't have the Stuart Marchman facility to walk in and get their meds and then walk out? So I know I spoke to Randy Herman about this, and then we were surprised to find out that someone at some meeting came up and said, oh no, Stuart Marchman opened up some other location. And he and I were both unaware of that, so we don't know what they're actually doing. So I don't want a pie in the sky, shoot for the stars idea, but I do think that where we're getting with going at this as a group, Southeast Volusia Homeless Coalition or something, budgeting, what I'm hearing is staff and budgeting for people. I think we need to be very careful with that, not just to create a position. I agree that someone needs to be the liaison in the community to try to reach out, but it's going to be up to us to come up with some process. And I like the idea of Edgewater and Oak Hill maybe getting involved in this. But what I don't think is realistic is us creating a facility, whether it's a homeless or mental illness facility. I think we're better off working with what's existing out there and trying to help fund that, and then having local options. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, so quick time check. We're bumping into 11 o'clock. I'm okay if this one runs a little bit over. I hope some of these other topics we can come a little under as we did on strategic. So I think we should dwell here for just a few more minutes because frankly we've had a lot of discussion, but I want to try to distill it down. We've got Michelle waiting anxiously to type the action points that we're going to do, and so, I think we have to start eating the elephant, and we do that a bite at a time. So I guess I think my colleagues here have summarized it well. There's long-term stuff, and I'm going to come back to that in a minute, but I guess my question for you is, in the short term, tomorrow, are there tools in the tool belt, anything that can be done to help immediately? Heard some of the comments. How can we perhaps be a little less accommodating for vagrancy? And again, this is not the compassionate situations. And by the way, we have stories of our officers helping folks that were in need. We have community that have helped. So we're not talking about that. But how can we be less accommodating for vagrancy? I've heard numerous times, I'm sure you all have, that this problem is caused because all the cities to the north of us passed their panhandling ordinance. And so now everyone's just here. When we talked about that, we got the estimate, $60,000 to pass the same ordinance here. The thought at the time, and I agreed with it, was we don't have a panhandling issue. Like that's not going to give us a tool that will effectively help solve the issues that we're hearing today. So I want to pause and ask staff, are there things, we can't build a shelter overnight, we can't do all those big things, I'm going to talk about it in a second, but are there things we can do today that you need authorization from, or you need us to give you some better direction as to how to handle things and shift a focus or something to become a little less accommodating and try to solve some of these short-term issues that feel like they're growing, that we can do safely? Have you heard enough, or do you need guidance, or do you have questions?
For the short term, I'd say that we reinstate making physical arrests for open containers and other minor offenses. That's a Band-Aid on top of a gushing, sucking chest wound. But if you're looking for something that we can do in the next month, it's going to be expensive. Every one of the solutions we've talked about here are going to be expensive. $35,000, $50,000, that's not going to do it. When we start making arrests of homeless folks and other folks with open containers, and then the judges assign a court-appointed attorney to it, it's going to cost the city money. But it'll take people off the street. It'll take them out of New Smyrna Beach, at least temporarily. Beyond that, there aren't really any short-term solutions that we aren't already doing. And just to reinforce something I had said in previous meetings, my victim advocates and my police officers are already doing homeless outreach teams. We're out there trying to help the people that we can help. Again, we set aside the chronically homeless and homeless by choice, but particularly, and recently, we've reunited one person with his family out of state. In the last couple days, we're trying to reunite a lady and her 2 dogs with their family out of state. It's a logistical issue with the dogs and everything, but we're going to make it happen. It's going to cost us a little bit of money, but not as much as if we leave her here and she continues to cause us problems. Those are the easy things that we do day to day. But in terms of making a difference in the vagrancy downtown and particularly on Beachside, I mean, we could take people to jail.
And you're saying it's going to be a cost when they appoint, not that we would necessarily be in risk of losing those cases, but just defending the defense in general. They're going to have a defense when they stand in front of a judge, and we're going to be writing the check for that.
That's correct, and we are going to lose some of those cases. I mean, they're going to look at a case of an open container of someone who's sitting downtown on a bench drinking a cold adult beverage, and they're going to say, what is the value of this to the criminal justice system that's already overburdened right now because of COVID?
Yeah.
They're not going to put someone in jail for 30, 60, 90 days for that. That's just not going to happen. That's the reality of the criminal justice system. They don't do that.
Okay. So I'm going to come back to that. So that's one option that we have on the table, and if we wanted to become to use whoever said it, I think it was you, Commissioner, become less accommodating for vagrancy. That's one option. The other, and I'll turn to the city manager on this one. Things like, frankly, there are parks that I believe, and certain structures in those parks, I've never seen anyone but homeless in those facilities. So is it a worthwhile endeavor to go through and try to, again, just maybe we are just shifting the problem, and that's why I'm going to talk long-term in a second, but for now, is that something we can and should do?
Well, I think, for example, let's talk about the bench that they are referring to right there. That's for the courthouse. That's not us, but I'm going to contact the county to see if we could move it. As far as the parks overall, I mean, you have benches and you have picnic tables. In the past, we moved them, and then people start complaining, saying, hey, I'm an elderly, I've been going to Riverside Park for a long time. I used to sit on this bench with my wife, and now you took it off. Can we move them? Yes, we can. Is that going to solve the problem completely? It's not. I just want to bring 2 points. One is I have reached out to the Southeast Volusia cities, including Port Orange, and they're all willing to discuss this issue, and they're all willing to participate if we have the right program. What I was trying to do is have a tool in the toolbox for the police department, because right now, enforcement, it's very difficult.
Yeah.
I mean, you saw what happened. I mean, he's sleeping right there on her couch and on her property, and we couldn't really decide the citation. But if we have a facility, such as the one in DeLand or anything else, but we need to have some type of facility where we could actually provide the mental service and the social service.
So I'm going to come back to that in a minute.
But we are able to move, if the commission wishes to move
Okay.
all benches and picnic tables from all the parks, we will be moved within the next week.
I don't think we need to move all of them.
I'm just saying.
Yeah, no, I got you. I think to my colleagues' comments, I think we could, let's address the repeat offenders. Like if we've got one that's causing a problem, even if we move that problem 200 feet down for now, let's do that. And then we'll solve the long-term problem, hopefully. Back to the panhandling thing. Is the stand still the same, that's not a worthwhile investment? It doesn't give us any more tools in the tool belt do we need to revisit that? Feel free.
So, just so everyone understands, you can't ban panhandling citywide. It would
Right.
still be allowed in certain areas. And then to support those specific areas, you have to have the data behind it to show, like, this is a problem, So, the 2 areas that I would say would be ripe would be Canal and Flagler. But is there data there to support it?
Yeah.
So I don't know that is worth the cost involved.
Yeah.
But that's a decision for you all to make.
And that's a great clarification. I literally explained that to a group of citizens the other day, that you cannot ban panhandling throughout the whole city, but we could try to rate, because it's a protected First Amendment right. It's a free speech thing, if I'm correct on that, right?
And correct, and for what it's worth, I know St. Augustine does have the ordinance, but I have heard that they are back in St. Augustine, that it is still a problem there.
Oh, I was there the other day. It absolutely is. It's not like,
So they have that ordinance.
yeah, no, it is absolutely still a problem. Okay, so short term, I'm going to come to the commission here in a minute, and because I want staff to have clear direction in the short term. Do we want to step up and become less accommodating and do this physical arrest and, kind of really crack down, if you allow me to use that term? I want to just dwell on long term for a minute. I think that our city manager has indicated to me that this is something he would have an interest and passion in trying to kind of rally around, working with the different faith-based organizations, working with the other cities in the area. So this isn't authorizing any particular action at this point, other than I do think we need a comprehensive strategy. I think we need someone that is putting a plan on the table to say, this is how we're going to rally around and work towards. And it involves, approaching it from these three different angles. And here's what it's going to take. We need the faith-based organizations to do this. And then we can all start pulling in that same direction once we land on that strategy. When I look at other places like the Bridge, when I look at things like the Sarasota program and others, that's what you have done. You've had some champion or group of people that have championed, and then everyone has to kind of rally around that. And it does not mean that the problem is completely gone or out of sight, out of mind, but it means we actually are starting to help. So I would suggest as a commission that we let our city manager run with this and hopefully be a great, he's nearing retirement, unfortunately for us, good for him. So I think it would be a great legacy project to try to work on and leave for the city. So I think we would have him do that, and obviously that's going to be a longer process. So if we boil it down to some action items, that's where I think we're at. So I need some direction from the commission here in the next, just take a minute or two and give your thoughts on those two things. What do we do in the short term, the direction we give our officers, and then what do we do in this long term? Are we okay with that approach, and see where that leads us? We'll begin on that end and just come down the row. Go ahead, Commissioner Colodi.
Well, simply removing the benches is not going to help. Perhaps they could be repositioned elsewhere. I seem to remember 4 or 5 years ago, we used to have benches at bus stops. They took them all away. Still have the homeless people, so it's not going to solve the problem just moving the physical place where they sit down. They'll find another place to do it. I'm not in favor of arresting every person who has an alcoholic beverage with them. Obviously, those who have had too many, we could do that. I would like to see more police presence in some of the areas where the homeless is more difficult. I know we're kind of beefing up our police staff to get closer to normal. When all that training is done, I would like to see us have a targeted patrol out during those times where the homeless are more of a bothersome element to our residents. They have every right to be there, but as long as they behave, I think a lot of the problems will tend to go away. Thank you.
And on the long term, are you okay with Khaled pursuing that? Obviously, that'll come back to us, but just kicking off that process of trying to put a comprehensive strategy.
Yes,
Okay.
I'm in favor of that, and as I stated earlier, I do think that we have to provide some bedding space, so to speak, for them, whether it's First Step or in town here. I think we just have to make a comparison of the cost of that and the effectiveness.
Okay. Commissioner Sachs.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would ask our police chief if you might consider concentrating in the hot zones. If the Tabby House area is one, hit those areas, so to speak. find out where problems are with homeless interfacing with our residents. You know, I can think of 2 hot areas, and unfortunately, Zone 2 is wide and varied, but of course, you got Tabby, and I've got residents over on Beachside who are afraid to walk the trails, maybe occasionally, and I do see officers and cruisers back in the park at Indian River Preserve, where some homeless still might congregate. I still do hear complaints. So for the short term, if you would concentrate on those hot areas, I know Commissioner McGirt, along Dixie Highway, we have problems. You know, it's like everywhere I go, on Flagler, you'll have 2 guys sitting on a bench with an open container. In our park, Riverside, you may see a sink broken off the wall. I don't know if that's kids or just an angry itinerant person. And then over in Indian River, you see somebody sleeping on a picnic table. I would not want to see our assets taken away because they're used by homeless people. If you have a particular area that's continually problematic, yes, okay, maybe move that bench. That would be a short-term request. Over the long term, I remember I think we were giving about $30,000 to faith-based ministries or people who wanted to serve the needy. We were dividing it up equally. I had asked that we increased it. The commission did increase it. But now I'm thinking, after this discussion, are we doing the wrong thing there? I would not say don't feed people, but maybe those monies, if we are short on money, should we concentrate those monies maybe back towards the city's efforts, where we could collate everything and conglomerate? You know, for a coastal city of our size, to have a program to help the homeless would be a tremendous asset to everyone, and it would be admirable, but it's a daunting task.
Yeah.
So
I think that question about whether or not, you know, that funding should be, you know, how we should allocate that and will it be essentially done, I think it would be part of that long-term look that Kyla would do. So, Commissioner McGirt?
So yes, I support both short-term and long-term. The short-term issues are problematic. We are going to we just kick it over to the next guy. So one Tybee house is going to stop complaining and someone else is. Now the interesting thing I'm seeing here is we keep looking at these people over here saying, what are you going to do about it? These people here are looking at us and these people saying, what are you going to do about it? So my question is this. What are the people out there doing to make sure they're not exacerbating the problem? We all have to work together. So the first question that comes to mind is, why is there such an issue around Tabby House specifically? And if I want to task Chief with anything, it might be like, hey, see if you can identify what is going on and why there's so many right around Tabby House. Because we can't fix a problem if people are feeding them at Tabby House. And I don't know if that's going on, but let's stop for a second and say, wait a second, what's going on here? And if for some reason, because Tabby House is near restaurants or Tabby House is next to a park and there's people feeding them, well, that's the problem. And I'm willing to say that. I'm gonna say it like I see it. Not gonna be politically incorrect here. Or I will be. So, and I would love for the Tabby House, I'm gonna ask to meet with you guys, and I'm gonna say, and I wanna talk with each one of you and say, and challenge you, say, hey, let's identify the common denominator of why for some reason it's right around Tabby House. Is there a problem? Maybe there isn't. But that would seem to me the first thing I would want to tackle. Instead of just, hey man, tough problem, try to solve it. Let's try to figure out why they're at Tabby House. We all have to do this together. We can only do our part. Chief can only do his part. City manager can only do his part. But the community, the citizens, need to also do their part. I'm not saying not feed them, but I am saying we can't just have indiscriminate feeding and giving money in certain areas. All that's going to do is congregate them to a certain area in our downtown. So I like what city manager's talking about, and long term's long term. It'll be a commission well past us that is going to be, would be putting the finishing touches on something like that, but let's all figure out what we're doing possibly to exacerbate this problem. And I still think the most important thing is having a liaison to reach out to all the faith-based organizations and other public organizations who are feeding the homeless and dealing with them and providing service for them, and see if we can get some kind of unity on how best to work together in dealing with and concentrating them in certain areas or not certain areas, or dealing with this together. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay. Closing thoughts.
Yeah, I agree with everybody. I mean, the first we need to identify truly what the problems are, what the issues are, how we best are going to be able to solve those issues collectively as a large group or as a whole community. If it is in fact the restaurants are feeding them, then maybe we need to identify that and then say, hey, we need you to partner with this project that we're going to have, that we're working on going forward. Will you do that instead of, feeding them out of the back of the restaurant? And the other thing that we haven't discussed about is at the state and federal level. I mean, we have a couple of legislators who are certainly friendly to our area. Now's the time to reach out to them and say, hey, is there anything from a state level? Can we look at changing some of the laws that are hindering us? Or can we look at some additional funding for mental health, on a statewide basis or federal? Because this is something that all of us are facing, not just us, but, the entire state and the nation. And it's going to get worse. If you listen to people in the next few months, once homeowners are able to convict or evict these people that have not been paying rents for months and months. So we're going to have issues out there. And I disagree that just because it's a family down on their luck, that also will create some mental health issues somewhere down the road through the depression or something else. So these are things that we're all going to be faced with long term, in the very near future. And maybe we should start something at get with those other city managers, and is there something collectively we can do at a state level or at the federal level? And, then all of us, if we just do our thing, we're doing exactly the same thing the faith groups are doing. We're all doing our individual things. We just collectively need to come up with a plan, and we all need to commit to that plan and then see that plan through.
Okay. All right. So, Khaled, I heard support for if you want to start tackling that. Again, I know it's going to be a long-term thing, but I think working with and maybe once you have some time to ideate on it, you can come back and just, not even in public, but just give us an outline of, hey, here's the steps I think I'm going to take. Obviously, that's going to be meeting with the other city leaders, bringing in faith-based organizations, and at this point, we're just talking about, hey, let's lay it out. But one thing I would like to say is, let's put time to it. Let's say this is what we'd like to try to get done by this point in time, and this by this point in time, and here's let's put a comprehensive thing. Chief, what I heard is trying to increase presence throughout the entire city, basically, because the homeless are everywhere. By the time you finish your list of where they all are, then we ended up with try to increase presence everywhere. So. I think that my hope is that this has been educational for the public, for the commission, that this isn't a problem, and the studies that Chief mentioned at the onset, this isn't every study that will show you that normally when this starts happening, we are following the curve exactly. This starts happening in the community, everyone looks to the shields to say, solve this problem for us and arrest our way out of this problem. And then they run into everything we're running into, and then they start looking at it more comprehensively. So, sorry for you all, we're right there on the curve. The research says that's right where we should be. And so now we can start moving beyond that, helping to educate the community on what can and can't be done. We certainly don't have a police force that isn't willing to help and respond. So continue to keep us engaged, continue to call them out. certainly documenting, having them out there. I mean, so the gentleman sleeping on the couch is now trespassed from that place. So if he shows up tomorrow night for his nap, they can take more action than they could take the first time. But that is a step, that is a process, that's rights that are afforded to him, and you and I have the same rights. And that makes it so that I can go in a restaurant and they can't just have me arrested for walking in. Now, if I go in and cause a scene and they have me trespassed, then they can arrest me the next time. So it's the same rights we all have. It doesn't make logical sense. And Chief and I had a debate about this before. I was like, Chief, it's I have a couch on my porch. Like, if I walk out and somebody's on my porch, I'm going to want you to arrest that person. Is that, we can't. Like, that's just not how it works, which doesn't. So anyway, I didn't hear support for really ramping up the physical arrest. So I'll take that under advisement, and hopefully we can move forward with that. All right, we could talk about this one topic probably all day. We probably should schedule some time in the future to do that. I'd like to try to get us moving on to the next thing. The next topic up was a break that was supposed to be from 11 to 11:15, and then CCSL we're talking about till noon. It's 11:22. I'd suggest, if we're okay with, let's take a break until 11:30. Sorry.
I have 2 minutes real quick.
Sure.
Affordable housing.
Okay.
Their issues are out there with affordable housing, as the two gentlemen indicated. Some of it is dealing with regulations, some of it is dealing with land costs and additional costs. And one of the major things is the entire process. If it takes me a year to get through the process to permit an affordable house, my costs may have gone up, my land costs have gone up. So going further, if there's ways that we can streamline if we're gonna identify affordable housing, and try to do, especially on some of these infills, vacant lots that are just sitting there, then we kind of look at the whole process and what's a better way to streamline that. Does it need to go to planning and zoning? Can we do it at a staff level? What can we do that shortens that process? I spoke with the new manager for Habitat for Humanity, director, and he's all on board about partnering with us and or other cities and or anybody else that wants to partner with them. They're looking at doing something that's a little more affordable, and how can they, and he's looking at ways to get his costs down in order to provide that product for that new home buyer who may be at the lower income bracket in our local community.
So,
Okay.
Randy, what is your definition of affordable
Hey,
housing? What are we
hey,
talking about? Because
hang
that
on.
goes
So I'm
from
gonna.
one extreme to the other.
I know. I'm gonna ask. I jotted it down for general discussion, so we can touch on it then as well, because I don't want to get us too far off schedule. And I
We can
really
do
need
that at a
break,
later
so.
time.
All right. So if we can be back here at 11:30, we'll start back at 11:30. We'll have a quick break, and then we'll run until noon or shortly thereafter, talking about CCSL.
Hey, you gotta run the meeting.
My job. All right. Where'd Randy go? Randy, come on, Randy. I saw that, yeah. I saw him pull up during the discussion. Yeah. Hey, I paused the Christmas music. I appreciate it, though. All right. So next item up is the CCSL discussion. So Brian has just a quick overview. He's going to keep it brief. We're going to speak, but he's obviously available for questions or comments as needed. So with that, Brian.
CSL, the key question to keep in mind is, does the commission want to consider changing where our CCSL line is and or the rules and processes that we have for how we regulate the activities surrounding that line? So just a brief overview. There's two lines in the city. For simplicity, let's call it the city line, and we have the state line. This, the goal is to protect the dunes, the beach, for environmental protection. Some confusion is created because there are two lines. Two different sets of permits, two different agencies, different rules associated with them, and even worse, those lines cross. Sometimes the state line is east of the city line, sometimes vice versa. Generally, south of Sapphire, the city's line is closer to the ocean. Once you get north of Sapphire, it's the opposite. There's a few exceptions to that. So we did a study in 2018 where it looked at a very small area between Crawford and Sapphire, and some recommendations came out of that. So one question, potential suggestion would be is, do we want to consider just using the state line, keeping our rules and just using the state line going forward? That would eliminate the confusion, but it wouldn't eliminate the problem that we have is these lines, sometimes they go right through buildings. I mean, even big condominium buildings, the line goes right through it. It doesn't seem to be based on a lot of science in some cases, and it makes it very difficult for property owners to make improvements that have nothing to do with impacting any of the dunes. That's one problem. Another problem we see is we only allow, east of our line, only new things allowed are dune walkovers, seawalls, and fences. No exceptions to that. So that's restrictive, and it's understandable why that was created. But as we've seen, with dune walkovers, there's criteria, and if they meet the criteria, we recommend approval. That puts the commission in a very difficult spot. Which dune walkovers do you want to allow or not allow? And so the one question related to this is does the commission maybe want to have that, move that to a staff level decision, given how restrictive it is, that if it meets criteria, you get a building permit, that would save a lot of time and money for applicants, but it wouldn't give the commission a chance to really review and verify that that's a valid dune walkover. The other option is to do a more in-depth engineering and environmental study of the coastline and have a line that's correct, that is based on science, is based on where the dune is, where the buildings are, so that improvements can be made without impacting the dunes. That would take time and money to do. That would probably get us to the best place for the long term, and that line could move east or west of the current line. One example of the problem is in the area in Crawford to Sapphire, the line is west of the road. So you have homeowners who want to do, their driveways are washing out. They want to put in brick pavers, and it's not allowed if you're east of the line. There are other areas like that where we get a lot of frustration from homeowners. Then we tell them, we can't even submit to the commission to give them that approval for these improvements because it's only dune walkovers, seawalls, et cetera. So those are some of the issues. We do have an applicant that is waiting on this discussion at 1667 North Atlantic who applied to move the line. That is available. That is their one relief. If they don't like it, they can ask you for permission to move the line. In this case, they want to move it from the city line to the state line. And it seems like a reasonable request, but I think that applicant wanted to see how this discussion went today for further direction. So no specific recommendations, just wanted to frame the issue and turn it back to the commission for discussion and questions.
Brian, real quick, the difference between the natural resources coastal construction control line 73 and 91, is that the same line, they just updated it and you just put them both in, or are those both active lines still that we have to accommodate around?
1973 is not an active line.
Okay.
That's gone. We show it, I'm not sure. The city's line was set back from that by 50 feet, somewhat arbitrarily the 50 feet, but that's not active. So in our map, it's the red and the blue, the state and the city.
Okay, got it. So there's only two lines in play at the
lines,
moment.
yes.
We have ours, we have the state one. Got it, okay. All right, I'll open it for commission questions or comments. And again, remember, we're trying to do this one as quickly as possible, not censoring anybody, but just go ahead, Commissioner Colodi.
I think we should abolish our line and follow the state line. State line was established by a very comprehensive study. It's obvious that they don't do it by individual properties, they do it by sections of the beach. So it is based on some real studies. Our line's established arbitrarily 50 feet from a previous line, which was also arbitrarily established. So it's really just confusion. if we ever had to, were taken to court and had to justify why our line's there, I wouldn't want to be in the courtroom with it.
We said carry.
So why don't we just, I would recommend doing that. Now, interesting thought was brought up by Brian, whether there should be a staff level discussion or decision on walkways. I actually agree with that. But to do that, I think we have to look into our own local standards, such as how far is the property located from an existing public access way? How easy is it to get to that? And if we can update our requirements so that a person can enjoy their property, and yet we can give the protection to our natural systems, then I think we can put that in the hands of the staff.
Okay.
It just doesn't have to come back. So I would, first thing, change the line, put it back to where the state
Got
says it should be. And then look into the standards we have, and if we can come up with some standards that all of us commissioners and mayor are satisfied with, then put it down to the staff level.
Okay, so from Mike, we have two issues basically we're talking about. Number one is he's okay with state level, and then staff level, kind of a yes worth pursuing, but we maybe make some other changes. Real quick question, then we'll keep going down the line. So it was that state line looks like it moved from 73 and then 91. Are they underway with any studies? Like, when might that be readdressed again? If we went with the state line, it seems like it's 30 years now that are they touching it lately, or?
Not touching the line. They are doing state and county studies of beach erosion and issues like that could lead to changes in the line.
Okay. So it is something they are
Yes.
fairly actively monitoring, I guess, is the point. Okay, got it. Commissioner Sachs, again, the two issues, should we just go with the state line and then potentially just having some staff level decision power there on the items that are allowed?
I would like to recommend, if Brian, you haven't already consulted with a tremendous resource we have right here at Stetson, Dr. Jason Evans. He's one of the foremost global sea rise experts. If he agrees the state line is the correct line, I would go along with that. There's preeminent science going on right now on all the coasts of the whole world. And you know, I've been so vocal as to say not even a walkover east of the line, because you know, I live on the beach and I see these walkovers wiped out in a nor'easter, and the sand dunes are sheared, and we're losing dune systems. We've lost our foredune. Now we're into the secondary dune, and so we've had heated debates. We actually let one builder build way east of the coastal setback line at one time. That was based. It was not. I don't think it was based on science. I think it was based on politics. So I think to protect property and people, we really need to seek out that higher authority. Not that yours is not great, but these guys have been, that's all they do is study. And you know, they just sent up a satellite to look at us even closer. So I'd feel much more comfortable if we had a determination from an outside party to look at where that line should be, or else we'll just continue. You know, we're continually threatened, there's no doubt.
We can get opinion from Jason. We've worked with him on our own sea level rise study to get his opinion on it. Obviously, doing a study would incur resources, but we can certainly have a discussion with him.
It would, I think would help.
Remembering too, though, I guess I just want to point out that, I mean, there are places, as staff mentioned, where our line is further east than
Yes.
the state's line. So we're the more aggressive
Yes.
in some cases, and then in some cases we're more conservative. So, okay, and then just really briefly on the staff moving those things to a staff level decision, since basically as it is right now, if they've met the criteria, we don't have a lot of legal backing to say no, and we haven't said no as a collective often. I know you have often voted no, but what are your thoughts on that?
Well, I've seen the same walkovers destroyed that have requested the variance to go east of the setback. I've seen walkovers built not to permit. We're not watching close enough, and I don't mean to disparage any of our staff, but I've seen brick and concrete walkovers where there should have been wooden ones. The dune is a movable system. A walkover or like that of concrete or a seawall is not a movable system, and it destroys all of the natural area around it. So I'm I can't see going the other way and saying, okay, allow walkovers now.
And again, this isn't allowing them or not allowing them. We have a current code of when they are or are not allowed if they meet certain criteria. This is just saying, once we've gone through that evaluation process, does it need to come here for us to decide, or is that a staff level decision? So, tell you what, I'm gonna give you a minute to think about it. We're gonna keep running down the line, then I'll come back to you.
Sure.
Commissioner McGurk?
Well,
Move
the
the
good
line.
news is we don't allow concrete walkovers, so that's good.
Right.
I think Commissioner Colodi hit the nail on the head. The only thing I'd like to see is, I always like the city commission, someone who feels that they're not getting a fair shake to be able to come to the city commission, if denied. I think wood walkovers are good. I think that they, for the most part, preserve the dune. If you don't have them, I think the unintended consequence of not having one is people are just going to walk and create their own little track in the sand. Maybe that's better. Maybe it's not. I'm not an expert, but I can certainly find any expert I want to justify any opinion that I have. So I don't want to overthink this. I know the history of the CCSL line. I know why we have it and what's happened with it over time. And I can say that it is pretty much nothing but political and emotional, wrapped in accusations of good intentions. So I would like to eliminate the politics out of people's private property as much as possible. So I think going to the state line makes all the sense in the world. Nothing is perfect. We're not going to have a kumbaya moment where everybody agrees on it. But I think that simplifying the process and making it more understandable and going to the DNR, the state line, is certainly what I recommend and what I would like to see happen.
Okay. All right, Randy.
I'm all in favor of going to the state line for the same reasons. And given the staff we have in place today, I'm certainly comfortable with that being a staff decision. A few years ago, maybe not so, but today I certainly am. My only issue to Commissioner Colodi was, if we're going to go with the state line and the state is the permitting, why do we want to change something different? You know, why are we going to look at where the closest walkover is or the closest access point is? Truly, if it's the state's line and the state is the one who's permitting past their line, or DEP, I don't want to get it too complicated to where we just bog things down. To Commissioner Sachs, sea level rise, eventually the state won't have any property out there. It'll all be New Smyrna Beach. So it won't belong to the state or the county anymore to be ours if sea level keeps coming up. So then we can resolve the problem that way. So, but yeah, go with the state line and then leave it at a staff level. Certainly, but allow for an appeal process, if need be.
Okay. I'm hearing the majority is saying state line. I tend to agree. Brian, another question for you. Does that solve, you mentioned a scenario where you get an entire house that's east of that line, and so they can't even do essentially basic maintenance, such as taking a concrete driveway that's crumbling, which happens with concrete. It has a life. Does this help that issue, or do we?
Not really. This helps clarify confusion
Yeah.
about which line, and then gets it to a more scientifically based line. But
Okay.
certainly south of Sapphire, the state's line is west of the city line. So assuming we kept our rules and just adopted the state line, it doesn't really address that situation of somebody wanting to make some hardscape improvements, and, you know, that problem would still exist.
Yeah, okay, so we'll come back to that in a minute. All right, so I'm in favor of the state line as well, if it clears up confusion and frustration and probably, to your point, isn't defensible. And it is based on science, and frankly, if they're gonna do that really in-depth using the satellite imagery and everything else to do some kind of a study, the state's gonna be the one to do that more comprehensively and have the pockets deep enough to do that versus us trying to do it at this level. So yeah, I fully support the state line, so I think that was nearly unanimous. Wanted to pursue Jason Evans' input, but I think you've got the blessing of the commission to pursue that. I'm also okay with it being a staff level decision. I wanted to go back to Commissioner Hartman's comments about if it's the state permitting. I mean, there's a local part of that though, right? I mean, we're involved as well, or?
Well, these are two different things. If you adopt the state line and keep all of our rules, then we're applying our CCSL rules using the state line as our CCSL
Right.
line, and we would interpret those at the staff level.
Yeah.
So rather than, I guess, the suggestion was we would defer to the state on all rules. That would be a different situation. That's not what I'm suggesting.
No,
Okay.
not at all.
So we keep our rules and we just have one line that we all follow,
Yeah.
city and state.
Okay, so we're not changing any of the rules.
Correct.
We're just saying if someone has met those rules and staff has evaluated that and they do the whole report just like they do for us, they don't come to us for that. That is a staff level, just like a single family permit doesn't come to us unless there's something really wild. That's a staff level decision, but there can be an appeal process if there's some nuance on it. So I support that. I am okay if to me it isn't a precursor. It can even be done after. But looking at, you know, are there instances where we might want to have some limitations around what can be done if they're, you know, within a few hundred feet of something else? But I think we could get into a ton of nuances and get deep in a rabbit hole there. So I don't want to hold everything else up waiting on that. I'd rather do that first, and then we can continue to see if there's something else that we could do. So.
A warning, just, when they did the city line, which it is west of the state line, they wanted to be stricter. So by removing the city line right now is you're actually removing the confusion, number one. You're gonna probably solve probably 50% of the cases where if somebody comes in, because of the city line is west of the state line, they need to have a permit. So maybe now, because they're gonna follow the state line, and if they're doing anything west of it, they don't need anything.
Right.
So I just want to make sure that you
Yeah,
realize.
we will
that.
solve some, but it doesn't solve others where the state line even
It
is
does.
still east of them or what, anyway. Commissioner Clody.
No, I think we should move ahead with the line we reference quickly, but I do think we have to take that second step for two reasons about the location. Doing walkovers are a big thing, but also for people who are to the east of the coastal setback line, perhaps we got to relax some of our conditions in our local ordinance regarding replacement of some features they have, getting rid of the concrete, putting in the paver stones, taking out an accessory building, you know, just looking at what they can do just because they happen to be to the east of the line. The line was there probably before they bought the properties.
Yeah.
So, but I think that we should allow for continued upgrading of some of those properties, not expanding, but upgrading.
Yeah. No,
That's the second step.
I agree. I was gonna come back to that, but I agree. If someone's replacing a concrete side, you know, my dad's driveway is, you know, and 20-year-old concrete doesn't last forever. So if they need to replace a concrete driveway that's east of the CCSL with pavers or more concrete, I don't think we should stop that. Now, if they want to, you know, pave the beach behind them, it's a whole separate conversation. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about replacing what is there today with something that is probably even better than what is there today and less chance of breaking away anyway. So I would fully support some changes like that coming. And again, we're not agreeing to those changes tonight. We're just agreeing that this is where staff putting some time to bring back to us. Commissioner McGurk, I'm sorry, did you have a comment on that? Were you?
No,
I thought you-
I agree. I like what you
Okay.
guys are saying. That's it.
All right. Brian, did you get enough direction on
Yes.
the items that you needed?
I do, I think.
Okay. We have 8 minutes to spare. We can go back to affordable housing. No, I'm just kidding.
All right, I'm in.
Randy's ready.
I just want to say that I get both the Hurricane game and the Dolphin game this weekend. I'm a happy camper on network television. How about that?
There you go.
Russ has offered to come by the house and show me how to set up Netflix TV and get current with technology.
We learned last night Jason's a little behind on
Just a
current,
little bit.
current technology. So, okay. Anything else on this topic, Brian?
No, that's it. Thank you for your input. I think we have what we need.
Okay. We'll go ahead and break for lunch. I don't know if it's here yet, but it is here. I'm getting the nod, so we'll go ahead and break for lunch. We will start back promptly at 1 for those of you going off-site and would like to come back. We will start back right at 1 o'clock. So thank you all.
I just say, let's be the smartest that we can be with it, right?
So trying to stay on schedule. Next up for our 1 o'clock discussion is the vacant city property discussion. So we will let staff lead that. And again, we're probably not going to, it's two things. First of all, the AOB site we have a whole slot dedicated to. So I don't want to let that bleed into this, if we can keep those distinct. And then just to kind of set the parameters on this vacant city property, basically the premise is like, let's identify the inventory and then have some discussion on like, how are we actively managing that? Should we be actively managing that? We agreed last night to possibly buy some more property. Are there properties that we don't need anymore? You know, what has this history been on that? Things like that. So that's what the point of this was, I think, when we added it to the agenda. So with that, I'll turn it over to Khaled and the team, and we'll go from there.
Thank you, Mayor. This has been going on for some time. I think the commission has shown some interest in trying to look at these city-owned properties that they're vacant or they're unused for any other purposes. There's two segments to this presentation. Is one for city properties that is vacant, and then the other segment is to talk about the Turnbull Creek properties that we purchased. And Brian will touch on that. If you look at this map, we try to show all city vacant properties, not city properties, but vacant properties. So you look, it's throughout the entire city that we have. I have asked staff to look at properties, vacant properties that there is no need for it. I could give you an example. There is some lots up in Islesboro that they're vacant lots. Those lots where they were swapped, we had an issue with some drainage in some areas, so we swapped with someone where we took his property and he gave us this one. So in particular, I want to touch on a couple of properties that we need to have discussion. I don't think we need to make decision today, but I just need to bring it up to your attention. One of them is 2650, and that right now it houses building, maintenance, planning, and engineering. That building was purchased, I guess, back in probably early 2000, where a business went out of business, and the city purchased the property with the idea to move planning, engineering, and building into it. That did not happen then because we had a company in town that they wanted to expand. They couldn't find a building that could house them, so they moved into that building. We purchased that building, I think it's about $700,000 at the time. So we moved planning, engineering, and building some time back. Right now, as you know, we are getting ready to move to the annex at some time. So we looked at the option of the building department has showed some interest in keeping the building and make it as like a training facility for their staff, trying to use the building funds. However, we could not do that with the building funds to purchase. So if they move out of there, we have two options. Either we keep the building as a city building. The other option is put an RFP. And typically what happens is we put it for an RFP and we sell it to the highest bidder. The building department still shows some interest in it. My concern is when they move down to the city annex building, I think right now we are at capacity. So if we are going to expand services, add additional staff, that will be an issue. And that's why I was looking at the other property that we mentioned earlier that we were looking at, the corner of Faulkner and Washington. And the purpose for that, my vision was that we will have it for surface parking, and eventually 15, 20 years from now, or 10 years, whatever the need is, that could be an expansion to the Development Services Department. The other property that I want to mention is the Smith Street. As you know, the utilities have demolished their power generation plants on the site. We still have building maintenance on that site. The facility is probably outdated, not in the better shape that you would think. We have presented an idea to relocate them to maintenance operation. The cost at that time was about $500,000. I still recommend that we move building maintenance to the maintenance operation facility, and then have the site, you could put it out of RFP and put it for sale, or the mayor and I, we were discussing about pickleball courts. That could be used for that as well if you guys decide to do that. So we're not looking for any action at this meeting, but I just want to kind of plant the seed and just have you just start thinking about this, and probably when we come back for the second meeting in January, I think we need to at least make a decision on which direction we're going. The list is large list, so you got this map, and then we have if you go to the next one, it's listed by number and by acreage as well. So you could look at the number on the map, and you could look at this one, and you see exactly where it's at, and if it has a name. If you want to take any questions on this one, we could do that, or we could have Brian go over the Turnbull Creek properties, and then we could take questions afterwards.
Let's pause here for a moment and take questions on this one. One question I have, just to lead off, on the Smith Street, the 120 and 119. Is it both? If you can, yeah, Michelle's getting there. Would it be both of those properties that are unused, or is it just one of those that's unused at this time?
Let me just look, man.
No, I see it now. 119 is what I'm thinking of. 120 is the one that goes along US 1. That's still in use, I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah, got it. Yeah, that's where the big one. Yeah, okay. I'm in the right spot now. Okay. All right. Questions or comments on this item? Go ahead, Mike.
Regarding the existing property, where building is now, building and grounds, not building and grounds,
Building maintenance.
not building maintenance.
The building department.
2650,
Up on,
US 1.
US one, yeah.
yes, I think we should sell that building. It's too far away. I think our government services should be close to the center of the city to bring other business into the center of the city. Like the UC building, if they ever decide to sell that, that would be a great place for us to expand into. So I'd like to look at that. With regard to Smith Street, we should move out of there, and we should bring all those properties together, put together an RSP and sell it. They should be moved over by the airport to the rest of our maintenance and fleet maintenance people are located, consolidate that together. As to the random vacant properties we have around town, whether they've been donated to us, whether there's been liens on them that we have foreclosed on, we have them. I think we should take those properties and make them available either to sell or to put together a program for affordable housing, to have affordable housing on it. Partnership with some of the nonprofits like Habitat for Humanity. And the way we could get people to be able to afford it, we could actually subsidize their mortgages and have a regular budget item for that. I think it's very important we bring affordable housing to this town. I think the state has been negligent in coming up with a program to do that. Can't wait for them. I think that's just a direction we should go. Use some of our vacant properties as seed properties for that purpose.
Okay. Real quick before we move on, is there a view somewhere in the packet that I'm missing where, if not, it'd be a good thing to get, is this sorted by like the true just vacant, no use currently, no restrictions on it currently, versus others? Like, I'm just wondering how many, like, we see a lot that say vacant, but then when you really go try to trace down what it is, it's vacant, but it's being used for something or has some other purpose.
It's not
So,
sorted. We wanted to sort it that way, but somehow it's.
yeah, no, that's fine. We'll catch it next time. All right, other comments on this item? Sure.
I'm kind of flexible on the properties aforementioned. Half in jest, if you want to be a real star, make pickleball courts out of Smith Street. We could actually be competing with other cities. I know we have a few courts, but that sport is growing in popularity, as is the age of our residents, and they love the sport. So just a consideration. I've heard it said that cities don't make good realtors, so I'm not anxious to do anything in a hurry without really giving it a lot of thought. I know Commissioner Colodi would like to sell the building up on the north end of Dixie. I'm not opposed to it, but I worry as our city really grows, will we need it for some purpose? So I'm open to listening to what my colleagues have to say as well.
All right. Other comments?
Well, I don't want to sound like I know you guys want direction. My general feeling is if we don't need something, sell it. However, I need to open end my comment on by saying you guys need to look down the road and determine what you're going to need. The building on US 1 way out there, if we're going to need it, if we're going to need some city services out there, then we shouldn't sell it, because to try to build, we know what acquiring property is at present day value, or a building is tremendous. So, you know, the idea would be, I love the idea of having everybody in one spot. Probably not going to be practical, certainly in the future. So, if you're asking me what I'd like to do is, I'm interested in selling it. But I'm not interested in selling it if we need to identify future uses of office space where we can put our staff. So I hope, I hope that was clear as mud, but, you know, if you don't have a use for it, we sell it. If we have a use for it, keep it, because it's just gonna cost us more down the road not to have it. Smith Street, I think my silence explains enough. I don't have a strong opinion on that. I think knowing what the hospital's gonna do is, probably plays into that factor a little bit. I don't know about a pickleball court. Pickleball court, that seems, you know, pickleball's great. We've spent a lot of money on it. It's just another small area for a court. I mean, if we had some plan, kind of what, was it Orman who created that little tournament?
It's Holly
area?
Hill,
Holly
Pictona,
Hill,
yeah.
Right. So, you know, I don't know if that's in our future. I don't know how long pickleball, if it's gonna be a sport for, forever going forward, or it's gonna die out like tennis did, but, I'm comfortable with staff telling me on Smith Street also, if we have a use for it. I think I'd be inclined to sell it, if you ask me. Now, so that's Smith Street, that's US 1. What was the other property? It was the third one, right?
2650 and the Smith Street, that's the only two that
Oh,
I
okay.
brought up.
Okay. Commissioner Hartman, any thoughts?
So I'm not in favor of the pickleball because we already have a pickleball court 3 blocks away. If we're gonna do that, we could just expound on the site that we already have. But I do think we should sell Smith Street. I think at this, I mean, the market is right at this point in time. The only other option for that would be, the hospital authority owns the parking lot next to State Road 44, right? On the east side. If there was some way to do a land swap with them, with that parking lot, you know, value for value, to where we could have a designated parking area for the Women's Center, or, you know, like would be a downtown off-site parking area. I certainly could support that in lieu of selling it, as if we somehow swap that street. But I don't see any purpose in us keeping Smith Street active as it is right now. The buildings will probably fall down by the time we actually make a decision, but that's fine. 2650, I'm kind of in favor of selling it, but like Commissioner McGurk says, are we sure we, at some point in time, not going to use it? I don't think that we're going to be developing, the city will develop that way north, because most of everything is out west. So, I mean, if you're sure that there's no immediate needs for that, or any long-term needs, then certainly sell it. As far as the little residential lots throughout the city, I'm a big proponent of maybe utilizing some of those we can look at some county property that they own, whether or not we could trade them lot for lot, is something that the county owns that would be more conclusive for what we're trying to do, and/or use it for, we can use it for affordable housing. You know, I told you I talked to the new director of Habitat. They're chomping at the bit to try to get going again. They've been stagnant for almost over a year now, and they're truly looking to do some partnerships to do the affordable housing for your entry-level police, fire, you know, nursing, teachers, that sort of thing. So they're looking for those kind of partners. They're partnering with some builders as far as donating services to reduce the cost for the affordable housing. So I understand, though, that also we have a couple lots beachside, but we also have our flood elevation project, and so we may need those for staging areas.
Well, not only that, but just if I may, the 2 lots that you're referring to is 632 South Pine and then 615 Goodwin.
Right.
These were purchased, actually, they had homes on them that flooded, and the idea was that the city bought them to preserve. It wasn't to sell those lots and build on them because there were an issue there for drainage, so.
Right.
That's why they were bought at the time. I mean, 615 was bought by city general fund, and 632, I got a grant from FEMA, and we purchased that house, so.
So does a man on Locust Street want to buy one of those lots, swap his lot for that? You know, then we wouldn't have to purchase that piece of property on Locust. We would actually own it for drainage. So, you know, I think there's some creative things to do out there, but I don't think just hanging on to them as part of an inventory is the way to go. I think the market is at a point right now where real estate is very lucrative, and I think, you know, if we truly have surplus properties, then now would be the time to put them on the market and get rid of them. I too, though, would like to see this list condensed down because it has developed, vacant, you know, and everything.
And the idea really to be, we were supposed to have the list for you with just the vacant properties and include only Smith Street and the 2650. So somehow,
Yeah, the vacant and unused, I think would be the, you know, because there may be some, like, you know, the building department that is, you know, it's not vacant, but it's, you know, not used, so that would be an interesting view. So my thought, echoing others, I think when I look at this, I guess what I want to make sure, the whole purpose, I don't know who brought this up initially, but when I have talked about it, my whole thought was, I just want to make sure we have a plan. Like, I don't want to see things that we've just, you know, we've kind of amassed property, you know, here and there, and we just have it because we have it, because it's a double hit, because we have to pay any costs related to ownership, and we're not collecting property tax value on it. So it's a double negative to us. So I just want to make sure there's strategy around it. And so I'm perfectly fine if staff comes back and says, look, we think that owning Smith Street or the 2650 property is strategically the direction we need to go, and here's why, and here's the plan. You know, then we can debate and hash that out and debate the merits of that plan. But in absence of that, we have an appetite for capital. We have an appetite for resources. You know, there's a lot of projects that we're wanting to do. We've heard some today, and I think just in this room we've spent, you know, millions of dollars already. So, like, coming up with other avenues to raise some of that money by unfettering ourselves from fallow assets would be great. So, I think the ones you've identified, there may be others that we could just make sure we're putting to highest and best use. And that may be that we get out of one property as we pick up a different property because it fits strategically. So maybe we don't need that property to the north, but maybe we look to the west and say, well, that is where all the growth is, and I don't see any dots out to the west. So if we needed to build eventually police and fire presence further out there, you know, satellite stations, we don't own anything out there. So maybe we should be trying to negotiate and buy something out there and use a funding source from Smith Street or something else to make sure we secure, so we have that for future growth. Since it was mentioned, I want to come back to the pickleball thing, so that was just kind of thrown out on the fly. My comment on that is, as I've learned more about that sport, and I remember because I just happened to be at a meeting, not as an elected, but as a citizen, when they came and spoke. The local pickleball club came a couple years ago, 3-4 years ago, I guess now, and spoke. As you learn about that sport, the approach that we have taken of just kind of converting tennis courts here and there to pickleball is not really the right approach for that sport. It's a very communal sport, and you need like 8 courts together because they're very short, quick games, and you end up playing with a lot of different people. So the approach that Holly Hill took and other cities have taken, where you try to get enough spot to do that, is just the preferred approach. And it is the fastest growing sport, and it has an extremely long life, meaning you can play it well up into your senior years. And so I think it has staying power, so I would like to see us just not too far behind. I'm not saying it's a strategic priority for right now. I just want to keep it on the radar and find an opportunity. Once we get this parks thing back, I'd just like to put it on the radar somewhere to say, can we, I don't think we can afford or should try to replicate what they've done in Holly Hill. It's a fantastic facility. But I do think we could upgrade our game there and have a better facility for that, to accommodate that, that sport. And frankly, it's fairly cheap in retrospect. But I'm not sure that Smith Street is the right spot for that. That was just thrown out as a possible, hey, maybe there. So, okay. So I think what I heard today is some interest in, if staff puts together a plan, you're going to get support from the commission, kind of in whichever direction you all come back and tell us. If you say you feel it's the right move to sell some of these properties, I think you heard support from the majority that would support that, or the other direction. So, and I also am okay with getting creative. As Randy said, if there's a swap we could do, that's fine as well, as long as we get something out of the deal as well. So now we'll move to the Turnbull properties.
So for the Turnbull acquired properties, this is the Turnbull Trace, the initial 150 acres, and then we just acquired the Sea Star, and we've got some others lined up that should be coming in front of you next year. The Turnbull Trace property, because we had the state grant, that has a deed restriction already recorded over it that basically has a reverter. So if we were to do anything outside of those deed restrictions, the land would go to the state. So really no action is needed on that property because it has that grant over it. But for the Sea Star and those future ones, we have a lot of flexibility. And what we want to think about is, how do we want to use these properties? Do we want to leave open the option for some passive recreation or some other conservation type use? And then what level of additional protection do we want to have on that, so that 10, 15, 20 years from now, in a bad economy, that this land is not flipped at some point? So really two options for that. One is to record a conservation easement. This would probably be the most protective. That would name the city and a third party, typically a land trust, a nonprofit environmental group, Audubon Society. The North Florida Land Trust would be one entity. So even if we wanted to release that easement, that third party would also have to release a conservation easement in order to do something to the property. The other option is our own deed restriction, which if it stays under our ownership, wouldn't really be necessary, but it would run with the land forever. Deed restrictions can be undone by a court. It could be undone by, as the landowner, we could undo our own deed restriction, but that would provide another layer on top of what's there. I included a PowerPoint from, I think it was the Corps of Engineers, about some advantages, disadvantages. I would probably recommend conservation easement on the city acquired properties where we have that flexibility. And then we can dictate the terms of that conservation easement and who we would want to enter into that agreement with. So.
Okay. Thoughts from the commission? So we have three options. We can do nothing, or we can pursue these options from staff, which would be conservation easement over the property, which I think, Brian, I understood you say we can do that. It provides basically those future generations of leadership, provide some protection to make sure that we never lose sight of what that property was initially purchased for, which was conservation. But we can provide oversight and or contingencies or allowances for, if we want to do, as you say, some passive recreation or whatever it may be, not development by any stretch, but true, environmentally friendly and conscious things for our citizens, we could allow that within that conservation easement.
That's correct.
Okay. Or the other is to provide deed restrictions, which really would just be, since we are the owner of both sides, it really wouldn't do anything. It'd just be undone in the future if needed. So, yeah. Okay. Thoughts on this item? I always look that way first, and he always has his hand up. So I'm gonna look this way first. All right, go ahead. He defers to you. I was trying to change it up a little bit, but we'll go ahead. Go ahead.
I thought we were changing it up, but I'm always willing to go first and last. The conservation easement, I believe, is the way to go. There's absolutely no way we can protect this till the end of time, because any future commission can change whatever we put in. The only, if you want to call it a saving grace, is when we did the charter, we've said you need unanimous approval to take properties like this out of the city hands. So there is that additional protection there. Tying this into the other vacant properties we have, the fact that we have a recreation master plan study being undertaken now, they all tie together. We have to work more directly, I believe, with UC over the lands they have out west, and even about their future use of the building on Canal Street. As I've said, I promote city use within the downtown area to create a kind of a critical mass where you have more people coming into the downtown area, which will tend to support them better. So as to a particular thing to do, conservation easement now on Turnbull, wait for our master plan, look into the vacant lots being sold, I believe, for affordable housing, or the city working in partnership for that. I don't think we should keep a bunch of properties that we just happen to have because we happen to have them. We have this building on the north part of town. If we want to sell it, we could take the money and put it into improvements to what we have around here, or even buy into another building in this area or somewhere where it's more practical. Thank you.
Okay. Other thoughts? I support the conservation easement as well. I mean, I think it was pretty clear the intent of the voters was to hold that land forever and ever, amen. And so whatever gets us closest to that. And then I'll defer to the experts on, I see in the presentation about making sure we have certain prohibited uses, certain allowable uses. I think we can apply common sense, but I think it was pretty clear what the voters wanted. And so however we execute that, that's my thought.
I agree. Conservation and limited use on the property, limited activity. Otter Lake is not in that, or is?
Which one? What?
Otter Lake.
Otter Lake.
Is that is that part of that, or is that separate?
That is separate.
Okay, because I know we had a lot of discussion in the past about what the future of Otter Park or Otter Lake has. So I just want to make sure that we don't deny people access to fishing in Otter Lake, how they've been doing for many years.
And if you recall, the first, I think it was the first trial of design, which I remember Michelle worked on that one. That was a full-scale recreational activities at that lake, if you recall, but the cost was substantial.
Right.
Substantially more than the budget at the time, so they scaled down. This is phase one. So phase two will include the area that you're talking about.
Yeah, so conservation, limited access. What I mean by that is obviously, I don't want ATV trails and all that kind of stuff, but people be able to get back there and hike a little bit and fish. Well, I say fish, not on the new thing, but certainly in Otter Lake, which is not part of it, so I won't keep bringing that up. But yes, I want to. That property is to be held in perpetuity for the conservation was the intent, and we strengthen that as much as possible.
Brian, quick question. Are there any costs related to that? I mean, I know that maybe filing fees or something, but any material cost to doing that? Okay.
No.
And does it matter, does staff have a recommendation, or you can come back to a sort of recommendation on that, the other side, that partner, the Land Trust versus Audubon? I mean, Audubon is a huge name to me. I mean, that means a lot. Land Trust help us buy it. I don't know.
We can bring back some options. We don't have to use the same one for each property.
Yeah.
But we can bring back some choices when we bring that for you.
I mean, just be interested to know if there's any pros or cons, or why. Help us understand why one choice may be different. To me, I'd rather keep it simple, have the same one on all of them, but and to me, just to avoid the appearance of whatever, North Florida Land Trust, I think, help us through the process. So maybe using someone different for the conservation, just so it's clearly, more arm's length, just for appearances.
Sure.
Although I think they would be fine, but just, whatever.
Water Management District is one that I've seen before. And then just related point, just so everybody knows, the properties have been rezoned conservation. That is very broad. Conservation zoning, I mean, you could build a tennis complex on the property, so obviously not what we had in mind. So the conservation easement would go into detail based on each property, what we wanted to allow or not allow, because some of them may be a little more amenable to recreational passive uses. Others may just be total preservation. So we have that ability.
Okay. Any comments?
Yeah, but I'd like to save that discussion until we're kind of closer to
Yeah.
done with buying what we're gonna buy, so that we have a total picture kind of view on that.
We can hold off on the conservation easements for as long as you like. We can wait.
I don't have a
year.
problem with that, I mean, but if we're gonna start partnering with other people and put specific restrictions on it, I'd kind of like to have the whole picture in front of me.
I think that's part of it, though, like, to do that conservation easement, like, you basically come in and say, you put it all in place, and it includes the restricted uses and allowable uses as a part of that agreement. Is that right, Brian?
Typically, yes.
Okay.
Yeah. And I see where you're going with that, but to me, I mean, I don't picture tennis courts or anything like that. I think,
It's just an example.
no. We'd do pickleball anyway.
Yeah, right.
We wouldn't do tennis, but it's probably already on next door. We're building pickleball courts where they, so I think we could go ahead and do, because I don't know how long this process may take before we finish. So, I mean, unless we're thinking that's gonna wrap up pretty soon, I mean, I can wait for 12 months. I mean, there's nothing's gonna happen, but I'd like to see it before 2022, I guess is my thought.
I mean, it all depends on how much money you have left to purchase and what's available.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, Jacob's gonna get back to you. Go ahead.
We were lauded for creating that conservation area, and supporting the environment like I do, realizing how essential it is just to get out, have a private place to breathe, have a natural biosphere, that environment. On a historic creek, we should not change that. It should be conserved, as Commissioner McGurk said, in perpetuity. I would love to see someday a primitive trail on there, and that's all I would like to envision for it. Nothing too heavy on any amenities. But, if you have more money and there's choice parcels to buy, that's fine. But that one in particular at the mouth of near Otter Lake is, that was a good move, I see. I was praised for doing it, and I didn't do anything. We let the people vote, the people spoke. Well, they need open space, and all we have is over by Saxon, and we have that spot right now. I can't think of other large tracts.
Well, the Doris Leaper, which I was gonna come
I'm
back to,
sorry,
like,
yes, the Doris
that to
Leaper,
me is the gold
that's-
standard.
That's,
I mean, they have great
getting-
trails, they allow equestrian mountain biking, but they're all primitive.
yeah.
They don't really have facilities. I'm trying to think. I don't think they have any kind of even restroom facilities, which I wouldn't be opposed to some primitive facilities, but I think we can look at that as a gold standard, because it's
That's
well
the model.
used. So. what a
Even
legacy.
that's too heavy, because I've spoken to people who ride their dirt bikes there, and there is some wear and tear.
You
on the
can't
trails.
ride dirt bikes on Doris Leaper, I don't believe. It's no,
Not motorized,
oh, mountain bikes?
mountain bikes,
Yeah.
you can.
Yeah, mountain bikes you can, yes.
And horses, right?
Horses and mountain bikes, yeah.
So, I mean, do we want that for Turnbull? I don't know. I would rather not, but that's something we
Yeah,
could discuss.
We can figure that out. Maybe just bring us back and say, here's kind of the aperture. And so, okay, so I think universal agreement on, or not maybe universal agreement, but definitely consensus, conservation easement. And, before basically I think it should be done by this commission so we can close that out. And so just within the next 2 years. Was there anything else on that topic? Did I miss anything?
I think that's it. We'll come back to you with a strategic plan for the vacant properties, and then we'll use the conservation easement for.
All right, so still land related, but we'll just slide right into the next one, which is always the elephant in the room when we talk about vacant land in the city, and that is the AOB site. Talked to somebody that was here earlier. She said, that she's still here. It's back there somewhere, I think. She said, it's funny to see the AOB side on the agenda, that her husband was on the P&Z board, I think, maybe, or something, and they were talking about the AOB site back in 2003 or something. I mean, it was just, forever ago. So, Kyle, any introduction to this, or?
Again, I mean, I've been in these discussions on the AOB sites even before the 2003. So, I think it's time to. I think we listed the option. It doesn't mean that this is the preferable option that we are recommending to the commission, but we listed the option available for the commission. We have presented several plans for the AOB site. They were a combination of, I think there was, I remember when we hired Michelle, one of her interview process was we gave her the site to do a design for the AOB site. So probably one of the plans there, Michelle, is probably that one. And that was developed the entire site without using any trailer parking for the AOB site at all. Then we have developed a plan where we used half of it for recreational activities and the other half for trailer parking. And there was another plan at some time that actually the entire site was developed as a trailer parking. And then there was an RFP that went out, and it kind of went into the other project that Mark was trying to work on. The trailer parking for the boat ramp is needed. Right now, as you know, we only have 2 sites. The swoop site is really have a lot of constraints because of all the marsh and the wetlands out there. And it doesn't look like the county is moving anytime soon out of that little, I think we probably developed 54 spaces there. So one of the ideas I think we worked with Commissioner Colodi at the time, that was a portion of it to be a trailer parking and then the other portion to be kind of like an open space, recreational activities. The site is valuable. I don't think staff will ever recommend for the city to sell it. I think that was the staff recommendation from back in early 2000. I think it needs to remain on the city. At some time, they talked about making a connection from the city marina all the way to Buena Vista Park by having like a boardwalk, some type of sort, which it passes through the city marina and then through the Anglers Club, and then get an easement from Causeway Marine and then through the AOB site and out. So it has an environmental, it has a historic value, it has recreational values, waterfront. I think it's a very valuable property, and I would use a portion of it for the trailer parking since it's much needed. Right now, if you go on the weekends, and the overflow parking is actually using just about everything except the area we carved for the cars on the south side. We'll be more than happy to go through each one of the plans that we developed at some time, and then we could, take any questions or take any comments or suggestions that you might have.
Okay. Michelle, if you would go to the spreadsheet that shows the table that shows the 6 options. So we have this in our agenda package as well, because it's hard to read up there. But so what staff has done here that is very comprehensive is basically outlined. Like here's all the possible options. These are all the things that we've heard kicked around. I say all the possible options. There's probably something that's not here, but these are all the ones that have been kicked around over the past decade or two. And I guess my goal for today, and it's just mine, so maybe not, may not get consensus on this, but we may not figure out exactly what this is gonna be forever, but I just don't wanna talk about this every meeting or every other meeting or, you know, for the next 2 years, frankly. I'd love to decide as a commission, this is gonna be our approach, and that may either be a permanent and, you know, inhibit use or future uses forever, or it may just be what we decide. But, and that just kind of be our stance for at least a 2 or 3 year period, because otherwise we just spend a lot of time and staff time and our time and public time just kind of revisiting this. So I would love to just, as much as possible, put this to bed. Pick one of these options and say this, you know, this commission has taken this stance and here's where we're at. And then, you know, here's what the future may hold. So, anyway, that's kind of the point of having this up here today. So with that, I'll open it up for discussion. Yes,
I'll kick this
I
thing
saw
off.
another hand first. All right, go
Yeah,
ahead.
well, I figured I'd jump out there so you weren't
You gotta
caught
move quick to
between-
beat Mike. I gotta tell you.
So, so I gotta tell you, you know, this, I've heard this thing a long time, both just people in the audience and then planning and zoning board and then commission. So, I've heard a lot of ideas. And I think that the one I stick with is I want some sort of marine use on that property. I would like to see something to the effect of the expansion of the city marina. I like the idea of a boardwalk. We start talking about something, it gets bigger and bigger. At one point, I floated to former city manager that we should offer the North Causeway Marine some sort of option to pick up the property, because we're eventually going to get the Anglers Club property back, and we can tie this in as one big piece of property along the riverfront. But that's a very distractive idea that would take decades. So I wouldn't want to lose that idea, but that's going to be multiple commissions. So to isolate this property, I'm not big on spending a lot of the property on boat trailer parking. Let me just get that off the table. I don't mind a little bit, but we can never meet or come close to meeting the demand of boat trailer parking in New Smyrna Beach as Central Florida grows. Not only as we grow, but as Central Florida grows, tries to get to the coast. I think the future expansion of the boat ramp should be at the swoop site, which of course I got a lot of people in my neighborhood who are not happy about that. But that's fact of the matter is that's where it belongs. Continue to trailer more boats and bigger boats as the area becomes wealthy around these small little streets, the downtowns, watching people try to make a right turn going east on North Causeway at Peninsula where the flip-flop shop now is. You know, there's just a lot of reasons why the last 50, 60, 70 years ago that was a great spot for a boat ramp. It's not necessarily a great spot for one now, but it is there. I just don't think we grow it, and I think that we lose valuable land by simply parking a bunch of trailers on it on a Friday and Saturday and holiday weekend. So using a third of the property for additional boat trailer parking, maybe. I think we come up with a better plan of what to do with the property and see how boat trailer parking then fits on with that plan. But so I don't want to put boat trailer parking first. I would like to see, in addition to the city marina, expansion of the city marina, whether the city runs that or we lease it out. But clearly some sort of boating related, water related activity that continues to both give the people in the community a way to access the water and also enhance the community by a board, whether you want to put a boardwalk or so on and so forth. I don't want to see just a piece of property as a passive park. We have a lot of that. We have entire Riverside Park. I don't want to overdevelop. I don't want hotels on it. I'm talking about a marina use. The property's not big enough, and you probably won't get enough dockage facilities because of how close it is to the channel. But some sort of marina use on the property is my goal. That's what I would like to see.
I'm not on. There we go. Have we ever looked at that? Has there been an estimation of how much we could put out there from a marina standpoint? How many slips? Feasibility of that? And are we starting from scratch on that, or do we have any sense of that?
Mayor, when there was, trying to think of the name of the boat that wanted to use the site. But we looked at it because of the channel, and you have to have, I think it was, I want to say 64 feet. I mean, he could develop as an expansion to our marina site. Now, whether you're gonna have a lot of boats, I doubt it. You will have some. As a matter of fact, we have a new city marina manager, and she has a vision of expanding, especially for the transient slips. So,
Okay.
because that's where the money is.
Okay, definitely, I don't want that to get confused with my idea. I'm not
Yeah.
so hot on transient. I think we have a demand in this community for dockage without transient. I'm not necessary, I don't wanna, I've heard a lot of ideas floated about the value of transients coming by, getting out, kind of what we did out front here. Yeah, one of the ideas is the economic benefit of people stopping here, shopping and eating on Canal Street. I'm just saying that was what was talked about. I can't tell you if I've ever seen that happen. I can't tell you that what the economic value of that is, but I would be more inclined to have additional dockage for the people who live here where there's a tremendous demand to get into this local city marina. So, but I'm certainly, I would like to learn more about it, but
I would encourage you, I will take you for a tour. The transit I'm talking about is not this. We have 7 slips at our marina, so I will take you there for a tour, and then you could see the process there. Because you look at this one, I think when we looked at it, and in order to make it a slip that you're talking about, most of the boats are big, and so you would not be able to have a good quantity of slips, in terms of like the permanent ones I'm talking about. I mean, you could create kind of like a combination between the permanent and transient, but I would encourage you to go on a tour with me to the city marina.
So on that map there, could we go back, like, towards, I'm getting seasick here. Could we go back towards, you see the jetting out here, could we go back towards that way? Do we have land?
No, the other way.
No, yeah, so like in there, is that?
Yeah,
do
we
have
don't,
access to that?
we don't own that.
Okay,
That's a state. The only one we own is, you see the side there, she's actually outlining the area.
so all of, anything, if we wanted to go this route, I'm just trying to
Yep.
lay out feasibility
Yep.
here, so it would be all around, but from there over this way.
Yep, it would be like if you just kind of take a pen and just outline it.
Who owns between that and the other thing? Who is, what is that?
I think it's Mark, the Causeway Marine,
All the way up to there?
yeah.
Gotcha, okay. All right, other comments on this? So Commissioner McGurk has laid out possible marina expansion and a third for boat.
did you say impossible marina expansion?
No, I said for, I said for a possible marina expansion.
Okay, maybe it was something I thought.
Commissioner McGurk has pointed out has given us an impossible idea, but we'll consider it. No, I said for a possible marina expansion. All right, I heard
Mr.
Commissioner
Mayor.
Sachs.
Yes. I've always professed that I would like to see public access at the waterfront. A marina expansion, it's waterfront, it's an idea, but it's expensive for the user. So right now, they're relegated, anybody in a kayak or a stand-up paddleboard, where they're relegated to go is Calalisa, where there's a major outfall pipe with polluted stormwater coming out of it. I know, because I used to cast net there and put in there. So I would love to see if I'm flexible to looking at another row for trailer parking. But for quite a few years, we touted the waterfront loop. There's not much waterfront about it except walking on the bridge on the South Causeway. You can't see the water, or maybe from the drawbridge. So I think that would be a tremendous asset for the citizens here and for visitors to be able to have a primitive ramp, perhaps a walkway. You don't want it to be a totally passive park. You want people to be able to enjoy the waterfront. It would be a great little turnoff, a little side path from the main path to walk through there, again, to enjoy the waterfront. I do see a possible need for additional dock because, I think the vision is to have Marine Discovery's boat there with that pier. If we could maybe expand that pier a little bit for public access, a place to tie up and enjoy and maybe walk into town, that would be okay. But again, renting slips, that's hundreds and hundreds of dollars. I'm sure you'd fill up a marina if you built it, but that's not the direction I want to go. I'd love to see, I know we have a park here, and people say, well, you have a park over here. Why would you want to park there? Because if you have a park over there, you've got something that no one else has. You've got a bend in the river or the estuary that's unlike any other. To have open space there for people to enjoy it, for perhaps the Marine Discovery Center to put in a living shoreline. I mean, just tremendous possibilities. It doesn't have to be monetized in commercial. And it doesn't have to be costly except for mowing it if you have any open grass area. So I could support, Michelle it was a beautiful park, but for me, my taste, honestly, a little too much concrete. But something to that effect with pavilions, places to sit and enjoy and look at that beautiful view.
Okay.
One point I want to make. I'm not against at all putting in kayak launches and the things that you discussed.
Good, right.
So I think that the marine boat expansion of the city marina would also support some kayak launch facilities like that.
That's a good idea.
Okay. So, I don't ever want to put words in the commissioner's mouth, but I do try to keep stuff distilled down so that we can recap. So what I heard from you was supporting, basically leaving like is to some degree public access, kayaks, stand-up paddleboard launches, potentially adding a row or two of trailer parking, and then on the surface, basically leaving everything else kind of as is. That's what I heard, okay? He's pointing to you. Go ahead.
As you all know, I live off the North Causeway. I drive past this property 4 to 6 times a day. So I monitor the use of it. And what we have there now is probably the best use that we could have. Echoing the words of Commissioner McGurk, which I don't often do completely, everything he said is 100% correct. The channel, record that. The channel is too close to do anything off the edge of the water other than the Marine Discovery thing there, perhaps a kayak launch. Marine Discovery Center does have a kayak launch on their side in the back, which takes in all the natural mangroves and everything.
Can the public use that? Is that open to I could go
Yes.
launch a kayak there
It
at
is
Marine Discovery
public-
Center. That's what I thought.
Marine
Yeah.
Discovery Center is public property, so you can go on it almost at any time.
Yeah.
The ramp is down the end of Barracuda.
Yeah.
It's labeled, and it's used quite a bit. This property right now, you go past there any time of the day, there are at least a half a dozen to a dozen cars there, people enjoying the passive environment that's out there now. And I think we should keep that. A walkway, a boardwalk, whatever, along the water is a perfect idea. no active recreational facilities, I wouldn't really want to see there. The trailer parking, since we passed our ordinance, is not a problem any longer. Throughout this entire summer, the only time you see the overflow parking used to any extent is on 2 or 3 really nice weekends. So I think what we should do is expand the overflow trailer parking as a grass-type parking area up along the North Shore or North Causeway frontage and keep the rest of it vacant. Make a ball field out of a good part of it. That would have the added benefit of when we do have major events, such as Flagler Avenue, Central Business District, the Art Festival, any of those things, you could have overflow parking in that open field, and you could set it up for that. It would be a very low-cost investment to keep the property in the basic use it is now and to put order to it. Remember, it wasn't always a boat parking area. It wasn't always a public access area. It was a sewer plant. That's what was there. And what we have now is 1,000% improvement over that. It's used by our residents. And if we just make it a little more orderly, I think we'll be fine at minimal investment. We can also combine that with a grant, a fine grant. Our ramps do need some type of improvement in the docking, especially along the western side, where they're fixed ramps. They don't go up and down with the tide. And I've seen people hoisting their children up onto those little finger piers, which is not the safest thing in the world. So I think we could really make an overall improvement compared to some of our other projects would be a minimal cost.
Okay. So again, not to put words in your mouth, but what I basically heard was leave as is, but provide some order and structure around that. I'm oversimplifying that probably, but.
No, you're not. That's
Okay.
exactly what I'm
All
saying.
right. And then I think you also said, though, that you could support possibly adding in a part of that bringing order kayak and stand-up paddleboard launch, things like that? Or are you saying that we already have that via the Marine Discovery Center?
I'm saying it's there, but we certainly have it. As Commissioner McGurk said, this is waterfront property and should be water-oriented.
Yeah, okay, got it.
So I'm going with C, E, and F. So I'm all for additional parking, trailer parking on the site. But I do think that we also need to look at expanding the marina and doing a public partnership in doing so. Mark did a lot of work already along that canal in designating where he could put his dock space, even through I think even went through the permitting process with DEP. So if there was a way to partner with him to increase dock space, to enhance our city marina, even if he manages it, I'm not opposed to that, because then we don't have to hire staff to do that. But we are, whether you like transient slips or not, they are money makers for any community that has them. You guys just got rid of one last night that we never collected for, but could, so there's a definite need for those. I think if we created more slips, some of those people who are bringing their boats over and parking may leave them here if there's space available. There's is the marina manager here? There's a 3-year wait to get a slip at the marina. And I was on it for 10 years and never got called. So
Until you became a commissioner, now you're.
that's right. So, and I still can't get a slip there. Yeah. So you're in a boating community, and that's one of the areas where we're lacking in, is we're providing boat slippage for both the residents who live here and those who transit the intercoastal, whether there's coming or going, or it's for long weekends, or whatever it is. So I think that increasing the trailer parking is something we should look at, because there definitely is a need, and there's more, even though it's more so summertime than year-round. But keeping the waterfront open and clear so that we do have that water feel for it with the kayak launch or whatever, partnering with the Marine Discovery Center and even looking at doing a private partnership with Mark to see what has he already done. He may have a lot of this already done that he's paid for, and maybe we, through a partnership, can expand our dockage throughout this area for that purpose. And, you know, whether it's an expansion of the marina that he manages or however we work that out, I mean, that's to be determined, but.
Okay.
Yeah, just on
Sorry, were you
that comment.
finished? Okay, go ahead.
On that comment, I agree completely. Partnership with him to expand his use and his operation towards the AOB site is a good idea. But if you remember what his development plans were at the time, he was going to expand his marina along the area that he owned that you were pointing out when you were asking where the boundary was, Mr. Mayor. That's fine. We could work with him on that. What he had proposed for the AOB site was a hotel. So, and there was no common usage there other than a boardwalk.
Yeah.
So,
Right, but the early plan for that was just the expansion of his facility and the dockage. And the hotel, it was originally going to be a store.
Correct.
You know, then it grew to a hotel, and then it grew to a bigger hotel than his site, and so that's, I think, where all that fell apart. But he's already done a lot of the legwork. He's already done a lot of the permitting process. So this is something that we could, if we partnered with him, it's not money that we would have to respend. You know, and it serves both needs. I mean, it serves a need for the community and then gives us a true purpose for this site, and it's checked off the list.
I
Check
agree
that box.
completely.
So, I agree with what everybody's saying. I think I take public, I'm not a big fan of public-private partnerships, things you gotta be very careful about. But in this case, as Randy points out, Mark has done a lot of this legwork. Mark makes the most sense. He may not be interested, but let me remind people that the marina, city marina, doesn't really make money. I don't know what, you know, we can form in our head this great idea about what we think should be there and tie Mark in with but understand that making money may be tough, and that's one of the reasons why Mark needed to. The city marina doesn't make money if you include the capital of all of the docks and everything. That's removed, if I understand correctly, that's all removed, that the debt service is removed from it. And so the operations of it makes money if you do not include the capital investment, which of course in any business model doesn't work. If you remove that.
You're probably right on that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's so that's a you know it's so what I think we're seeing some agreement here on this where we want to go. I don't want to overextend the boat ramp parking, and I don't want to not have any additional dockage. So I think that there's some room to kind of play with this. I would love to expand the city marina some capacity. Mark already has, you know, there's some opportunity there I think that we should seize.
Commissioner, can I ask you a question? I'm sort of confused. First you said you'd like to see expanded marina, but you just, did I hear you say you don't want more dockage?
No, I'm sorry. I said I don't want more, I don't want parking. I want I don't want as much parking as the only point I may disagree is parking, not dockage. So if I said dockage, I apologize. I meant the boat ramp parking. To me, that doesn't take the priority over what we're trying to do here. I mean, certainly I may be outruled on that, which is fine, but it seems like that takes up, that's first discussion on it, and I just don't think that, I think we get more bang for the buck in doing almost everything else other than more boat ramp parking. We like to say the property's big. It's not that big, especially when you try to fit what we're trying to do with it. So I don't think we should prioritize the boat ramp parking. I don't mind having some additional, but that's not where the boat ramp parking should be expanding.
So, help me understand, especially those of you that were here for the last discussion, which I followed as a citizen, but why does, for him to expand, what I thought I heard earlier was you can't really put a lot of dockage in our part. And if you look at the other aerial where we were looking earlier, it looks like he already owns all that he would need to expand. So I don't get why. So if I would be okay with an expansion of the city marina. I'm not a huge fan of public privates. I would rather just do it ourselves, I think. But I guess I'm trying to figure out why we would try to link up with him. I don't know what that's bringing value to him. I don't know what it's getting us. Like, help me understand that if somebody that knows from the last time. I mean, I get if he wants to, back when it was becoming a hotel or whatever. But if we're talking about truly, because when I think marina, what I picture for that site is anything on the dirt doesn't necessarily change. Maybe a few little facilities, but you think of our city marina over here, the place is as big as my bathroom. So you don't need a ton of facilities to run a marina. It's mainly all infrastructure out in the water. What I think I've heard is we don't have the space on city property for infrastructure in the water. What am I missing?
Well, we do have a space, man. What I was saying before, that I don't think we have a large space to create, like, for example, as many spaces as we have at the city marina. I think we are able to operate it with the city marina staff right now. And just as information for Commissioner McGurk, the city marina, it's probably after the building fund, is the only enterprise fund that really makes good money for us. So I just want to let you know. I mean, it's really,
Yeah, right, the marina
But-
the marina doesn't make money.
It's not fully burdened. And what he's saying is if you layered it in as you would a traditional business model and you take all the capital infrastructure cost and you burden that against the revenue stream, you would not.
for just this portion, okay.
For a marina, yeah, it probably wouldn't, because the way governments do accounting is very different than the way the real world has to do accounting, and it's a,
In other words, a private person wouldn't be able to come in and take city marina numbers and apply that to a bank and get lending on it, because it doesn't, the monthly numbers, the income figures don't, as Mayor just actually eloquently said, the burden is not on the revenue for the debt, for the capital.
No, I got you.
Yeah.
I just,
so again, I guess I'm just, help me understand, why does Mark need us and why do we need Mark? That's what I'm missing. Like, if the line is there and we're saying past that, we don't have a lot of room to do much, I don't get why if Mark owns everything in between, I don't get why he needs us, and I don't get why we need him.
Well, I'm not, I think I think the answer you're looking for is, how many slips can we put in front of the city property?
Yeah.
And I think that is a very important question that needs to be answered for the further discussion.
Yeah.
Or,
Agreed.
we just need to know what that looks like,
Yeah.
how much is gonna be able to get out there.
Yeah.
And I suspect it's a fair amount. If you look at where that current dock is right now, you configure those docks, so there's one going along the waterfront, and then they're coming into,
Yeah.
the nose of the boat is coming into the property. You've got a fair amount of dockage space, and a lot depending on if you can double stack. So I
Yeah.
think that's $1 million question.
Yeah. So, all right, so.
You might guesstimate 20, 30 boats at the most. At
That's
the
good.
most.
I mean, I
That's a
think
lot.
20
That's a
I'd
lot.
be
It's-
impressed I'd
For
be
me,
excited about that.
I wouldn't, I don't support it. I'm just saying.
Yeah, yeah.
I've been looking at a lot. Although, a couple of slips there, I don't object to. It's just access to the river.
Yeah,
Is the
no.
important thing for the average guy who doesn't have $400 a month to spend on a slip.
So the good news is what I heard today, and so I was going to just recap this real quick. So what I heard, if I fill in my own name here, and tell you what I think. I didn't hear anyone that disagreed with your suggestion or idea of whatever we do, it needs to involve some kind of public access. That the kayak launches, the stand-up paddleboard launches, of course the boat ramps are there. I haven't heard anybody talking about changing that. So I think that public access element will run through whatever we end up doing, I have a checkbox next to, I think, every name for that. If I'm messed up, fine. But so I'm hearing a lot of agreement with you on that. So then there's this question of, what else to do? I happen to also support, depending on the feasibility, so I think we have questions that we can't answer today, a possible expansion of the marina. I would have to think long and hard before, on the whole public-private partnership thing. Michelle's gonna mock it up for us up there live. So I'd have to think long and hard before, we go that route versus just trying to, hey, here's what we can do on that site. But I would support some kind of marina expansion there, because to me that doesn't impede any other objectives. It doesn't change the topography of the site. It doesn't change the public access to the site. It doesn't change even parking for the site. It doesn't necessarily change any of those things substantively to do that. So I would definitely support exploring that a little bit as a potential option for us to move forward with. If that, though, comes back as being not feasible, then I fall back to actually where Commissioner Colodi is, which is give the site order, clean the site up, make it look presentable, don't invest a ton of money into it, let it work for it as is.
Mayor?
I'd go as far as to say that I think from what we're all saying right now, we can move forward with that.
Yeah.
In other words, the idea of whether or not we can expand the city marina out there is almost independent of simply fixing up the site and keeping it more like as it is right now, just more organized. And then the whole city marina expansion can have time to develop and mature in the minds to see whether or not it actually can be done and to what extent, and whether or not there would be a partnership with somebody. So that's a bigger picture, but in the short run, I think what I'm hearing is we all agree with some basics. The only thing I would ask is, if we go forward with this, if we start organizing the parking of the boat launches, very difficult to take that away. So my question is, how much of that property do we want to now commit in an organized fashion for boat trailers? Because once we put that in, we're not taking it away.
Yeah.
So that would be, to me, an outstanding issue that we'd want to task staff with today, so they can move forward with kind of starting that, cleaning it up and getting it done. And my only thing is, we can always add more. We're never going to be able to take away. So I'd like to keep that relatively small.
No matter how much you add, there's always going to be more coming. So that's a can of worms. I was only trying to come to a middle by saying let's add just one row extra of trailers, because our local people, I won't go there on the weekend unless I go at 4 or 5 in the morning to get into the water. I'll use another ramp. Unfortunately, I'll use Edgewater's beautiful new ramp or the Cape Canaveral's ramp. But nonetheless, let me add this, because nobody else in this room probably will really care. Those 2 rookery islands out there, Teddy Roosevelt came to this inlet and he declared, if I recall correctly, he declared this whole area as a significant ecosystem and place to preserve. Included were those 2 islands, including all the way up to Port Orange and the Pelican Island up near Dunlawton. But believe it or not, those 2 little mangrove islands were something he wanted to conserve. And when Mark came forward with his plan for this mega marina, I was like, oh man, you're gonna just wreck it. And most people would say, yeah, wreck it. But so many people treasure when they see the birds come there. So I would say, if you're gonna build any kind of marina structures, it can't encroach terribly on, because people come screaming when a boat crashes up on there. It happened already.
So let me ask you something, Jay.
Yeah.
I'm not challenging you in a bad way here. what is your concern about the island? What is a terrible encroachment? What is reasonable? And what scientific facts are you using? In other words, I'm not denying what you're saying, but what I am saying is, don't give me a general. Give me some concrete facts that we can work with instead of just, we're going to ruin everything. So what, you don't have to do that right now. I'm not putting you on the spot to say, to tell me what you know. What I'm saying is, you started this conversation by saying probably no one cares. I'm not going to sit here and tell you my history of environmental involvement from South Florida to this place. But what I will say is, if you want me engaged in that, on your own specific concern, teach me, let me know, bring some solutions to the table. Don't just say, oh, whatever we do is going to be terrible, it's going to be horrible, the rookery is going to be a disaster, oh my God, the sky's falling. Give me some concrete facts of what we can work with, so when we're having these discussions, we can plug those into the those are spokes of the wheel in making this turn. Is that fair enough?
Yeah, clearly, I'm not saying we're ruining everything. We have Chicken Island out there. We have these assets. But as I've been told, the mangrove, the estuary to the south, is owned partially by private individuals, parts of it. I was told that north of the FWC, Marine Discovery Center, was in perpetuity, never going to be touched. Baloney, I don't believe it. Somebody's going to buy it and develop it. Dredge and fill, dredge and fill. They'll take it. I heard Disney. Didn't Disney want to come?
Jake, you're making statements that are terrifying to all of us.
Well, they should be.
But you're not necessarily basing it. You got to give us a little. You can't. It's almost like a scare tactic. Look, I know that across from my neighborhood, it's privately owned, but it's in conservation. And what that person would have to do is literally an act of Congress.
But they
to dredge
do
and
it.
fill.
But they do it.
Well, listen. For decades, I hear that person has been talking about that. Nothing has happened for decades. And I can tell you that most of the stuff that you and I enjoy down in South Florida, in the Keys, could never be recreated again. One of the reasons it's so valuable is because the environmental protections that we the people have implemented through the state over the last 30, 40 years can never be duplicated again. So I'm with you, but I want to be able to come along with you and help alleviate your concerns when we do something, but base it on something. Don't say that that all this estuary is going to be developed one day. That's a big statement. I don't agree with that. Now, is there an isolated incident, an isolated place where we need to pay attention and be very cognitive of it? I can tell you right now, I can't think of a single person, whether they're an elected or a citizen, who's going to say developing any of the estuary and marshland and mangrove area, hey, that's a pretty darn good idea. I can't imagine it happening. So the pushback on that would be extreme. So I don't want to get lost in the weeds on this discussion. I know you're passionate about the rookery. I think a lot of us are. So my point is, as we go forward with these discussions about what to do, let's bring facts to the table and get some kind of good science, brings good science, and let's say, okay, well, what distance from the rookery is reasonable? Not perfect, reasonable. So we can have these discussions go forward.
That's perfectly fine.
Awesome.
You've already though said we are constrained. We have the Intracoastal Waterway. You have the mangroves that Mark owns. How much can we do there without ruining a very nice asset? And we don't have many assets left, Jason. We don't.
We're ruining. Wait a minute. Stop. Time out.
Yeah.
What do you mean we're ruining?
By heavily developing.
Who's heavily developing?
Well, when you start talking marina, if it looks like the marina we have, it's more developed. There won't be.
Okay. Fair enough. I don't believe that our city marina is means that it's heavily developed shoreline that has been ruined. But you and I can have that difference
Not
of
ruined,
opinion.
but it's a different purpose. It's not a natural purpose.
So I'm going to jump in here real quick. I'm going to get to you, Claudia. I see your hand. So I think this has actually been really good because I think some of the comments that Commissioner McGurk has made are well made, and that we have to be careful. I mean, I have had people tell me a ton of things, and then you go and actually research and do some digging on it, and it's like, oh, okay, well that's a wives' tale that has been spun up for years, or that's 2-decade-old information. I mean, I had people. Actually, I think it was the island up there near you where it got posted for sale online, and that like made the circles, and people started messaging me about it, just in a panic, like, oh, this island's going to be developed. What are you going to do? And I reach out to Brian, and Brian's like, literally, that is almost, first of all, there's no access. And so, I mean, you'd be talking about like building a bridge, and this is just nearly an impossibility. I'm not saying it is impossible. All things are possible, but I'm just saying it's nearly an impossibility. It wouldn't be supported by anyone I can think of locally. So it'd be built probably literally over some dead bodies. And so, I want to make sure that when we're governing and discussing and debating and talking about feasible solutions, that we're not, we stay within the realm of the 80 or 90, if you look at a bell curve, that we stay in that realm of possibility versus, getting way off in the tails of what could happen. And so, like, take this example as a great one. So Michelle's got it kind of mocked up here. So when we talk about the island, I mean, I agree with you. The notion of going out and like clear cutting that Rookery Island and just slapping up a bunch of docks there and building a pole barn out in the middle of that'd be terrible. What I'm seeing here is just one done in 10-second Photoshop artist rendering here. I don't see that would have any. I mean, I see the mangrove still in touch. I still, it's like I don't think that would impact the island, etc. So again, not signed off on many experts, but that's where I think we get a disconnect of, the vision. So what you're saying is the marina. If we clear cut all those mangroves and made it look like our marina does right here next to Riverside, very different than what I'm seeing here, which is maybe what he's picturing. So understanding.
And we don't even own those mangroves. I think they're marked.
Yeah, agreed. Yeah, and a lot of that would be on Mark. So,
Yeah.
But point being, I don't think Mark could just go in and cut those down either. It'd be approvals needed, et cetera. So, I don't want to get carts before horses. I think this is what Commissioner McGurk was maybe the point is making is, we getting comments out that, we're going to destroy something or do something. It's like we haven't, no one's going to support that. We haven't talked about that at all. So anyway, Commissioner Clody, you've had your hand up for a while. I want to bring you in on this. Go ahead.
No, just in listening to the comments, the Rookery Islands will never be disturbed by anybody. The state just won't allow it. They actually, when Mark was going through his plans, they pulled him back away from it. So they're going to stay. That's not my concern. The expansion of his marina was based on owning the AOB site because he didn't have the parking to support an expansion on his own marina. So no other reason. He just can't expand now. He's got the space to expand. So a public-private agreement could be for us to allow some parking on the AOB site to support access in him expanding his marina. So I wouldn't rule it out completely. I don't want to get involved in any management of any type of marinas there until we can physically connect to our own marina. And we know that there's one big obstacle between those two. That has a lease that'll expire a few decades from now. Let them worry about it at that time. Right now, just to reiterate, I said we could have some parking along the North Causeway side. I wouldn't pave it, I wouldn't improve it, put some markings in, keep it as grass so that the 98% of the time you drive down the North Causeway, you can still see the water. So keep it open that way, minimal cost. Speaking to Commissioner Sachs.
Vice Mayor?
Yes, Vice Mayor, sorry. I had a person approach me in the last week who said he wanted to buy the site turn it into 100% boat storage, and he was going to put his own boat ramp in. So yes, there will be crazy ideas that come along, but we just wouldn't consider them. So I don't worry about things like that too much.
I'm not proclaiming that we're going to develop those islands. There are people in Marine Discovery Center, there are people who are knowledgeable in the ways of animals, that if we get too close to those islands, those rookeries, we will disturb them. That's my concern.
Yeah.
And again, I think we're closer than we think to see some limited use of it. But again, my biggest thing is access for the average guy to be there.
Well, I don't think anybody disagrees with access. I haven't heard a single person disagree
Okay.
with that. And there's also, you know, and not to go off in the weeds, but I'm gonna tell you, that's a narrow area of the channel. You've got some heavy water that runs quick through there. You talk about kayaking, paddleboard. I'm gonna tell you, as experienced in all of that stuff, that's one of the last places I would ever put in a kayak or especially a paddleboard. Simply because of the narrow condensed boat traffic, the depth of the water, and the speed the water moves. When we talk about the Vice Mayor, or I'm already calling you, still calling you. When Mike says that the Marine Discovery Center, which I go by all the time in my son's little skiff, that is a beautiful little area, perfect for kayaking and paddleboards. I'm not saying, I agree with you 100%. I'm all for putting it out there if that's what the people want. There's lots of access points, Calisa Creek, the whole Marine Discovery area, there's a lot of access to the water, but I get what you're saying. I'm not for developing the site and taking away the side of the water. I think that this is probably the best discussion that I've seen of overall consensus on at least how to take the first steps of doing something with the site. So it's very minimal, and no one, I think, has offered anything that is outrageous or overly offensive to anybody. And I think that short term, I think we can task staff with a plan, and then long term, research whether or not the city can get some docks in there, and whether or not it's feasible for some kind of public-private partnership. I mean, I'm not against, as crazy as it may sound, the city acquiring Mark's property. That was one of the things that when Mark wanted to buy AOB site, privately with the city manager, I was saying, hey, if he can't afford to buy it, why don't we offer to buy his? If it's too expensive at $5.5 million, which was a high price, we'll offer at the same price per square footage for Mark's property. So, and then we tie in, the city owns that whole portion, because in 20 years, which is gonna come quick, the Anglers Club lease expires. The city will be able to have all that property contiguous. And when you talk about an open space and a public boardwalk and that would be really something special to achieve. And I would love to kickstart, and when I leave this dais, to have that on the record as a direction for future leaders. Whether we get there or not, I have no idea. But at least someone can look back and say, hey, this commission back in 2020, as crazy as it was back then on that year during the virus, they came up with a vision for the city's waterway. And I've seen a fundamental shift. Our job is to represent the people too, not our own personal opinion. I've seen a fundamental shift in what the people wanted, from selling and developing the site to getting it on the tax rolls to absolutely not selling it. And I have personally never supported selling it, at the most leasing it. But a fundamental shift in this community has happened, and I think that we should seize that moment, try to lock it down. When the economy turns, I've always told Russ about this, I don't think he believes me. When the economy tanks, it's a whole different attitude. So, in the charter, that was something that is going to defend against a short period of economic time when people have a lot of anxiety and fear from doing something irrational like selling the property. So I think the best thing we can do is give direction for future commissions very strongly, similar to what we did in the charter, on what to do with that property. And the only piece of property we're missing is Mark's. Only one piece of property. That's a heck of an opportunity, because we're not having to dream up a scenario. So that's my thoughts.
Just quickly add, and I'll be through. If we build more marina there, we have to build parking too. So have to consider that. I don't know if anybody thought of that, because
Well, we're gonna have plenty of parking out there. We're not doing anything with the property.
We have parking there. I mean, to me, when I think marina, again, picture the marina over here. It's literally a building that's not even near the size of this room. I mean, it's a tiny little building.
Yes.
You just need somewhere for people to go and frankly, I don't even know if you need that. I mean, ultimately, you can do all that remotely and whatever, so you
I
don't.
wouldn't oppose a mixed use.
There's
but-
no structure we're not changing anything on the dirt to accommodate for this expanded marina. I think it's when I'm visioning it, I'm not picturing some giant structure on the property. I'm just picturing changes on the water. So, okay, so, I would say, my thought is this, staff, I think you've heard a lot of consensus around exploring this marina expansion. I do think it's worth a conversation with Mark, because I have long said, I've said it privately, but now that we're saying it publicly, if we were able to acquire that property, I don't necessarily want to take it over and run his shop. So, I mean, even if we acquired it, but leased it back to him for 20 years or whatever. But long term, we would have the chance to do something really, really fantastic, wrapping all the way, really starting here, wrapping all the way around. I mean, it could become a premier destination. You go to the waterfront park of Cincinnati, Ohio, they just have this fantastic waterfront promenade running down the, whatever river that is, probably the Ohio or something, I don't know. So it's just gorgeous. And I mean, we could really, again, not this commission, but we could hopefully set them up for some really just amazing opportunity. But that's the chink in the armor for it. So as a part of all of this, maybe we can somehow weave that in. But in the short term, I think starting the process to bring a little bit of order, you heard that direction, cleaning things up a little bit, adding a row of parking, maybe even some of that public access stuff. Although I tend to agree, I sat there one day, it was actually at the Boat and Ski Club when they had asked to meet with us, and I just happened to be facing the water. I say us, they met with each of us individually, not together. But I was facing the water, and there were two stand-up paddleboarders trying to come across the channel right there, and it looked like a game of Frogger. Like there's a few times I was worried for their health, because I mean these huge boats are going by, and they're riding those waves. So I don't think it's a great channel for that. I tend to agree with Commissioner McGurk. I think the MDC is a better spot, but I also don't think it costs a ton of money to have that access there if people do want to use it. So.
Remember though, Mayor, MDC is not ours, it's FWC's. So we would have to have them say, in perpetuity, you guys get to use this. We don't know.
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, we know for now, I guess, and we could always, if they pulled it away, then we could always go in and add it. But again, I'm not opposed to adding it. I'm just saying I don't, I wonder how much utilization it will get, so I don't want to necessarily I don't want to overbuild that. So Khalid and whoever else may be involved in this, do you have now's your chance to ask some questions on this.
No, but I just want to make sure that I got the clear direction from the commission. I've heard that you wanted to clean up the site and almost like keep it as it is. Look at the expansion of the city marina. And I was talking to the city marina manager last week. I think we could come up with a conceptual plan to see what is the possibility of having the marina expansion there, how many spaces it's there, and do some business plan for it and come back to the commission with it. But I just want to understand, when you're talking about clean up the sites, keep it as is, I have heard some comments, if you organize the parking, then it'll be difficult to take it out afterward, which I agree with that. So what is your vision of cleaning up the site? I mean, we have put the kind of like the picnic tables. We have put the shades out there. We were supposed to do a minor parking area for cars, not for the trailers. I think we allocated $50,000. We have spent, I think, maybe, I don't know, we have $13,000 left, Michelle, out of that 50,000.
Yes, I can pull that up, but it's definitely over 15.
So I just want to get a clear direction, Mayor, of what is your vision of cleaning up the sites? I understand about the marina, we
Okay,
will do
got it.
that, so.
I'm gonna come back to Michael on that. I think he put the most out, and then we'll let others chime in if they disagree or have a different vision. So Mike, what were you, go ahead.
Cleaning up the site, just maintain the use as it is now, take the remaining monies that you have, possibly repave some of those parking areas that are there now. I know we had planned to put grass in on some of the other ones, might not have to do that. Until we come up with a more definitive plan as to where we would say, I think we've come to a consensus that a little more trailer parking is in order, and mainly keep, correct me if I'm wrong, mainly keep the majority of the park as open space with limited improvements to it, is work towards that goal.
And if I may, Commissioner Colodi, we have developed a plan, I think it was probably about a year and a half ago, where the southern portion or the western portion of the property, we made it like as a open space, a grassy area. And then the eastern portion, we have created parking with paving. Is that what you're referring to?
No. I don't want to see us, that would diminish the amount of shoreline that we would have. I would like to see more informal parking, such as we have now, and we've discussed it, along the frontage of North Causeway, and just keep the remainder of it open. Not being able to stop myself, I've prepared a plan that shows that, which I will forward to to the manager and ask him to distribute. And then perhaps we can go from that point as to the basic concept of it.
Guys, sorry for the interruption. Look, right now, it might be, I don't know what the point of tide is now, but it may be slack. There's kayakers on a nice calm day. Sure, you're going to get currents. You get real good currents in Calalisa too. So it's just an opportunity to provide more for the average guy.
We've all agreed.
You have.
Universal-
Okay, but I'm just
universal
saying,
agreement. Yeah.
we could look outside and see examples of
Yeah.
everything we've talked about this morning. From
Completely agree.
homelessness to,
Yeah, universal agreement on providing that access, whatever path we choose, providing that public access there is good. So, all right, so Mike, if you'll send that plan to the city manager, get that to the rest of us. Send your plan to
Yes,
the city
I will.
manager, get that to the rest of us. And Kyle, you can work with each of us, make sure there's enough agreement. To me, that's not spending a ton of money. It's just kind of finishing up what we're already in the process of doing. And then focusing on this next thing and understanding that that's going to be a longer process, obviously, to kick off. So it'll be kind of status quo for a while once we wrap up this last round of whatever it is we choose to do.
And I'll bring back the conceptual and the study on the expansion of the city marina just for consideration with the commission.
What I hope, though, that we're able to do from today is it's as important in planning and moving forward and taking action to take things off the table as it is to put things on the table. And this site, for many times, it's felt like, everything is a possibility. So I hope what we've done today is take a lot of things off the table and say, we're doing A or B. We're pursuing A for now. We're gonna look into the feasibility of B, which is possible city marina expansion, and we'll see where that goes. And if we don't do that, we're reverting back to we're leaving it as is. We're doing a few little improvements, including some public access, and then we're kind of finished with that site. What I haven't heard today at all, just for the public's benefit, for everyone's benefit, because I think we were all accused of it during the charter debates, we're not selling the property. This commission has not talked a single time about selling the property. And if we wanted to, the revised charter as of January 1st, we made it harder to do that. It would require universal approval to do that versus as of right now today, it would have only required 3 votes to do that. So for all the rumors and myths out there, that's what actually was accomplished, and I consider that to be a positive thing for the protection of that site and others.
Mayor? If we can come to a general consensus as to the division of small amount of parking and more of a passive park there, I think we've kind of put that question to bed. So I think we'll be in pretty good shape at that point, and we won't have to talk about it again.
Agreed.
So do we have that consensus now?
I think we do, I mean, except for the marina expansion part. I mean,
Marina expense, that's a longer term deal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But in the short term, for what we're doing right now, it's just, we're gonna come back with this plan that you're gonna present, we're gonna tweak, make sure we all agree, but yeah, which is basically what you just said.
If it's acceptable to staff, yes.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, I think I'd like to at least see it before I completely agree to it. I'm a visual guy, so,
Certainly.
yeah, acceptable to staff, we each see it, may not even have to talk about it again if staff bounces it off of each of us and we're all fine. Or at worst, it comes to us one more time, we tweak it a little bit, and then we're done.
I have the ability to produce that plan. I've been given the base information by staff, so
Okay.
that's it.
And no one is more excited than Michelle, who can stop doing renderings of the AOB site.
On my 7th year.
She opens up the file, it's like version 428. All right, gentlemen, I don't know about you all, I know the break isn't until technically 3:30, but I need a little break now, just like 5 minutes. So let's take a just quick break and then we'll come back and hit traffic comment. All right, hey, hang on real quick. Today is someone's birthday. I think it is Shauna's birthday today. So I think we've got 29 again, that's right. So I think we got, there you go.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Shauna. Happy birthday to you.
All right. Okay.
I know.
All right. Happy birthday.
That's cute. Cookies.
Thank you, buddy.
I should turn my mic off.
All right. So the next item up is traffic calming.
Look at you.
We are making such good progress. We should have put world peace on here. We could have. We're just checking all the boxes today. All right. So traffic calming. Who's leading this? Do you want to? Brian's going to lead us off.
Walsh from TED Engineering to elaborate, and then we got the chief and I and Brian, and we'll have any questions afterwards.
All right.
Yep, so a lot of people here to address questions. Traffic calming, we included the manual, and that is a draft. It has been a draft since it was first presented to you. It hasn't changed. We've already identified some corrections, but we've held off on those until we get your input on it. Kind of 2 major topics that keep coming back to the commission. One is when a resident approaches you with a traffic speeding issue, and what do? This manual is intended to have a process for staff and the police department to evaluate those concerns, go out and collect data, and determine whether there is a problem and kind of guide us through. So it's not just an emotional reaction to a yes/no vote that that we've seen that we've struggled with. So that's one item. Second item that comes before us a lot is specifically on stop sign requests, and this manual doesn't really address that issue, and that's because stop signs are, and Crystal can elaborate on this, are not considered traffic calming devices. They're intersection control.
They are here.
So stop signs, and there was a research report included in the staff report. They obviously slow down right at the intersection, but there's a lot of evidence that they increase mid-block speeds. People run stop signs that are not warranted. There are many, many unwarranted stop signs in New Smyrna Beach and in many other places. No doubt about that. But when we get requests in for these, they rarely ever meet the volumes or safety considerations that warrant the installation of stop signs. Now, locally, is there a huge harm in some of our streets, especially beachside, where it's low speed, relatively low speed, I mean 20, 25, 30 posted? There's probably not a lot of harm in installing stop signs at some of those intersections, but they don't meet the warrants. So when we apply the criteria, most often they're going to fall short. So stop signs are not included here because they are not considered traffic calming devices. I'm going to stop there. I'm going to see if Chris wants to add anything. Chris has done, his company's done traffic calming designs on Magnolia and Cooper Street for us. So he's a transportation expert. Glad to take questions. Or Chris, any additional remarks?
No, I think you've come. Is this working, by the way? I can't.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay. No, I think you've covered it pretty well. I think when you get into traffic calming, I think with this, the question always becomes, how do you consistently address the people that come in with this? And there's a funding aspect, obviously. How do you, the city's funds are limited, so how do you try and figure out a system that's going to be effective and consistent for all? And do you even have the funds to really even develop such a system? And that's always a big question.
All right. So, Chief, do you want to speak now, or are you just available for questions? You got anything to add to any of this?
Just available if you have anything.
Okay. All right. Who wants to lead off? Mike, always a willing participant. Go
First
ahead.
or last, or both. That's my motto.
Everything in between. Go ahead.
I do think the manual is good. I think we should include stop sign criteria in there, even if we have to change the title from traffic calming to something else. If you follow the guidelines, manual uniform traffic control devices, we will never have another stop sign or speed hump put in this town. So we have to do something about it. I think we take a look at our criteria for prioritizing, whether they have enough of the positive points to do that, and perhaps modify some of them that aren't strictly controlled by the uniform traffic control device to take into account local conditions, because really that's what we have here. Everything Brian said about the effect of a stop sign is true. I would amplify that it's probably twice as true as that, because they create noise problems. Technically, you end up using more gas. They're bad for the environment. You have pollution, which is worse when a car accelerates, deaccelerates. You have the noise. So you really don't want to have too many of them. New Smyrna Beach apparently loves traffic stop signs. So we just have to find a way to make it more uniform. I would like to also broaden the aspect of the traffic control device thing into the, and this does go with stop signs, to develop a protocol for establishing stop signs in areas such as the North Beach area, which is loaded with stop signs. We do have in our GIS, we have a map that shows where they all are. It doesn't show whether they're legal ones, illegal ones, how old, what condition. I would like to propose that in addition to looking at the rating criteria in the manual, that we actually, I spoke with Brian and he was going to look into it, but he said he didn't think he had any of the handheld GPS devices where a person can walk up to it, to a stop sign. He can key in the facade of it, the actual location of it's found automatically, its age and its condition, so we can bring some type of uniformity to the to that area of town. And it could also be used South Beach, Central Beach, and anywhere else in town where we got these stop sign issues. So I would like us to move forward with obtaining one of these handheld devices. They're not the most expensive things in the world. It would tie into our GIS mapping program, and we could have real accurate data to do it. We could perhaps even get an intern to walk around and hold the thing, because I've used them, they work, and they don't require real technical expertise. And then we would have something to work with. I get constant calls and emails concerning the state of the North Beach area regarding parking and speed, and I've been telling them we're working on this manual and we'll be ready to address these issues in the spring when we have some standards to work with. So I would like to move ahead with obtaining that the locator device, set ourselves up for the spring, and ask our staff to take a closer look at the rating standards, even if they don't fully meet the manual uniform traffic control device, and bring it so there's at least a possibility some of these standards could be met. Because right now, we've seen the results. The traffic studies are done, we look at it, and it's not warranted. Yet you can't tell the neighbors that. So a little flexibility, a little different controls, and I would like to move ahead on those two fronts.
Okay. Others, yes, sir.
So what's the point in determining the exact location of a stop sign?
Well, for one thing, we don't even know if they're legal stop signs or whether they're put in there by people who just wanted one in front of their house. There's any number of those out there. Some of them are improperly located, and if we just get a handle on what's proper, we'll have something to work from. It's just like getting a master's study done of our recreation facilities and where they all are. You know, we're more and more moving into the age where we really got to have this data before we make a decision. So this is one case where we can then go and show our residents, yeah, we did this, we did that, and we know exactly what it is, and we can act. Right now, we all know how it is when these requests come in.
But do you really need to spend the money to find out the latitude and longitude of a stop sign?
We have the base mapping. Yes, it's appropriate. When you do a survey of the ground now, that's where half your data comes from. So it's background. It's good to have.
Okay. Other comments on this?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Jay.
We've wasted, unfortunately, a lot of time and debated and dickered amongst ourselves about stop signs and speed humps and other devices that we think or hope would make the neighborhoods safer. Sometimes they do, most times they don't. And we're trying to not only make people safer, but make them happier that you did something for them. To be honest, that's really a lot of times what it boils down to. Do something for me. Try and help us. I've told people so many times, I wish I had a nickel, that we'll try, but we can only help you by small degrees. A speed hump, they're going to rev it up between speed humps. They're going to rev it up between stop signs. And every time I ask for one, I feel really bad going against staff that says it's not warranted, and they're not. Like a stop sign is not warranted. And yet, if the chief had all the men he wanted in a traffic unit, we'd still have a problem because we're a tourist city. And those folks, they don't care about our narrow streets. They don't care about our neighborhoods. I don't know how much signage is going to help. But I wonder, are signs like a speed limit sign in a neighborhood such as mine, where it's 20 miles an hour, if we put up a few of those in areas, do they help? Maybe not, but they probably are warranted, because I've got major semi-trucks speeding up and down 8th Avenue, which is one of the smaller roads on Beachside in the avenues, and Atlantic and Saxon, which is really narrow and dangerous. So I wonder, even though those signs don't work, are they warranted? Like signs such as no trucks of this size, speed limit strictly enforced, the actual speed limit for those avenues, 20. I don't think we have them on every street. So are those the kind of signs that we should be looking for? I just saw on TV, you know, one of the news stations does a piece on traffic problems, and a community said, we need speed humps. And I know for a fact that in some communities, speed humps work. People love them. They've been there for 20 years. And then another community, the city fathers say, oh no, speed humps are no good. People just speed between them. And you could cause an accident because if you hit it, it could happen. If you hit it too hard, you'll lose control. And then they're noisy. And so what do? We're a tourist mecca with narrow streets. All we can resort to is a stop sign, which is not appropriate, but sometimes works. Sometimes. Or re-engineer the road, which we can't afford. That's where I'm at.
No, I mean, and you raise good points. And one of the things that when we deal with speed studies, the reality is people drive whatever's comfortable. And that's what our studies are effectively based on. Unless there's and we try and post the speeds that people drive at, what they're comfortable for, unless there's some underlying crash history that relates to speed-related crashes. But reinforcing the speed limit never hurts, certainly. And how often do you turn down a street and don't know what the speed limit is? But granted, you're driving down a lot of these local streets, it shouldn't be anything excessive. The speed feedback signs can have a little bit of a benefit, a little bit of an effect. But I'm sure the chief will say, some people look at it as a challenge to try and break a record.
Let me see how fast they can make it, right.
So it's part of that is also the context of the roadway. Can you do something visually to try and make it not so appealing to drive fast? One of the big things that even the Department of Transportation is, reducing the lane widths. Does that visually create a tighter corridor that's more pedestrian friendly and reduces speed just by context? And they're dealing with that a lot with a lot of the downtown cities. I'm sure you all have had those discussions on US 1. Similarly, every city in Volusia County has that discussion with them through their downtowns. So it's a comfort thing, and can you somehow, is reinforcing the speed limit to help it? It would help some, but it's going to be a marginal benefit. Again, if those people are comfortable driving 35 miles an hour on a 25-mile roadway, putting the speed limit up there and putting another sign up there is really not going to probably make much difference. I mean, enforcement certainly helps, but there's only so much enforcement you can do, and that's the challenge. I mean, it really is. It's a tough predicament that every community has.
Just if I could speak one more moment to it. Take Saxon, for instance. It's 35 miles an hour, I think, in most areas. People easily drive up to 50 miles an hour on that road, generally 40 plus. And so you would say the 85 percentile, it can do 40, and it's posted 35. And I would like it to be 30, and so would a lot of people. But will it be justified? It's a county road. We can't, or maybe we can locally legislate it. I don't know, but if we don't have the tools for a street calming regimen, which is probably expensive, then where do we go in our little city? That's where, I hate to get into debates with my colleagues about, Magnolia needs this, and they really did. But the numbers didn't bear it out. But the perception on the street was, my God, you don't want your children playing in the front yard. So that's what I'm facing.
And Magnolia too. I mean, again, I think those are 12-foot wide lanes. So it's a pretty, it's designed for US 1 type of traffic. That's
yes.
Again, that's a challenge.
Right.
Other questions or comments?
So, what is the purpose today? Is to adopt the traffic calming? Because my point is, I have section 4, I have section 5, and I have section 10. Where's 1, 2, and 3, 6, 8, 9? I'm not going to pass a document I haven't read.
We would clean this up into cover, table of contents, exhibit list. This is kind of a raw form that you see in front of you, and clean it up based on your input and bring back a finished version that would be adopted at some point.
Because that's been my only objection for months now is I want to see a completed document. I'm certainly comfortable with whatever staff or the experts say should be done or what shouldn't be done. And, I mean, we can either just live by that, or we can do what we always do and put stop signs in, grant a variance. But, I'm no traffic expert, so I have there's all of you guys here that are, I'm not. Whatever you do, it's not going to work for everybody. You're not going to make everybody happy. Majority of people are not going to comply. So,
I think the majority actually does comply. Even when we've done the traffic studies, the vast majority, the high percentile is compliance. The problem is the extremes are the ones that catch your eye.
Yeah.
One person doing 90 offsets the other 100 or 99 people that did the speed limit, and the phone call is everybody's flying down my road.
Right.
And so, so good point. I think
we had that last night. They're speeding on Myrtle. Myrtle has a stop sign at almost every intersection.
Yeah.
So how can you be doing 45 miles an hour in between stop signs? They're not long blocks like Magnolia is.
Yeah.
So, like you said, a lot of it's just perception. And I think we just need to draw that line in the sand and say, that's it. Here's our line.
Yeah. So, good point. So what today is, no, we're not going to pass it. It's just a workshop, so we can't, I don't think we do that. But this was kind of going along, and then I think what staff was hearing was some debate from the commission, and then even as things came up, we were oftentimes in conflict with what was in the proposed manual. So the notion was like, hey, let's not pass a manual that we're clearly not even anywhere near compliance with. So I think the point of the discussion today was, are we at a point, where do we want to go with this? Is this something we put on ice, or is this something we move forward and invest more staff time in? But if we do that, what do we need to change so that it's something we actually follow and it's a living, a good document versus, hey, that's great that we went through all that work and spent all that time, but we're just going to keep doing whatever we want to do. So I happen to agree with Commissioner Hartman. I have two things. First of all, and I mentioned this earlier, and I just want to make sure it's not lost. We have the existing problems. We have residential neighborhoods where we have existing problems. I want to make sure as we build new construction, and last night we approved 91 homes in Serena Lakes, and I forgot to mention it there, but I want to make sure as we have new constructions built that we're baking in all the latest, greatest, everything we've learned over the past 20 years in traffic engineering, that we're building that in. So chicaneries and whatever, all those things, the narrowing of streets, either real or perceived, even on main drags right off the bat, installing traffic calming, whether it be speed humps or something, because it's easier for it to have always been there than to go in and add it later. So maybe we just start with some of that stuff up front on new construction, so we start at least solving tomorrow's problems today, and while we're also trying to solve yesterday's problems. So I don't know where we have to do that, and I'm not going to remember to bring it up every time, so I'm hopeful that we can add it into LDRs and PUDs and MDAs and every other acronym that we can think of. Let's get the new construction worked out first so we don't pass the same problem, because I can tell you I was out in Venetian Bay, and there's I was at a house or something, I forgot, a campaign stop, I think, and they were complaining, and as I leave their neighborhood, the streets are wide, and it feels like a super speedway. I mean, the street feels as wide as this building. And I probably sped going to the meeting, frankly. I mean, it's human nature. I love your quote. People drive what is comfortable. That's human nature. Even for the most responsible and conscientious of us, you're going to look down and find, oh, man, I'm going a little too fast, because you felt comfortable driving faster, because it feels like you're on an interstate. So anyway, that's the number one, is new construction. Go ahead.
So the answer to that, from what I heard, was to make the street narrower, because that forces you to slow down. And then you have Joe out there that says the streets are too narrow because once they park a car in there, you can't get public safety down the street because now we're parking in the street. So, you know, it's the
Well,
whole,
so
the
the-
whole thing. We have
No, you can do both. So either.
well, I
you-
know, but
yeah,
I mean, in the new construction, we have to say, in these PUDs and stuff, that there will be no street parking. You know, we have to have sufficient setbacks from the front yard in order to park cars in the driveways and not in the road.
Yep, or you have the wider street, but you do the narrowing
yeah,
of
the
it.
yeah.
You make sure the streets have enough, irregularities, if you will, non-linear. You have the butt outs of your landscaping things that butt out. You can do things to give that perceived narrowing that take away that Talladega effect, but you might still accommodate on-street parking. So I'm not saying we abandon that completely. I'm saying that you have to do one or the other, and in this case, we're doing neither. We have the super wide streets, and there's literally no narrowing or anything. I mean, it's nice. It's a wide street, and then you've got the sidewalk area, and then so it just feels very wide open, and because there's no structures close to the street at all, nothing close to the street. So the second thing I want to say is, I tend to agree with Commissioner Hartman on this. I'm no traffic engineer. I'm probably the exact opposite. So once the experts tell us what the right things to do are, I'm of the opinion that people come forward and they request things. They most often request stop signs because that's what they know, and that's what the average human thinks will solve speeding is, hey, if I make them come to a full stop, they can't speed when they're at a full stop. So that's going to solve the problem. But I think we have to be the experts, or at least be able to cite the experts and stand our ground a little bit on that and say, we've got a manual, we're doing all the best things. We can approach it using some of these other methods, but we're not just going to willy-nilly stop signs all over the state or the city, because that doesn't solve the issues. If we want to truly tackle it, we do the streetscaping and other things that will actually solve the problem and decrease people's comfort level, which will decrease their driving speed. But the solution to speeding is not stop signs, and we have to quit giving into that under public pressure, because we've now created a monster, which is, if someone's speeding in front of my house, I want a stop sign in front of my house, and we can't. That's not sustainable. So I think once we get this established, then we have to hold the line on that. And that's us. I'm not preaching to staff on that. I'm preaching to us. I'm just looking at you all because I don't want to look at my colleagues because I'm calling them out and myself. I voted yes on them as well. So that's my thoughts. Yes, Colin.
I guess just as a history, I mean, how did we come up with to having a traffic calming manual? It started with Cooper Street, where it was a 75-foot right-of-way. The perception, when you have a wide street like that, I mean, you're going to speed. So we came up with some islands there, and I think it did reduce the speed somehow. And then Magnolia came. Magnolia is old US 1, and it's wide. So if you follow the MUTC manual, as Commissioner Colodi mentioned, if you follow the guidelines of the MUTC manual for a stop sign, none of the stop signs that we have installed recently will actually meet the requirement. So it brings back the safety issue. I remember the one at Oakwood and Pine. I mean, they kept coming back to the commission. They had an accident there. And finally, the commission, they decided to put a stop sign there. It did not meet the requirement whatsoever. But the idea of the traffic calming manual is to have some of the other features that do traffic calming manual that will take the effect of if people perception that stop sign is going to reduce it, and it's not. So you have whether the Bob Islands, the island themselves, and make the perception that the street is not as wide as you think, and that would reduce the speed. So, you kind of go through the list, so you say, oh, this is the most appropriate one. Can I do that? And not. Then you go to the second one. So, for example, speed humps and stop signs, they probably will be the last on the list, at the bottom of the list. So that's just why did we came up with this, and we tried, I guess maybe this is probably the 5th time that we tried to bring it back to the commission, trying to adopt it. But regardless of what we do, I don't know what kind of guidelines do we have on a stop sign that it does not meet the MEUTC manual. It has to come back to the commission. And that's the difficulty that we're facing. We're trying to limit these cases where it comes back to the commission and put the commission under the pressure from the public to put the stop sign. But that's, I mean, if you're gonna meet the guidelines, that's what it is. So,
You haven't spoken on this topic yet?
I'm
don't
trying
know.
to think how I can keep it short.
So Jason, Commissioner, I'd love to hear what you have to say. You sat on the CAC also, so,
Well-
you know, I learned a bit from the folks over there, and,
Experts and experts and experts, you know.
Right.
The bottom line is this, to stop signs, sometimes I don't need an expert to tell me that. If I have a long straightaway, you're gonna get speeding. You put a couple stop signs there, you're gonna slow some traffic down. So, the issue is, everybody wants a stop sign. And it's funny because that has just gotten exponentially worse. Two things that I've noticed happen. Number one, old people. I watch my parents, they get old, their interpretation of a car going fast is much more extreme, and their response to it is like offensive. Oh my God. The other thing is we've had a changeover to a lot of new young families moving in. And I can tell you that when I had my kids, I became the most possessive person in the world to my kids, like anybody else does. And when a car's going too fast in a parking lot or pulling into a parking space next to me when I got my little kids around me, I get very possessive about that and offensive. So I think that's one of the reasons why we're seeing a lot of these requests for stop signs. You hit the nail on the head. I'm going to use Sugar Mill between Pioneer Trail and 44. We have a ton of development in there. And what I wanted, and we got a lot of requests for all kinds of things, crosswalks with flashing lights. This is what should have gone in as part of the development agreements. Anticipating the fact that we got all these new homes, affordable homes, so there's lots of young families with kids, bus stops. What I wanted to do was get Coastal Woods to pay for putting in what Jake got on A1A. Well, the whole relationship with them went south. But that is basically what the mayor said. We have to anticipate and have these developers putting in these traffic signals and crosswalks. We can't get stuck with that kind of stuff. We know there's going to be a lot of people, a lot of walkers, a lot of families, a lot of kids. So that needs to be, as he says, baked into the development agreement. And I don't care. Serena Lakes came in, again, it's one of those things where we learn as we go, and then by the time we're experts, it's all built out. So that is something that I feel very strongly about, which will help us getting inundated. Because I can agree that Sugar Mill needs some sort of better signalization and crosswalk system. The stop sign with all the traffic coming in from Coastal Woods, it's all debatable. Going to the idea of we're going to adopt this manual and we got to stand firm on stop signs. Let me tell you a funny story about this building. This building was going to be built, it was going to be costly, and there's one thing we absolutely were not going to do under any circumstance. Not charge people. We cannot have this new beautiful building on the water for everybody to use and not have them pay. One person joked with me after and said, "You know it's going to happen." And I said, no, it's not going to happen. I'm serious about this. It probably took 6 months before we were rolling over on our backs. So, okay, we're not going to charge this group. We're not going to charge that group. So when we say we're going to adopt the calming manual, and then we say we're not going to change it, we're not going to make an exception, when that commission is full of our constituents, the reality of it is, when we know the people personally, we like them, they're generally nice, good people, we value their opinion, and then we need their vote, let's not pretend like we're not going to listen to them or feel the pressure. So to simply say, I can tell you right now, staff, 100% with you, and I'm going to hold my ground. Fact of the matter is, you're crazy if you believe that, because I don't know what my circumstances are going to be a year from now, or 3 years from now. Fact of the matter is, when I get a group of constituents that say something that generally makes sense, that I can't really defend other than saying these experts, and then we can stand there and see people going by fast, it just creates a dynamic that's very difficult. So I'm all for the manual and adopting it, and we do need to take the position of falling back on the manual and saying our hands are basically tied. And now the manual allows us to do that because right now it's not adopted. But we can't not do that. On the other hand, staff, I can only speak for myself. And I can tell you this, I told you I would never waive the fee in this building until I waived the fee in the building. So, but people are passionate about this. I was standing with a neighbor on the other side of my neighborhood. It's a big circle. She's talking to me about the airplanes. A car drives by. She yells at the car, slow down. Another car drives by. She yells at the car to slow down. And I'm thinking, the car's not going that fast. But she felt it was. She turned around. One of these cars leaving the neighborhood stops and starts an argument with this woman. This woman, one of my neighbors, is going to they're about to get into a fight over this. That's how passionate people are about it, and crazy people get. So, I don't know if I have anything really intelligent to add to this, but the fact of the matter is, we should adopt it, and we should stick with it. But in the end, it all falls on him, because here's what's going to happen. I have a manual, and I'm going to tell my constituent, I can't give you a stop sign. And then they're going to say, I'm calling the police chief. I want monitors out here. I want police giving tickets. Sorry, chief. It's, it's a vicious circle, but I think that the trend is that we have a lot of new families in town with young kids, and that to me is a common denominator on why we've seen so many.
Good observation. I see you. I'll come to you in 1 second. Good observations. I think some of your things are spot on as far as the demographics and the impact of the demographics on that. That's that human element. I would say, just for clarity, I'm not saying we could never override the manual. I mean, but I do think part of our positions are, we take the time to learn and listen to experts, and so we have to be willing to push back a little bit and try to educate the public and say, it's not that we just did it this morning with the homeless issue. Here are the options that, we think can work and that we can do. So rather than just immediately kind of, hey, we had 2 or 3 people ask for a stop sign, so we're bringing it to the commission and we're voting on a stop sign, saying, no, we'll bring it to the commission to talk through the traffic, we'll let staff work through the traffic calming, and they're recommending these 3 options. We're not just gonna, just because that's what your common sense says, let me talk to you about this. Let me send you some studies from some traffic engineers that are experts in this that will tell you what has and hasn't worked. But yeah, you're absolutely right. We do represent the people.
That's key. When someone calls me and says, hey, I got a problem with speeding outside, I'm like, okay, so I go meet them at their house. We talk about it, we look at the street. I think what would be, the key to what you said is important, that if I contact staff and I say, I got someone who wants a stop sign, they think they're speeding on the street. I think the first response that we should basically be required to do is provide them with what you're saying. Here's the studies, here's what we're going on, here's why we feel this way.
Yep.
Here's what the experts say of what works and what doesn't work. That's important. So I like that.
No, it is, and and I've had to do it. It's not easy. I told you the story. I was out in Venetian Bay, and that's what they said. They were, we need to slow traffic down on the street. They just wanted more. They just wanted you to live, I think, on that street in your car 24/7 with a radar gun. But I went through all this and I said, hey, this is what the experts tell us, and talked about street designs and everything else. So I do think it is an education thing. So Brian, sorry, you had some comment.
Just to Commissioner McGurk's point, one thing I would recommend we add to the manual is that there is an ability to exercise professional engineering judgment if there's evidence that a particular condition that's maybe not covered numerically needs to be addressed by a device, whether it's a stop sign or other. We need to have that option in there, so at least you have the ability to agree with staff's recommendation to override, maybe despite the numbers in particular circumstances. So would recommend we do that, just for legal protection, if anything, if you choose to go down that path. Second item, just for the manual itself, two things that come up, and Kyle brought this up, is if you have a problem on a street, what percentage of buy-in or support do we want to get for bringing forward a project? This is very common in traffic calming manuals. Whether it's 50% or 95%, I think we're at 80 now, is a high level of support is desired before doing something, but that's something that we would like your input on. And then, is it just the people on that block, or is it that neighborhood, or all users of the street? So those are things that go into a manual like this.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Brian, thank you for the manual. I think it's a very good idea that we did finally derive a copy for our city of the National MUTCD. I think under special circumstances, as I think I just heard from you, there may be some latitude. I did hear one very highly regarded engineer say, hey, you know what works? Stop signs and speed humps, because they're the cheapest things you can put down. And those are what I was considering, because with our last city manager, she would talk about bulb outs and islands and speed tables and, the whole gamut. And they cost a lot of money, and people want it now. So we had to resort to stop signs and then the speed hump, which was pretty costly, actually. But thankfully, my colleagues agreed to put down speed humps. Lately, I haven't heard complaints from the mainland. But I think if we judiciously and cautiously discuss certain circumstances, when you get a large group of people coming in saying, we want that speed study, we want you to put down pneumatic speed tubes and do counts and do such and such, maybe I think we have that duty to act. We still can fall back on, it's not warranted, doesn't really work in most cases. It may help you only by a small percentage, which I think maybe in fact it did on Magnolia. But that was a good idea to have, because we, a growing city with tourists visiting and people speeding, looking for parking spaces, and young families like Jason's, and it's a recipe for disaster. We just had another, I think, a bicyclist was killed in our city, and I'm trying, and I know you guys are too, to be a multimodal city, because people want to bike and walk also. So we have to be prepared. I agree with the mayor. Let's demand that the developers build that type of street calming regimen, so that we don't have to have deaths and injury and property damage. Thanks.
Well, when I started off with my comments, the one was that we have to look to possibly adjusting our rating chart on whether any particular project is viable or not. And Brian just brought that up. There are local unique conditions that come in. Right now, there's the magic number of 75 in our rating chart, of which 10 is local conditions. Perhaps that should be a little greater. I would just like the staff to take a look at that, the rating chart, more than anything else. And then you kind of got to go back to why the manual was created by the federal government. The manual was created to move traffic safely. It wasn't meant to preserve neighborhoods and help out this corner and that corner. It's to move traffic. So it's kind of geared that way. So we have to look at it from the approach that we're a local town, and maybe we may have to put these little local provisions in on it. As it's set up right now, as every recommendation we've had, nothing's justifiable. So look at that. I can't wait to have the manual in place, but that's the one change I would like to look at on it.
Okay. One question for consideration of the commission and staff would be, you know, because some of these things do cost money, especially as you point out. A stop sign is, you know, $100 worth of tin and 1 hour of person labor. Other things get radically more expensive. You know, roundabouts are probably the worst, and then even some of the other things cost money. I wonder if we should start earmarking because we do have, I would call it a deficit around our city in some neighborhoods, and I think we're going to get more of this. You know, I've heard a little bit from some folks on Riverside that say, hey, since you did all that work on Magnolia, guess where those folks are going now? And so I wonder if we should build into our budget, you know, 10, 15, 20, if we could find some funding source even, you know, ticket revenue, I don't know, but build into our budget something every year, and that would give us some parameters to say we can use that budget to proactively or reactively address some issues, but also something to say, hey, we're out of budget for this year. Like we did this project, we solved this problem, and now next year we can address whatever need that comes forward. And I don't know if that would help to add some framework and parameter around this whole traffic calming thing. So.
I think it does, Mayor, and you know, what we'll do is, like right now we have funding for like sidewalk repair, which is an annual thing that we put in the budget, so we could do that. I know some other cities, I'm not sure exactly who, but they have built something into the budget, but then it ties into, like, for example, if a neighborhood wanted to have a traffic calming, they actually contribute to the project itself. So whether it's like 20%, 30%, or 50%, but they contribute to it. So I've seen some traffic calming where they put them in, and then they took him out because people complained about him. So,
yeah.
But yeah. It's a good idea to build it into the budget. I agree.
Okay. So what I heard through all of this was basically pretty universal agreement, move forward with it. We may have to, whenever it comes for us for actual approval, we may have some debates about some of the finer points. Is it 80% of the neighborhood or the neighbors that need to approve? Is it 75? Is whatever the number is? But I think we could distill that down to the 3 or 4 kind of decision points, but the rest of it is sort of there. So, so yeah, I think
I'm good with 75% or above. And
75% minimum?
Yeah, or above, if, you know, the majority of everything else is 80 up, you know, as long as it's above 75%. My issue with everybody that uses the road, how do you truly know that you have 75%? You know.
It's difficult. I think it has to be within the area, you know.
It would have to be either that street or, you know, a real close location, or people that actually use it, because I know in Isles of Sugar Mill, the way it's designed, most people never go to the south end. They always just go out the entrance, you know, the people on the north court. So they really, it doesn't impact them one way or the other, so do we really need them included in the thing? So, you know, that's something that you guys will have to look at when you do it and determine that.
Yeah. Okay. So, any other questions you need
No, I
clarification
think
on?
that we need, we will clean up, bring back the manual incorporating this input, and make some final adjustments in 2021.
Okay. Good.
Question?
Yes.
While we're discussing, I think it was last night we were talking about the North Causeway, and now that we're going to be working on the bridge, the speed limit makes it impossible for the low-speed vehicles. I was hoping for a long time already, and was successful along with Marty Danaher, to get the portion near the drawbridge speed lowered. I know it's not our road, but isn't that one of the roads that we could or should look at? The speed, I think there's 3 speed limits there on that 1 mile of road. Am I right? Is that?
You're right. We have requested it before, and I think we had a traffic engineer who had some connections with DOT. They reduced another portion. But I think Commissioner Colodi presented this question during the
Yes.
Barracuda Bridge presentation. So I'm sure they're gonna look into it, and I will be talking to the district traffic engineer about this specific issue for the golf carts, for the slow speeding, and also for the traffic lights that Commissioner Colodi has presented as well.
Thank you.
We really have 3 different speed limits on that stretch of road? 2.
2?
Between, from the river to, or no, from the bridge to the,
It's 30 from Riverside to just past Quaycisi, where it goes from 40, and then it goes back to 30 just before you get to the North Causeway Bridge.
so it goes 30, 40, 30?
Yes.
That's weird.
In my book, that says 3.
You're
right, you're right.
I
It's
get,
2.
you're both right. Yeah, I get you. Yeah. Yeah, a lot of, that seems like a,
And the city manager's right. Most of that used to be 40, but in order to make the drive around from Quaycisi to Barracuda and then up the little side road there for golf carts, it was lowered so that you could get golf carts from mainland to beachside.
go ahead.
I've never been for reducing the speed limits to accommodate golf carts. The bottom line, and I got a lot of friends that live in Quaycisi, I got a lot of friends that drive golf carts around. I would much rather ask the chief to look the other way, which of course not, than to sit there and lower stop signs or lower the speed limits. Because all that's doing is slowing traffic down and giving people tickets. Slowing traffic down is not necessary. So I've never supported clogging up the roads with golf carts anyway. It doesn't make much sense to me.
And please, don't take it as I meant to accommodate the low-speed vehicles. The interface between cars and those, it's a miracle that nobody gets killed, right?
I agree.
But just to maintain some consistency and maybe make that causeway a little safer.
But the 30, 40, 30 thing is, yeah,
Yes,
that's,
I don't know.
I never knew that.
But again, the engineer says if you can comfortably drive it, 85% says that's the speed we'll put set for you. And you can do 40, 45 on the North Causeway in some spots.
Oh, you can do more than
They go down 40,
that. Sorry, go ahead.
go down 44 in front of the hospital. It goes from 40, 45, 35, 40,
Right?
55,
Wow.
and then down to 35.
Yeah.
Why everybody drives at comfort speed and just hopes they don't get pulled over. That's why we always still hit our brakes when we say, oh.
I'm afraid to drive
Check your
down
speed.
44 now, down your way.
Yeah.
I just don't agree, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
I just,
Finish it.
I don't like artificially reducing speed limits. No good comes from it.
Yeah. Go ahead, Mike.
The golf cart community has accepted the fact that they have to go down Quaycisi, then cross Barracuda, at Barracuda, and go down that side road. So the only concern is that when Barracuda's gone, you just can't do it. So I think we might get some short-term accommodation, 2 years,
Yeah.
to lower that speed limit, but I'm not in favor of lowering it myself either.
Okay. Good. All right. Traffic calming, we got our marching orders. Appreciate you being here for this conversation. We do appreciate it. We do respect experts. We just sometimes still put in stop signs wherever we want, so. All right. The last item, we're teed up for a break. Does anybody need another break now, or do we? The last item is just our open discussion as a commission. So, I'm not seeing anybody bail. So if you need to slip out, take a minute if you need to. So this is open discussion, general discussion. How I would think we would do it is we'll go down, we'll start with the vice mayor, go down the line, and feel free to just take take your time. We've got an hour slotted, roughly.
Don't say
with-
take your time. We might
Hang on, I was about to say, hang on. We were targeting roughly an hour, and we're shooting to be finished here by, 5 at the latest. So that's roughly 10 to 20 minutes each. So however you want to do that, if somebody has something and you want to kind of open it up for commission discussion, so that will,
How about we do like, each person does 2 things, and then we come back around, we can do additional, otherwise.
yeah, I mean, I'm trying to, because the issue is like if I bring something I want to talk about, like it's like we need to just say that one thing and then have other people chime in.
Yeah.
So, do you have an idea? Go ahead.
No, what happened to the CRA grant program criteria discussion?
We have 12 topics.
What's that?
Under the general discussions, we have 12 topics that you
Okay.
have provided for us. So, Commissioner Hartman provided some, Commissioner McGurk provided some, and Commissioner, Vice Mayor Sachs provided some. And so.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah. So those are. Yeah. Sorry. I was going off of this agenda. You're right, Randy. There's. We have some items that are under that.
So, Mr. Mayor, if I may, being the vice, just start off quickly with a bit of discussion. I want to thank you guys. We did approve the traffic light for Station 50. I'm hoping for this next fiscal year that we can afford one for Station 52. It was warranted by FDOT as a standalone feature. We were considering, along with Brian, waiting for the hotel to be built, waiting on Godot there. But I think I would like to see us, if it doesn't cost as much as the one at 50, we should definitely put it in our budget. It's public safety, it's quality of life, it's keeping our citizens safe and our firefighters, and they'll get there faster. And that's a bad curve right there at Station 52. So I don't know when the best time to bring it up other than now. Please consider, we'll talk about a light at 52. I'd love to see one at industrial. You know, you have police and fire coming out of there, but that's not our road. So, but 52, we have more control because they've already said yes.
Okay.
So, Jake, on that, I'd like to see some numbers. How many calls do they run a year? How many times a day are they
That's a
leaving
good question.
the station?
Well, enough.
I mean, if it's truly that dangerous, why are they not going out of the back of the station? So,
well,
if we can get some, do you know, if we know how many calls per day or how many calls per year they
I
run?
don't know.
We should be able to
That's
get
a
that
guess.
information fairly easily.
So is this the start of each one pick their topic, is that what?
Yeah.
Okay.
It does warrant some research.
Okay.
As we know, that's their main exit is out onto 3rd Avenue, but
Yeah.
they point everything that way and they come back on 2nd, I think it is, right?
Yeah. But I mean, Randy's point, they could
But the-
reverse that, and so.
But then, again, the need for rescue as well, medical, when those trucks come out of there for rescue, which I hear the sirens a lot, and they're laying on the horn. And that means traffic's not stopping. They're sitting on the apron. And that's seconds of life that
No,
people.
it just means somebody's pushing the button to blow the horn.
I'm sorry?
It just means somebody's pushing the button to blow the horn. I had a lieutenant who pushed the button. The minute he got in the truck, he started pushing the horn button and never stopped until we got on the scene, even if we were sitting in a parking lot. So, just because you hear horns doesn't mean.
I've spoken to firefighters. We should continue the discussion. I see some of your points, but talk to firefighters and talk to engineers and ask them why there are no traffic lights in front of fire stations. It was a mistake not to put it in the budget. It was never budgeted.
So from my understanding, Colin's not here, but is that it's a two-pronged thing, right? I mean, we went through the 50, but it's local funding, but then we also have to have other people that agree and approve it and other things as well, right? So you're basically trying to just start the process for 52 that we went through for 50. Is that, okay? And I think what I'm hearing from Randy at least is, who, on all of this, I defer to the two of you all, so when y'all don't agree, then I'm very confused, because y'all have both ridden on a fire truck, and only time I've done it, I was throwing candy at people, so, you know, so what I'm hearing from him is maybe it's not merited, I don't know. It seems like common sense to me, so but, all right, do you have other
It's
items?
okay for two firefighters to disagree, but
No, I hear
maybe
you.
we should hear from experts on it and see what they think.
I tell you who I'd most like to hear from is Police Chief or Fire Chief Vandermark and,
Sure.
and any of the firefighters, and
I'd
if they,
welcome that.
if it's an issue for them, then we certainly will go to bat for them, so. But if they're not bringing it, then maybe it's not, I don't know.
Well, you're hitting the key. If this is a discussion, I can tell you that. I've asked Vandermark, I've asked that a number of times. I know, Jake, I know this is a passion for you, but I've asked Chief that question. I don't want to speak for him, but it doesn't appear to be the same level of urgency. I think he has many other things that he would love to strive for before prioritizing that.
Yeah.
Well, it's not, just remember, it's not coming out of his budget, so
Understand.
that's one thing,
Yeah.
I believe, right?
But if you just think of it like from a political capital standpoint, like if he has a chance to stand up and ask us for one thing to support, you know, is that
That might not
the
be it.
top thing? I don't know,
You know,
so,
he might want another a rescue truck, he might want,
Yeah.
Jaws, we don't know.
yeah. Or vaccine at this point. All right, do you have other items?
No, I think we're starting to work better together. We're working well at first. I don't know, maybe there was some competition, but we all, we don't have to agree on everything, but if we can compromise on everything that comes before us in favor of our residents that we represent, then we're doing a great job. So I'm thankful to work with you guys. It's mostly rewarding.
Mostly
Thanks.
rewarding.
Mostly.
All right. It's a high praise coming from. All right, we'll go, who wants to go next?
I'll go.
Go ahead, Jason.
Okay, got a few things I'll bring. There's a lot of things I want to talk to you guys about, but I'm going to put two things on your radar that might not be on there. Number one is docks. I'm getting a lot of calls from people. We changed the way when you get a dock, you're allowed a certain amount of square footage of wood for your dock, of space, within the proper setbacks. So we now include the square footage that is under your boat, but not actually any wood. That used to not be like that. We changed it to where if you're allowed 1,000 square feet, you now have to include the portion that your boat is over. I'm not sure why we did that. I'm not sure there was ever a problem with it, but we did change it. And I'm getting it's creating a lot of irritation and issues with people who have boats or docks. So I just want to put that on your radar so you can take your time to check with staff on it or learn about it. And that was one of the things where I'm not sure there was a problem to begin with, why we changed it in the first place. So that's an issue. The other one is
Hang on,
Yeah.
I have a question
Sure.
that I want to ask staff something. So I don't know if this is the issue that it was meant to solve or not, but I know we've got one dock, it's actually up near you, I guess, but there's the one dock that's just off of, like if you're driving over the North Causeway and you look to your left, you see a dock that I think they were trying to reach the other shore. Like, I think they started a bridge and we stopped them is what happened. Like it goes way out into the water. I've got numerous calls.
Well, a lot of that has to do with, that's not necessarily included in the square footage. You have to get a certain distance.
I know, they gotta get out to some water and all that
Yeah.
stuff, but, so, I don't know if, was that related, or Brian, do you wanna speak to that at all, as to what that
Yes,
change was
yeah,
driven by, or?
That was before the 1,000 square foot maximum that's now on the books. That was implemented to prevent that type of situation. That was in the system before that rule was in place. So the 1,000 square foot is to prevent these extra large docks that drove complaints. We have had, it's flipped, and now we have dock builders and homeowners saying, that's all I get, why are you restricting?
Well, wait a minute, I thought you were talking about how long it was going out. That's not the same as the decking area where your boat is stored.
So right now it's
It's
1,000.
it's the net
it's
total
1,000
square footage, I think.
1,000
No.
square foot, oh, that's our dock
I don't
guy.
think
Go
that
ahead.
the gangway is part of the square footage.
Is the gangway part of the square footage, is question number one.
Square footage.
The gangway
Basically,
is.
what we did was the regulation that we brought forward that was passed mimic a regulation that's currently enforced in Ponce Inlet, and it's the regulation that's being changed for the Volusia Manatee Protection Plan. They are the ones going to be incorporating that, and so we went ahead and incorporated it ahead of time before their plan is being changed, so we'd be consistent with their updated plan. Plus, we updated some items to be consistent with their current plan.
So hold on a second. If it includes the gangway out to the main platform dock, what happens when somebody needs to have a much longer gangway than others because they need to get out to the deeper water for their boat?
Currently, right now, the 1,000 square feet is anything that's over water.
Okay.
And that's the regulation that's going to come down from Volusia County, and it's already a regulation that was put in place in Ponce Inlet. We were just the second city to fall
Okay.
in line with that thought process.
So this intensifies my discussion because this is even worse than I assumed, because at one point I was told that the gangway is not included in that square footage. So it's a safe assumption then to say that anybody who needs a long gangway to get out to water that can hold a boat, depth that can hold a boat, is not going to be able to get a dock anyway, because they're going to far exceed that maximum 1,000 square feet. I mean, we have people with 250, 300-foot dock gangways. So are they now grandfathered in? New people won't be able to? Where are we at with that?
So basically, if you have to go 100 or 200 feet out, then that walkway goes against your 1,000 square feet. So your end result of where your boat's going to be stored at, you're going to have a lot smaller facility out there than somebody who's got one that's closer to the shore.
Well, I can also make the assumption that 1,000 square feet is not going to get you out there in a number of homes in this area. So,
That could be, you
I mean,
could be correct on that.
but so that's a huge change, not only for the fact that it denies you use of the water, but it diminishes the value of the property. If it's on the river, and you can't have a boat.
That's correct. And we could modify our regulation currently for that situation, but once the county modifies it, we have to go back to what they are because we adopted their plan.
Yeah,
So we have to follow the Manatee Protection Plan based on the waterway from a certain area of our shoreline.
So in my mind, that's a big deal. And in my mind, that the fact that some law got changed that was so far-reaching probably should have been something that we really discussed, because we're now changing something that is very significant for a, quote, good cause, for manatee protection. I can tell you the debate that's been going on for years now is whether or not manatee protection is even needed, to what degree it should be needed. I mean, I was around in the 80s when we started all of the manatee protection no wake areas. And there's a lot of argument that's made that it has worked so great, some of that can be reduced. So why we're, so I guess let me go back to this discussion. It's worse than I thought.
Yeah.
We're going to have a lot of people really upset. So.
Yeah. And just let you know, even at the state level at DEP, 1,000 square feet is what they consider as a single-family residential dock structure.
Yeah.
If you go exceed that, there's additional permitting that's required now. So they can exempt you if it's single-family and it's 1,000 square feet or less.
So hold on. So restate that. I heard something about it. State can exempt you.
Sure. So you can go onto DEP's website. If your dock is 1,000 square feet or less and it's for a single-family house, you can self-certify yourself to be exempt from a state permit. It's called a self-certification, and then that's acceptable by the building department when you apply for your actual building permit. So everything is starting to fall in line with this 1,000 square foot structures for single-family homes. Also, too, the state has a setback off repairing lines of 25 feet. They allow us, they accept our 10-foot now because we have 50-foot lots throughout our city. So if we adopted the state's current regulation, anybody had a 50-foot wide lot wouldn't even be able to have a dock. But they
So-
allow us, because we have a local regulation that allows 10-foot, so it allows, they will issue a permit if they have to, based on our local
All right.
setback.
So where I want to leave this discussion is, consider it on your radar. There's gonna be a lot of issues with this coming forward.
There's no loop, you didn't just describe a loophole for them?
Well, what I said was, we could adjust a regulation not to count the shaded area for the boat, but that's where it's going. That's what's going to be changed under Volusia County. We just were ahead of the curve for them because we knew that's what they're planning on to adopt. It was already adopted in Ponce Inlet. We were just the second city to fall in line to adopt that. Eventually, every city along the coast that's on the river will have to adopt that if they've adopted the Manatee Plan. Part of that Manatee Plan we adopted gave us the slip pool that allows us to have slips out in this river as well.
So, again, I caution, when we adopt things that sound good, the unintended consequence is gonna be pretty extreme. When we have people coming in who are paying $1 million or $2 million for a piece of property and not being able to put a dock out there. All right.
So how does this apply to floating docks?
Basically, their calculation is what is covering the waterway. So the way the state's looking at it is everything that's covering water, you're eliminating any growth to that seabed or that riverbed. So there will be no plants growing, there won't be anything growing because it's completely shaded. So that's why they're all looking to go to this 1,000 square foot limit, so that you limit the damage to the bottom of the water where there could be seagrasses and different growth that the manatees eat and fish hatch in.
Okay, but the floating dock, they have the same requirements as a regular dock?
Yes.
I see several of them out here with no handrails, no safety rails, nothing out there, yet that's required on a regular dock.
That's a building code question, so that's not something that planning can answer.
Where is he at?
Is that, what you're telling me is educational. It's, again, I'm learning more. Is there a way I can get some kind of, we all can get sent a staff report on how this came about, was part of the Manatee Protection
Sure.
Program?
Sure,
Because
we can
I
do
know
that.
only of the problem of people can't get it done. But
Right.
certainly having the understanding of where it came from, why it's being adopted, that's gonna be certainly very beneficial to us when we come across more people.
I think part of the issue that we're running too is normally with the people that live in a single-family house, I think most people are looking at there's a certain size boat or smaller that you normally would have docked up at a single-family, dock.
Yeah.
But what we're seeing is where we've got oversized boats now wanting to create a dock situation at their house. So people's got, where you used to have a 30-foot boat or less, now they're getting to 35, 38,
So-
40-foot boats.
Funny you bring that up. When I was on planning and zoning, we had a discussion about that. And I said to people, back in the day, I said, this is gonna become a wealthier community, people are gonna want bigger boats, and we're gonna need to some extent accommodate that. And now, as this is actually happening, to what extent we accommodate that is one thing. That's a slightly different issue than the fact that you used to be able to put a dock out there, and now you can't. It's a little different. So, but it is all gonna be related to the same big issue.
Okay. So we're gonna get a report on that, which I do think will be beneficial. Commissioner Colodi had one more comment on this. It is still your time. I'm gonna
Yep.
come back to you, and then, but if you wanna,
Boat dock regulations fall in the same category as manual traffic control devices. There's no real good answer to it. I have.
let's put a stop sign there.
In my own neighborhood, we have people that have no desire to have a boat. So what they do is they put in 1,000 square foot of platform out there, and they extend their property out over the water. So we have people who now, that the city modified the regulations, they put a second floor deck over their boathouse and they sit up there. So I'm not particularly happy with them. I don't have any good suggestions for changing. It's a real problem.
Okay. All right, still your
Okay,
time, go ahead.
Second, another issue, airplanes. So, let me give it to you in this context. This became, airplane noise became a really big issue about 12 years ago, I would say, roughly. And a lot of people got together, including Embry-Riddle, the Sugar Mill Group, a number of different agencies. And they came up with is a voluntary plan. Voluntary plan was what everybody agreed to. What hasn't happened is most of the flight schools not doing the voluntary plan that they agreed to. I can tell you that Embry-Riddle, there was someone from Embry-Riddle who was very key and instrumental to bridging this all together and making this happen. I can tell you that a lot of time was spent on this quote voluntary. No one, including ourselves, focuses on promoting this voluntary set of rules. It'd be a shame if we delve back into the disaster we did 10 or 12 years ago simply because the flight schools have become arrogant enough to where they don't enforce it because nobody's enforcing them to enforce it. I can tell you that I called a meeting with the flight schools. And it was basically what I made very clear to them was, I'm not coming to talk about this. I'm coming to tell you that there's a big problem. And all you have to do is follow what you voluntarily agreed to. And the interesting thing was two things. One is, few of the flight schools, which are the worst offenders, didn't even show up. They don't care. The arrogance of them is simply, I don't have to do it, screw you. That's really what half the flight school's attitude is. The other half of the flight schools that showed up was interesting. They sat in this room discussing amongst each other ways that they can do things as if they had never done that before. So it just shows you the level of which they've ignored the voluntary stipulations that everybody agreed to. And I'm giving you guys a heads up because I want to give you that background. Amazing amount of time was put into this, and a good solution was come up with. And the only thing that I'm hearing complaints about is that they're not following what they agreed to do. And it's not complicated at all. There is not enough buy-in from the flight schools. There is not enough action by the city to make sure the flight schools are abiding by this. And it's going to end up on our plate as a complete disaster. Now, I will tell you that there is a particular person, there's real complaints out there, and then there's not so legitimate complaints out there. There are a couple people who I would caution you to listening to. There are irrational complaints out there and rational complaints. And what I'm bringing to you is the rational complaints are simply just following the voluntary rules that were put in place that everyone agreed to. The second, I'm going to move on. CRA is something that I wasn't planning on getting into today, but I can if we have time and people want to. But I'm going to move on from there because I think that's a pretty big discussion at some point.
Okay.
Jason, Commissioner, please explain. Can you take a minute? Is it the times that they fly?
So the key elements of the voluntary noise ordinance is they don't fly on Sundays.
They don't fly on what?
Sundays.
No touch and goes on Sundays?
No, it's not touch and goes. There's no flying on Sundays. There's no flying over certain neighborhoods. And no flying on holidays. So, some exceptions. They had weather events that were so extreme they need to make up some time fly on Sunday. Well, that has obviously been thrown by the wayside. They can find it rained Thursday afternoon. We're making up. So it's very simple. follow the traffic patterns that were created, no flying on Sundays, and no flying on weekends. And
Sundays or weekends or Sundays or holidays?
I'm sorry, you're right. It's no Sundays, that's the one day that they take off, and then on holidays. And following the patterns that they're supposed to. Now, my neighborhood that I live in traditionally hasn't been a neighborhood that really complains much. And the flight schools were very surprised to hear that that neighborhood was complaining because they're cutting through the neighborhood. They were supposed to go out around the islands. After the meeting, some of them have done a better job, others have disregarded it. But the fact of the matter is, they're very easy to follow. And there's just a lack of effort and incentive to do so.
Okay. So the CRA thing, I know you graciously offered to kind of move past that, but I think this is our time to talk through things like that. So do you want to give us a quick preview and see what, because it was one that actually was kind of on the list.
The incentive grant, I feel, is very important for a number of different reasons. And those include, now, the disclaimer I'm going to give is I'm not a big fan of public-private money merging together. I think it's has a potential to be abused, so on and so forth. This is one of the rare occasions that I think that it has worked well. Right now, nobody wants to develop and spend the money necessary on US 1 when all the growth is out in Beachside and out west. Offering CRA grants, opportunity grants, encourages, it's a carrot for businesses to come over and reinvest into an existing developed part of the community. It's key because as a business model, looking at the city as a business model, that whole US 1 corridor is underperforming dramatically. The ad valorem tax revenue that it is producing for us is way low from where it should be. The key to the US 1 CRA was to clean up US 1. My main priority has always been get rid of the motels. It is an archaic concept that simply just deals with vagrants, drug addicts, prostitutes, ex-cons, criminals. Here's the thing. Whenever I have a problem with a specific person out of one of these motels around my business, the good news is that I know they're going to leave relatively soon. The bad news is that I know that there's going to be someone replacing them right after. So I would encourage the opportunity grants to revitalize US 1 because there's no reason on spending $1 million over there if I can spend $1 million over here. You spend $750 over here and you can get a large-scale opportunity grant. That's huge. People start listening. The key would be, in my mind, at least with the hotels, if you can get an opportunity grant of money on that property if you actually change the use. I don't want to see someone fix it up. I've seen that for years. You change the use into a new, truly viable business. I would ask that an opportunity grant be possible on any of the properties. But I would certainly say that if you are squeamish on that, at the very least, let's create the opportunity grants on the old motel properties because it's an archaic use that has no real function or viability in that business model. And let's encourage getting those done. We use the crime stats. We justified the US 1 CRA by all of the crime stats and reports that come in from the motels. 90% of the problems in US 1 will go away with those motels gone. I can't tell you how many people have said, you know, I was going to put my business over at that location, but I didn't want to be anywhere near the motels. And I told them, you're absolutely right. I can understand that, and it's a logical and sound decision because the problems that they put out are a cancer in the neighborhood. So the New Smyrna is a shining example of how opportunity grants worked. You look at Canal Street, and I can tell you, It was a big part of how Canal Street and why Canal Street is functioning the way it is today. You can look at the corkscrew, the before and after. You can look at the old Badcock building before and after. The ad valorem tax revenue that it's putting out long-term. It's an investment the city needs to make. It works, and if done the right way, and it can be done the right way. Just won't be done. We know what not to do. 30 years of a previous CRA showed us what works and what doesn't work, and we have a great model to continue.
Can I ask a question? Sure. Real quick? You're saying offer an opportunity grant if the use is changed?
Yes, on the motels. I would,
Right,
I would
okay.
never want to see someone
Fix up the-
borrow money to simply fix it up as is the existing use. It doesn't work.
Okay. So, I certainly support the concept. We've got some stuff in front of us today, but we're obviously not gonna get through all that, but I definitely think that's something we should tackle head on early in 2021, to get that rolling and, you know, see if we've got enough support up here. What I see in this proposal is up to 50K. I don't know if that's enough for the scale of what you're talking
No.
about. I don't think that's gonna.
Well, we
gonna
can
cut
have
it.
some small-scale opportunity grants and then have some large-scale opportunity
Right.
grants.
Yeah. Okay.
Do you need any more elaboration on this program? He drafted this proposal, so
Okay.
he's available if you have any questions.
So I think for today, and we may get back to that, Chris, thank you for being here. I've seen you here all day. So what I'd like to do is let's get through the rest of the discussion. We'll see what we end up with having time to drill in on, if anything. But if nothing else, this is giving us all kind of a level set and giving staff some direction on what to bring back in front of us. So that helps me understand this context. And so now I can talk to Chris, talk to staff, do some research and be ready when you bring this back up in 2021.
Correct.
We started with him. Yeah, go ahead.
All right, so my first one is capital improvement projects. I would like to, I think we need a list of those projects that we have out there. We need a status on where they are. We need an analysis of what we've invested, how much more it's going to cost us. Is it an echo funding, much like we did with the strategic plan? If there was some way we could do something along that, yeah, I saw that. And then, you know, and then we, as a group, need to figure out how we're going to fund this, because some of these have some unfunded costs that have increased over the years, and now we're looking at another $500,000, you know, for the Women's Center or something along that because of things that we found out. And is it truly something that we going to go forward with it? I mean, we have the old fort wall, you know, the experts come back and said the best thing to do with it is tear it down completely and rebuild it with the existing stone. Well, then is it truly the same wall, or is it just a replica of the wall? And is that a project maybe we don't want to go forward with? Let it crumble and it's a ruin. So, you know, it's just something that I think that we need to have a further discussion on what capital improvement projects do we have out there? Where are they? Where are we going with them? How much have we spent? How much more do we need to spend? And then, you know, what are our funding options? Because my understanding from some people in ECHO is that they're going to start limiting the number of ECHO grants NEC can have at one time. And I think we currently have 4 outstanding.
We have 2 at the annex that will be closing up in the next couple months, and then we have the Women's Club, Old Fort.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
So-
we'll have 2 at the start
So
of
we
next
may
year.
not be eligible for any more going forward until we start clearing some of the, and then they may limit you to just 2. So I would like to see that report in some fashion and maybe at some point have a workshop discussion on that.
So, if I can, Kyle, real quick, and I'll turn it over to you. So, what I'm familiar with for the, you know, we're not a city that's you know, in steady state by any stretch. We've got a lot going on. So I'd liken us to, you know, a growing business, if you will. What you typically see when you have capital spending of this level is at least a quarterly or semi-annual, but preferably like a quarterly kind of capital update. You typically have a like subcommittee of a board that would be focused on capital, but in our case, you know, we are the board. But that does exactly that. That gets basically a capital update and says, where are we at on the capital projects? Red, green, blue, red, green, yellow status. Are they over budget, under budget, ahead of schedule, behind schedule? And then what's on the radar? Let's looking 2 or 3 years out, and what do we need to do? So that's what I'm used to in my corporate background. So I think we have that same opportunity here. Maybe maybe it is just semi-annually, so kind of in between the budget cycle, or maybe it's every couple of months we have we start a meeting at 5 o'clock and it's just a capital update, and we just have Michelle come in and kind of run down that list, and so I could certainly get behind something like that.
Okay.
Did you have?
No, I would just want to mention about I think in the 2021, we were planning on doing a quarterly report on the CIP, and also we have the mini budget workshop, that there will be a specific one for the CIP. So, but I think since we already have the list, I think we provided this list in the city manager report 2 meetings ago for you. But I think what your concern is we have some of the projects that they are under either planning or design that the cost might escalate. And I think that's where we could provide this report, but I think we want to concentrate on this project that we have some issues with.
Right.
So in terms of the funding, in terms of the timing and so forth, but.
We had a projected cost. We did put it in the budget. We got grants. We know what money's coming in, but then we ran into snafus. So there's additional costs going to be out there. I want to know about them now so that when we get into the budgeting process, I'm going to say, hey, we have this project, but it's going to cost us another $40,000 or $50,000. Is that something we're going to put in this budget? And then, how are we going to move forward with it? Is it to the point where it's going to be this next budget cycle, or can it be pushed off to the following budget cycle? Do we put half of it in now and then have the other half later? I'm looking for long-term planning. So that's what these things kind of turned out to be, are long-term things. Because we were supposed to be in the annex in October when we originally started the whole project. So, and it's nobody's fault that it's an old building and it has lots of problems. So, those are things that just kind of need to be current. I'd like to be current on, and then how are we going to deal with it in the future, and where are we going to find those funding sources?
I think we also have to, and I've talked with city leadership on this too, and I've also seen it in corporate world as well, and seen it change, and so I know it can change, is we have to be more, if staff comes with something, says, hey, it's going to cost $4 million to do this, we can't say we want to do that, but we want it to cost $3.5 million, because it will end up costing $4.1 million. Just because we want it to cost less and we approve less and we feel great about that doesn't mean it turns out that way. And in fact, we probably should tell staff to start being a little more conservative on their estimates, because especially when you start cracking open historic buildings, things like the Women's Center and other things, we know anybody that's ever touched any kind of remodel project on a house can tell you you're going to go over budget. Even building a brand new house, you go over budget. So I think we probably should get more conservative and kind of lean into that, and then have a chance to actually come under budget. But that way we have a realistic look at the beginning. And I get it, staff is under a lot of pressure and they want to bring us an aggressive number, and then often we beat that number up even. So they're under a ton of pressure, but I saw it before at a previous organization. At some point we got tired of coming in over budget and then getting blasted at the end. So we started saying, if you want to do this project, this is your budget. And if you want to agree to that budget, then we're not going to agree to this project board, because that's the budget. That's the one we can put our name behind. And we started having success where we actually beat a few budgets because we had built in a healthy contingency, and we either met or beat the budget. So I think that's another improvement that we can make, and that lies really with the 5 of us.
Question, please.
Sure.
I see what appears to be carryovers from the last budget. And again, I'm beating a dead horse. Why do I not see the traffic light for Station 50 as a carryover there?
That did carry over. It was budgeted for impact fees last year. Those funds did carry over into the current fiscal year. It's fully funded through construction.
Okay. So we're a bit behind schedule.
No, it's in final design. I think I sent you our last
I know,
approval.
I know.
It's
I
laid
just-
out, so.
The eternal skeptic, Brian, until I see, holes or concrete, I'm like,
It's on the list.
it is?
Yeah.
So,
Thank you. My eyes are failing me.
Yeah, no, it's an eye chart, but yeah, it's up there. Okay.
Thank you again.
Still your time, Randy, go ahead.
So the other one is PUDs. I mean, we've all sat up here and heard, they agreed to certain things in the PUD, they didn't accomplish it. This wasn't done, that's not done. Brian and his staff recently went through and reviewed one or two of those. He's kind of given me a little bit of what they found, haven't found. But I think it's something that we should do going forward. I think at the end of one of these projects, we either should have the planner who approved this or the person who was the most involved with this, with all the attorneys and all the talk, actually do a breakout sheet. Was this mentioned? Was it done? Was it accomplished? It wasn't. Why wasn't it? It's sort of as a final checkoff sheet when these things get closer to completion or they get their CO. And that way when the public comes back to us and say, hey, the lighting isn't right on Homewood Suites, and we go, well, here's our documentation. The planner who worked through this reviewed it at the end of the project. He checked off that it was done in accordance with the legal agreement, and we can say it was done. It may not be what you thought you heard, or it may not be what we all heard that never got put in writing, but the legal document said this, and it was checked off and it was done. And this also gives senior staff an advantage to kind of review some of their personnel, to say, hey, I have a guy out here that's not consistently, or is consistently missing an item or an object or something, and it gives you a chance to provide for more education, more training, that sort of thing for our staff. I think it would help staff, and I think it gives us, the electeds, kind of like that final say, said, here, it was here, it was in writing, they did it, it was signed off by staff member. Whether you use the same staff person or someone above them or something like that, I'm fine with that. But it's a check and a balance system in order that some of these PUDs, and we've all been there. We hear the attorney say, oh yeah, we can agree to that. Oh yeah, we can agree to that. But if it doesn't get in the legal document, it doesn't necessarily mean it ever got done. So those are the things that I think from my standpoint, it makes it easier for us to go, yes, they did it, or no, they didn't, and we have one particular person who consistently doesn't do it, so maybe, we should stop doing their projects, or, it just gives us another way for feedback, and, so that we can be more responsive to the citizenry.
Okay.
So my quick two.
So, Brian, on that, is that staffing? Do we just need people?
That can be done. As Commissioner Hartman mentioned, we did, just to test this, to see if we had a really big problem, we did an audit of the Beacon Apartments and the Spring Hill Suites. I can go over those in detail, but maybe that's a different time. Did find substantial compliance in both of those audits. Beacon was recent, I did that myself, and I think the larger point here is information's going from the podium, from the applicant, to the PUD, to the plans, to what's built, to what's inspected, and then what's maintained. And if there's any breakdown in there, you're hearing it. So the question is, where is the breakdown? For Beacon, I think there were probably promises made, either publicly or privately, that didn't make it into the PUD. Because I heard things like materials of a fence or certain distance of setbacks that were not on the plans, that were not in the PUD in that case. So there's expectations were different than what was actually approved in that case. So as staff resources allow, definitely can and should be done. I think whether it's an independent person or a new staff person, there are deficiencies in both of those. Nothing major in Beacon. Spring Hill had a few more. Landscape maintenance on both is probably the biggest concern. Looks great when it's put in, matches the plan. Beacon's less than a year old and stuff's dying.
Yeah. I can tell you a sister city, because ran a business in that city and to the north of us, and they went through a period, I don't know if they're still that way or not, but they went through a period, they were absolute fanatical about that. And I mean, plants died, they came out and you had to replace those plants. And if not, you were slapped with significant fines, and they mounted quickly. And, you know, it's not necessarily business friendly, but you complied, and it's I think the payoff is there, because now it's attractive, and they don't have a lot of rundown property. So I'm just going to piggyback on that real quick, and then I'm going to come to Mike, because they're going to wind us up. So I have, one of the issues I wanted to talk about, so it just dovetails nicely, is just kind of building department staffing and process and permitting time and all that in general. I don't know, I don't run your shop, so I can't tell you how to run your shop. I wouldn't run your shop. But we have building funds available, and my understanding is, due to recent changes in laws, we want to make sure that we're adequately using those funds and serving the building community and our citizens as needed. And I think things like this are a priority and should be done. And so if it's more people that we need that are needed, and we have the funding to do that, let's do it. So I support this one. It's something I've thought of as well, because you nailed it. It's this handoff of all these different things and all these different handshakes, and we're throwing information over walls, and there's going to be a breakdown. And we've all seen it. The attorney stands here and is saying, we absolutely could do that. Well, does that mean you're going to do it, or does that mean you could do it? Like, did we get that accurately? And so we need someone who can kind of shepherd that whole process through and make sure that is probably the biggest disconnect, is the person that's attending the meeting and hearing all the different promises that are made. And I think we've tightened up, even as a commission, as staff, even as those things are made, we're getting stuff into motions, and we're trying to be a little better on it. But having someone that takes it from that point and then make sure it's in the actual final agreement, and then in the plans, and all of that. Because even the audit now, I'm going to bet you didn't audit all the way back. And this isn't a slight to you, I'm just saying, you probably didn't listen to the whole meeting and figure out what all was potentially agreed to. You just took what made it into the actual written document.
Correct.
So, which is what an audit would be, but that's the step that is missed. Because remember, that's what the public last heard, is what they sat here and heard the slick talking attorney say. So I think it's a great point. It was on my list as well, and I hope that we can do that. And if it's staffing that we need, let's go find the staff.
So we do have a senior planner position we're advertised to fill. Of course, we have the director position. We're still looking to fill that. That will give us more resources to do a little more QA/QC on the PUD side.
Okay, good to hear. Mike, you're up.
Briefly, I echo Commissioner Hartman's thoughts on the capital improvement progress list wholeheartedly. I really don't want to wait for a quarterly report. I'd love to see it monthly, because some of these things just slip from our minds because we move on to other things. But I love taking a look at our report to see where we stand, not to find anything wrong, but really just to see where we stand. Because as was with the CRA, we found we had $500,000 that we don't know what we're going to do with. And we should have had some information ahead of time that situation existed. They were just carried forward. So I would like to see a report like that on some of these items. The other thing, briefly, is I would like to see us have more up-to-date coordination with the county on some of their projects and with the UC. We're talking about where we're going to put our maintenance facilities, things like that. It's a big tract out there. The people who live in the PUDs out west are kind of getting more acclimated to their new environment, and they're looking beyond their HOAs to us to keep track of things. And we really got to start paying a little more attention. I rode down Riverside the other day, a month ago, I saw tape around the county building. I said, oh, I guess they're going to do a little bit. Now I find out they're doing substantial renovations and changes, how they're going to operate in our town. I had no clue that this was even coming, let alone happening right now. We need to do something about that. We talk about working on downtown. Now there's some buildings there. What's going to happen with them? Do we got any direct information from the county? We should have it. So I look to our manager to try to find a way to get them to give us this information sooner. That's it.
Okay. So I had a lot of things that were mentioned here, some were already covered, so I won't go back over those. I had one thing I did just want to bounce off. I don't know if it's strategic or what you would call it, but it's an initiative I wanted to help with, work with our city manager. I've already talked to him about it. He's in agreement, but just wanted to bring the commission up to speed, make sure you all are okay. So program I wanted to call Leadership at Every Level, and working with city manager and to really start developing our bench strength and investing in our employees and making sure we're training them for customer service, for leadership positions, maybe those that have been recently promoted to leadership, making sure we're investing in them correctly. You know, one thing you see in organizations, not necessarily this one, but just in general, you have, you know, the Peter principle sometimes comes into play, or people get promoted, but we give them new responsibilities and nothing to go with that. You know, we assume that, hey, they're next in line, so they can take that next step, but then we don't surround them with, you going from non-management to management is a big deal, and you got to be trained on how to deal with people and how to deal with the public maybe in a way that you're not. And so as we are pushing to do more, and as we have different moving parts, I want to make sure that we're training this generation of leaders and the next generation of leaders, and we've got bench strength coming behind them. And so it could be some small cost of this. Working with the city manager, we'll try to get it built into this year's budget or in some way, or maybe we just do it on a shoestring budget this year, and then maybe next year we can build in some. So this will be a combination of, I think there's some opportunities for local speakers. We have some world-renowned leaders that are in this area that we could even leverage to participate and speak to some of these topics and outline some kind of a program. Some may be outside seminars. I've been to a ton of these over my life. Many of you probably have as well. You know, we're lucky to live in an area where they come pretty close to us. We have Orlando. You know, we can send day trip seminar type things on different principles, leadership, customer service, etc. We can do a lot of this virtually, of course. The goal would be, you know, have a year-long program or a partial year program, kind of a November to or a March to November type thing. So it was something, actually, when I started talking to Colin about it, he flipped back in his notebook and he had all these notes, and so we were kind of on the same wavelength on that. So we'll look for you all's input as we go through that process. But I think it would be valuable. I'm going to also talk to my fellow mayors, see if there's first of all, if there's any other programs that we can borrow from, if there's anything that's already been done, and if not, if there's others that might want to. You know, maybe we can scale this up in some way, working with some other cities. So more to come on that. I don't know that we need necessarily approval for it, but just something I'm passionate about. I think it could be a real game changer. I know at some point in my career, somebody started doing this for me, and I wouldn't be here today if that hadn't happened. And so I want to make sure we're trying to do on that and building that leadership at every level. So that was one of the things that I wanted to kind of kick off this year as a new priority that's very different than all the other things that we've talked about so far today. So, all right, we're at 4:45. I know we each hit like our top two. Does everybody want to power through another round up and down the dais, or does anybody have anything that they just really, really wanted to talk through that we didn't get to? Let me actually start with staff. Staff, is there anything we missed that you really wanted to make sure you got input on, or you needed to speak to the commission about, or?
Come on.
Yeah, Brian.
You know, the loading and unloading zones, it's
Okay.
on the list here that it's coming up quite often. you know, we have worked with Commissioner Colodi. We provided the loading and unloading zones, but there is some issues that's happening. I think it comes back to the original problem with the delivery time. If they deliver on time, I think it's no problem. But if they delivered after 11 o'clock, well, there's actually cars parked on these loading and unloading zones. So that was one issue. And then the other issue is on Buenos Aires, that's the one that it runs north and south along the Flagler parking. So we have two businesses there. One of the businesses at the corner, actually, the address is on Flagler, but their main entrance is on Buenos Aires. So the delivery trucks comes there. They got the first few times they got tickets, and finally we talked to the parking ambassadors and we said, listen, we got two businesses there. As long as they're not blocking the traffic lane, they're not parking over the sidewalk, you know, there's no problem. So they have contacted Senator Tom Wright's office. I guess a bunch of the delivery trucks and the businesses complaining about what are we doing. And I've talked to their office. I didn't talk to him, but I talked to his office. Told him about, you know, it's a pilot program. We've done this because we have some issues with delivery trucks and so forth. I had Brian send them over some of the criteria that we had and some of the things that we have done as a compromise with the delivery trucks. And then the other issue is the truck route. I was talking to the parking ambassador. Now, on some of these, like for example, take Flagler, we have loading and unloading zone on the south and the north side. When we have a delivery truck, in order for them, if they are gonna load and unload on, say, on the north side, they have to take one of these side streets. So it makes it difficult. They're gonna use it, and then somebody will take a picture of the truck. Here is the truck is on this one. It's supposed to be, you know, no truck route. So it needs some tweaking, but I think it goes back to the businesses to have the delivery trucks deliver early, which was a problem from the beginning. I think we have solved the problem probably, I would say 50%. We still have some who are not complying with this at all. Some of them are getting tickets and they don't care about it. And some of them, they're getting by it because we're not there 24/7. We're not there on the time when they deliver. So it's still an issue. It's a pilot program. It's still in the tweaking process, but I just want to bring you up to date of some of these issues that is happening.
And we're approaching that 6-month mark when we'd said we would revisit it, right? Is that?
Yeah, we said 6 months and we'll evaluate.
Okay. So at some point you'll bring that back to us, probably, was that January, February timeframe, I'm guessing?
I think it's probably, I want to say February that we bring it
Okay.
back to you.
So at that time, this would all be good feedback, and maybe we can make sure to publicize that meeting with the Flagler merchants and even the delivery drivers. Let's just get it all out on the table, try to get that feedback, maybe some pre-meeting so we don't have to hear it all during the public meeting, but, you know, getting that feedback all kind of on the table of what is working and isn't working, and hopefully have some proposed solutions to make changes to, because it was a pilot program and we're wading
It
into
is.
unknown water, so.
And some of the issues that they were complaining about, that sometimes they come in and there's actually cars parked in the loading.
I've heard
and
that,
unloading
yeah.
zone. And so we told the parking ambassador, if you see this case, I mean, if you come in, there's cars parked, and I mean, you're gonna give the cars tickets, but, you know, let the delivery truck, I mean, don't give them a ticket because there is no place for them to
Yeah.
park, so.
Okay.
But it's actually, it did work, but I think we still need some cooperation from the businesses themselves.
Comment, please.
Go ahead.
Also, to tag along with the, you know, I do hear that there's compliance and then there's some not compliance with delivery trucks, but I've heard complaints from residents who've been ticketed. And whether it's their fault or not, there's some confusion. So, and I think one of the comments made was the signage. They didn't quite understand the regimen of the regime of the signage. Is there confusion there? Because we don't want to inadvertently ticket, you know, there's that, you got the trucks and then you got people that want to park there.
You know, I mean, it's really, if you look at the loading and unloading zone, I mean, the sign is very obvious. But
Yeah.
people have, for a long time, they were used to park there and they didn't get any tickets. So now they go in, say like at 9:30 and park in the spot that they've been parking for 20 years, and they get a ticket. And then all of a sudden, the sign is not enough. I mean, the sign, we have even printed some on the curb itself.
Yeah.
It's, in my experience, people that say they're confused by the sign are either they just absolutely didn't see it, which is a possibility, or they just didn't think they would get a ticket. And they did. Mike?
I'm fully aware of all the complaints. I talked to Khalid about it. I've talked to the residents, talked to the business people. They all understand that we're going to be making adjustments, so it's literally a work in progress. And generally, it's been received well by virtually everybody, except those who get the occasional tickets.
Yeah. Colin, any other items?
There is two more items that we did not talk about, which is the dune walkover and also the expectations on the neighborhood council. I think I got some of the staff, they wanted to talk about with the commission about the expectation of the neighborhood council.
Let's go back to the dune walkover. What did I thought we
I
had
guess
talked about
it's,
that.
Brian had it.
I think we covered that with
The staff, yeah.
CCSL changes.
That's what I thought.
Unless you wanted to limit them in number, which I didn't hear that from the previous discussion.
I mean, I think where we landed was, look, we wanted to move forward with all the other changes, and then if there were recommendations, if you found something where it said, hey, you should limit them by number, or you should, which, again, I think some environmental experts would testify that they are good for the dunes, because they protect the dunes from the walkover traffic. So, I think we heard one commissioner talking about, within a certain distance of public access, like, do we need redundant ones? So I think if you want to bring something like that back eventually, but otherwise, I think we cover that one. So neighborhood council, actually, I'm glad you mentioned that. Was one of the items I forgot to mention. I had it literally written right here, advisory councils. I would like at some point, I've mentioned this before, so maybe I don't want to get through it today, but just put it on a radar to add to an agenda or a workshop or something. We have numerous advisory councils. I've said this before. We have a few that are, I don't know the right word for it, but they're more like a decision body, like P&Z, Historic Preservation. They vote, they make decisions. The code enforcement, there's some boards that have those roles, and there's others that are they're advisory boards, neighborhood council, economic development. I mean, it's in their title, advisory board. And it's since being elected, it's been a bit nebulous to me what their function and role is, and I feel like they could be leveraged in better ways. Tasked with some things. I've said before, I found one city, I hope I can find it again. I mean, they had a quarterly report that was provided from each advisory council that said, here's what we've worked on, here's our advice on these items that we worked on, as tasked by either staff or the commission. So I think we just have to take, in addition to looking at the criteria, which we've talked about, we've joked about before, we got to have a blue-eyed person that lives on this street, on this board. I think we need to have a whole session, a couple hours, where we just focus on what is the purpose of this, what do we need out of it, do we need it at all, what criteria should be applied or not. Like, I just think we should do a holistic look at those and kind of level set that. So, I saw your hand first. Go ahead.
Yeah, I can pass. I just was going to give my thoughts on neighborhood council, but if
Oh, go ahead.
So neighborhood council was really Gail Henriksen's baby. And the intent of the neighborhood council's creation was so each of us can assign a few people after she broke up the community into neighborhoods. So the citizens can have direct access to the chief planner, who knew exactly what was going on, could debunk rumors and tell them exactly what's going on in a specific spot, so that neighborhood can give some feedback on what their concerns were, pros and cons, all that kind of stuff. It was really the beginning of trying to create transparency. Now, that was really the gist of the neighborhood council, and I'm not sure how it got so far off track. It's not complicated, but maybe it was just Gail's baby, and it's not anyone else's. I don't like the idea of sitting here trying to figure out, well, what could we possibly task them with, or what's their goal? Maybe the board just doesn't need to exist. I'm just throwing that out there. I mean, it was formed for a particular reason, and that doesn't seem to have materialized. So I don't want to have a board just to have a board to have a board. So I like the idea that on a future date, I met with my my appointee. I have another appointee last night, actually Tuesday night. We were just a little late on his expressing his interest, so I'm going to have him put on. But I've had a good conversation with one of mine appointments as to the direction that she would like to see it go, and I gave her the history of it, and she understood that and agreed with that. So my point is, I think we should give it a go and see what we can get to come out of it. But if it seems if the directionless continues, I'm not so sure, we don't have to have the board.
I think there should be a mission and vision for the advisory committees, and clear delineation on, you know, how they're tasked. Does it come from staff? Does it come from us? Does it come from them? And
Well, it's our board. It's the city's
I
board.
agree. Yeah.
And the worst thing we could do is simply have a board to have a board, because it kind of sounds good, but with no real direction and vision. So, yeah.
So herein lies part of the problem, because the neighborhood council that I'm accustomed to was completely different than that. They were a group of citizens that lived in different communities and discussed common community problems amongst themselves to give some kind of action that they wanted to present to the commission, or issues that they wanted to bring forward. They were also the liaison for communications from the city to these homeowner groups, HOAs, et cetera. This was an avenue for the communications. This was a way to better disseminate information from the bottom up and the bottom down. They also were given small budgets, so that if there were beautification programs they wanted to do within their community, then they, you know, they had a small budget that they could say, we'd like to build a small wall that says, you know, this is the historic west side as you come in on Washington Street. And that would be funded through the city and go through the planning. So I think the problem is that I'm familiar with one, you're familiar with the one here, and I don't think, I don't know, the rest of you haven't spoke yet, so I don't know where you are on that. But I certainly agree with the mayor's thoughts on this, is that we probably should come together and say, what is it that we're looking for? What are the goals and objectives going to be? Because at one of the neighborhood council meetings, they were told that we wanted them to look at being a sustainability committee. And I don't ever remember that discussion amongst us. I thought there was some discussion about the Turnbull Creek Committee maybe dwarfing into that role because they were better suited for that. But so I think the problem lies with us, and what is our vision, and where do we want to go with it? Do we get rid of it or whatever? So that may be another discussion for another day.
And I think it is, because the it for me is not just neighborhood council. I know that's the one that was brought up, but I just want to make sure we're broadening. I mean, take the golf advisory board, like take any of the other economic development advisory board. Like when's the last time someone from that committee talked to you and said, here's my advice on economic development in New Smyrna Beach? When's the last time, you know, like, that's what I'm saying. Like, what are their purposes? What are their mission, vision? What do we need them working on? What should they be working on? And then what are the qualifications? Like, as we put people on and off those, what should we be looking at? That seems to be a spaghetti model as well. So,
and at what level of staff involvement is there at those levels?
Agreed. Should it be, you know, should it be staff that runs it? Should there be a commission liaison? You know, I don't know, because the vision for the neighborhood council, you nailed it. Like, it's you have this one lived experience and he has a different one, And mine's completely, I have neither of those. I just know ours, but I didn't even know the background. So I just know like what it does today, and and for me, and I've said this to representatives on the neighborhood council. Like I think we're a small enough city. Like the more layers you have in communication, the more it's going to get whatever. So I would rather go directly to an HOA and talk to them rather than trying to have someone else do it. I mean, to me, that's my job that's as the representative. So I want to make sure we're not creating, confusion almost, because you just said an example where the neighborhood council, somebody went and said, well, we wanted you to do this. And you're saying, well, I didn't say that. Well, that's exactly what I fear might happen if we have them trying to speak for us at HOAs and otherwise, where then you're saying, wait a minute, I didn't mean it like that. I meant it like this. So, again, I think this is a deeper discussion than 5 o'clock after 9 hours of strategic planning. So I would suggest sometime, if the commission's open to it, in January, February, March even, it's not, hair's not on fire, but let's get it done, that we have 2 hours before some meeting and we talk about this.
I agree with you. I think the neighborhood council discussion needs to happen sooner than later. We can just at least isolate that one, because that one seems to be the most adrift right now. And I can't keep people on it. So I think that the people that I'm putting on it are ready to go gung-ho, but if they spend the next 4 months to them is a long time.
Yeah.
4 months to us is like,
So January, I mean, maybe we do, because this doesn't, I'm thinking of staff, this doesn't require a lot of staff prep, and Kelly has already pulled all of the, I think, Kelly, correct me if I'm wrong, your team's already gotten all the thing about the different requirements for the different boards and all that whole matrix is available. I think you've shown that to me. So from there, like it's just us. We just need to put our heads together and talk about this. So maybe we can find 2 hours in January before a meeting.
I mean, just keep in mind that you have the mini budget workshops at the second meeting in every month. So probably this workshop has to be the first meeting of either January or February. So we'll do that.
Is everybody okay with that?
Would a joint meeting be in order?
Not until we have this meeting. Not until we figure out
What direction we want them
yeah,
to go?
I think so. I mean,
That's okay.
that's what I was going to say.
Sorry?
I mean, I will talk to members of the neighborhood council before our meeting, but it is not going to make it easier to have the conversation to have, what do they have, 7 members or 5? At least 5.
More.
They have 9. That's what I thought.
Right now.
Having 14 people on the stage is not going to be more conducive than having 5. This is just not going to make that conversation go any faster. Mike, you had a comment?
No, I look forward to this discussion. I think it's necessary. I do interact with the members from my community that are on the neighborhood council on a regular basis, and I do bring up items that they bring to me. In the past, a couple of the neighborhoods, the one I live in, Coronado Island neighborhood, used to be
Talking to Mike.
the North Causeway neighborhood, which was no neighborhood at all. We developed a plan. The plan is actually in our ordinances, in our land development ordinances, as goals that we should meet. So it can function. It's a lot of work. Back then, there was involvement from city personnel, which I don't think we can really have anymore, but it's a really tough thing, and I look forward to that discussion.
Okay. So let's look at the schedule. Maybe we can work that in 1st of January. If not, maybe it's the first meeting in February. But again, I think if we started a meeting at 4:30, we can get through this in an hour and a half if we're all ready. I'll look for the stuff. I'll try to send out some stuff ahead of time, what I've seen from other communities, if I can find that again. So, anything else that we missed that you wanted to cover, Brian?
You guys made a history. You covered all the 12 topics on the subtopics. So that's a...
Kelly, anything that you wanted to get before the commission in a less formal setting? Carrie, anything on your mind? Gentlemen, I think we've covered enough for today. Sorry, Randy. Randy doesn't think so, though. So go ahead, Randy.
Solar feasibility.
Okay.
We spent a lot of time and money on this subject, on this study. Staff spent a lot of time with this. It kind of got sidelined at the beginning of COVID. I'd just like to bring that back at some point in time to have a discussion about it, on whether it goes to the shelf, or it's something that we want to plan long term, or is it going to be a pilot program or something like that. So keep that in your head.
I saw that and I thought that my last recollection was that we had sort of figured that out, but I guess we didn't. So, yeah, just work with Khaled, find some meeting that isn't already booked up till midnight, and see if we can slide it onto an agenda. All right. I know we probably had other stuff we could talk about. We didn't get back to affordable housing. So, well, you slipped a little bit of it in.
I got a little bit of it in.
Yeah, a little bit in. So there's always other topics we can talk about. The good news is we will have another meeting with Brian, yes.
Including a remark, just wanted to thank 1AV. They've been with us for the last 8 months. This is probably their last meeting with us for a while now that we're getting our new audio in here.
I was about to say, hopefully he knew that before now.
But Luis has been so reliable. We could not have had our meetings without them.
Absolutely,
So
yeah.
thank you. So they're just, every meeting we had, even our changes, they reschedule and they've done a great job. So I just want to say thank you.
No, I'm glad you mentioned that. Sincerely, it has been, you've been great to work with. We really appreciate it. And if we can ever do anything for your business or referrals or whatever, please let us know. So we've been impressed. So I think this is our last meeting of the year, right? This is it. So to each of you, to staff, to the citizens, Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, Happy New Year, and look forward to working with you all in 2021. It's going to be a better year. I mean, it can't get worse, right? I mean, famous last words. I'm knocking on wood right now.